everywhere. I can feel it, I can feel it. It's creeping up on me, but what I just can't see. Or say you feel it. I'm falling into this unknown. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? There's nothing I can do but to give in to the blame. And the bass kicks in, and the bass kicks in, and the bass kicks in, I can take it, and I lose control. I can shake it, can't fight it anymore. In this almighty road, I'm falling into this unknown. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? There's nothing I can do but to give in to the blame. And the bass kicks in, 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 I can take it, and I lose control. I can shake it.
Awesome to the max. Awesome.
Hey everyone, and good morning/afternoon. Welcome to today's EU tournament, the path to the $100,000 tournament. We're underway here and get right into the first matchup of the day. But first off, I'm joined today by DM Brandon. How you doing today?
I am doing perfectly on this Sunday, Dry Bear.
Okay. Let's look at the chat to see if anything starts picking up there with those nice little Sundays you had planned for me. Oh, man.
It's fantastic. But good morning, everyone. This is week 2 on the path to 100K. Of course, over the next 8 weeks, or rather the next 7 weeks, as the first week has already gone through, we're seeing these European teams face off in hopes of getting that coveted invitation to the $100,000 launch tournament in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, it's a lot on the line, and I think a lot of people went into week 1 expecting something different than what they got. Some of the teams came out strong, some of the teams didn't, and there were a lot of different play styles that they weren't used to as well. And with the new gods are going to start rolling out, people need to be on their toes and be ready to implement the new strategies that come out, the new items that come out, consumables, the two times pot that almost came out and then didn't. I mean, there's so many things you have to be prepared for, and every single week matters. We look at the points that are building up over time. This is the $100,000 tournament, and you can't afford to waste a single weekend. And today we're going to find out what teams are ready to compete.
Speaking of teams, our first matchup that we'll be spectating today are two teams that normally don't get a lot of spotlight. 16th seed Donors by Heart will be facing off against 17th seed Counterlogics Gaming.
That's right. It's going to be an interesting matchup, and I think we like watching these new teams. I think one of the biggest things as well for the new teams to come in and watch the stream afterwards is to see where they can improve on, watching the match itself from a spectated point of view. They may not see things they would see before. And not only that, they're going to hear, commentary from us, things in chat. They're going to learn things that helps them grow as a team, and those key criticisms that they may not be able to step outside of their subjective mindset to see, okay, I stepped too far forward here. This item probably wasn't the best. And then they can start growing, and the teams that put the effort in, we're going to see that kind of come to fruition as we go through the next weeks. I mean, we're week 2 of 8. It's going fast.
Well, I'm very excited to get started today. Of course, there are major names in this bracket as well. Teams that have been veterans in SMITE who have picked up big sponsorships. Newly named Torch Game is going to be in here today, of course, joined by Cloud9 HyperX, Team Solo Mid. We have an Epsilon in the bracket once again, so I'm definitely excited to see the big names face off, but I know there's a lot of hungry underdogs. We've seen some pretty big upsets over the past couple days, especially yesterday when we saw a new team led by Peckies and Zero Gars putting Jerby back in mid. I'm very excited to see that, but we're getting into round 1 right here. Again, Donors by Heart versus Counterlogics Gaming. Again, two teams that we don't see very often. I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, that's right. Just for a little bit, you have Donors by Heart on the left side, and of course you have Counterlogic on the right side. And it looks like the first band's gonna be Vulcan, surprisingly enough. Now, Vulcan is a new. I feel like he's a new introduction into competitive play. I mean, the change that he has undergone over the last few months, realistically, have changed him for a different mindset. He's full mage now. His damage output is incredible. His ultimate does a ton of damage, but really changes a lot of how you have to deal with him. And I guess, this may be, maybe a lack of overall just empirical data to look at. I mean, not a whole lot of people play Vulcan, but maybe there's some kind of interaction between the build that they're going to run, the kind of strat they're going to run on their team. We're going to see another band, Chalk, going to be banned out here across the way by Counterlogics. Now back over tier 2, Donors by Heart. See what they've banned. 1 second left. They're going to get Sobek, which is going to change a lot. Sobek bans definitely put a lot into the mix and throw off the picking phase.
I definitely like the Sobek ban. You also got to hand it to them getting rid of Chalk so early. No chance for the new Mayan God to really show his stuff here. And to share the Lightning ban, we're going to see Zeus taken out as well. It's the final ban in picking phase. And first pick, we see a hover on Athena. Now, while Athena to some might be a top pick in support or a top pick in jungle, she adds a certain level of ambiguity just to the picking phase. This allows the team to counterpick for the jungle or counterpick for support. Either way, it gives them a very strong start.
Yeah, like you said, she can go into the support lane, and she's a very powerful support. She can go into the jungle, and it's a character that, this is kind of how picking stages should be going, and it's something that we're waiting for in Smite. If we get enough gods in the game, this is how most of them will go. You pick the character that has a lot of ambiguity to it. You pick the one that can go anywhere, and then as you start picking down the line, you start to lock in your strategy, so you can't be counterpicked early. So Athena start, we see same thing going on with Guan Yu start. These kind of starts allow you a lot of wiggle room to adjust your strategy as you go. Back over to Carologis here to see what they want to go with. Dodo and Bloomin available to pick up some gods here without 15 seconds left on the clock. With Sobek banned out and Athena grabbed up, they may want to go ahead and grab a support which locks in the jungle, but of course if Athena does go support, that may put them in a situation they may not be comfortable with. At this point, if they grabbed a jungler and a mid, that'd be perfect. They're going to have Thor and Sun Wukong. Amazing picks here considering the way the pick stage has gone, and huge credit to Counterlogics.
Super, super strong. Thor probably considered top 3 junglers in the game right now, possibly even top 3 characters. Sun Wukong also, again, adds that level of ambiguity, countering the Athena pick by allowing Wukong to go either to the solo lane or into the support role, who actually does very well against Athena, has great chases, a knock-up to ensure they have CC, extra damage, and clear with the Magic Cudgel. Great pickup here. Over on the left side, Donors hovering on Zhang Kui and Apollo. Zhang Kui actually not getting a lot of face time yesterday in NA. We saw him banned out a lot.
Yeah, he's a character that can be used to a lot of effectiveness, especially if your team is well put together. Zhang Kui is one of those characters that he's not really the kind of character to kill everyone by himself, but if he has any kind of support, he's going to do worlds of hurt, plus the healing on himself. He's hard to take down. That demon back's backing up, allowing him to get lots of protections. And when the Recall Demons comes out, you're kind of in a bad spot, because if you put forth any effort to initiate on Zhang Kui, he's going to CC immune himself, heal himself up, get some good slows off with the exposed evil, and you're in a bad spot. Neith can grab up as well. It seems like over there on Donuts by Heart, they want to go in with a very strong, aggressive lineup. Neith usually lends itself well to that with the World Weaver across the map. Now back over at Carolina to see what they want to pick up. Hubwa and Cupid locked in like that. With the way this is going, they could go a lot of ways. Hubwa could most likely go in the mid lane the way this is going. Sun Wukong still, like you said, could be support. Thor pretty much locked in for the jungle here. So a strong solo, like a Guan Yu or something, would be really, really great here. Across the way, they have 2 more picks to go. The Bruzo as well as Crimson Skull going to lock in. Zhang Kui can either go in the mid lane, the solo lane at this point, depending on what they pick next. And their jungler is going to tie this all together, and they have to be careful with which one they pick.
Strangely enough, Mercury still on the table, has gotten very far down the way and seems to be ignored here as they hover onto Freya. Tyr going to be picked up more than likely for the solo lane. So this is a very high burst damage team with Zhang Kui, Tyr, and Freya. Not to mention they have the Neith for the insane follow-up and space control with the Weaves. And then, of course, Athena to help with that global presence. Over on the right side, like you said, Cupid and Hubwa, I'm interested to see what their plan is here. Of course, mid lane going to be in trouble. Zhang Kui not having a lot of matchups that don't veer in his favor. But when you have a burst character like Hubwa and then an incredibly dangerous gank potential coming out from Thor, you got to be scared. But the final pickup looks like we're going to have a pickup of Ra. More than likely, then, we are going to see Wukong going into the support lane.
Yeah, so it's going to be Cupid, Sun Wukong there in the long lane, Thor in the jungle. I would have to expect Hubwa going into the mid lane and Ra into the solo lane. Now you're looking at across the way. It looks like we might actually have a Freya mid, Zhang Kui going into the solo lane, as we've seen from the fanboys, now recently picked up as Torch. And also Shadowheimer, huge propensity to go in the mid lane with that Freya. And it has a bit of a weak start, but with that Hand of the Gods injection, he's able to clear the waves long enough for that pulse to be built up to clear the waves going forward. So it is a character that is definitely new to the mid lane, but Shadow Nightmare known for his innovation, so we're going to see if they can pull it off this time around. They have a little room for changing it up, and that's what we expect them to do. We're going to see them kind of have a decent early start. Like you were saying, Neith has a great presence early on. Once she hits level 5, that World Weaver is available, able to get some ganks in the mid lane. And before, when the snowball was a lot higher, Neith was one of the best hunters in the game for that very fact, because she's able to catalyze her team by building up those early ganks, getting those kills down, and it seems like Donors by Heart is right in line with that.
So 2 newer teams coming onto the I guess, circuit here. And in week 2 of the Path to 100K, you got to expect that both of these teams are hungry, not only for the prize pool that we have available, but of course those invaluable seeding points, which help you get that invitational to, after the Path to 100K, the 100K Invitational in Atlanta, Georgia at the end of March. We're going to cut to a quick break here. It's going to get everything set up. It'll be a 3-minute timer, and we'll be right back with game number 1 of Path to 100K Week 2.
Don't miss it. Everyone, and welcome back to the first matchup of today's EU tournament. We're watching Donors by Heart up against Counter Logics here. Clue before the game starts, discover what's going where and what they're playing. On the bottom side, the pristine side, we got Donors by Heart. We're going to see Eve here on Headhunter 16. We've got Ledjock Necton on John Quay, a hard name to say there. Crimson Skull, of course, playing Athena in the support role. In the jungle will be Zep here on Freya. Looks like we actually will have a solo hunter. No, looks like across the way. We have LeBruiser there on tier across the way. Counter Lodgers at top side map. The red team, the destroyed side. Corn Coffee on Cupid. Shake Take playing the Ra. Bloomin on Habwa. Retrospect playing Sun Wukong. And last but not least, Dodo on Thor.
So I'm interested to see what these new teams are going to start off with. Of course, looking at the builds, we're not seeing anything too crazy. Normal jungle starts, including the potions of both physical and magical might on the opposite sides. We're seeing a shield start come out from tier, as well as the Hand of the Gods for the solo lane. I guess he's afraid of what that Ra's going to be able to put forth. Ra opting for an early Vampiric Shroud with teleport to towers 1. He wants to try to get that early cost out of the way. Of course, now teleport to towers at rank 1 is now a 4-minute cooldown as opposed to what was last week at 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's a big difference there, and something that a lot of solo laners need to adjust in their builds. A lot of times they'll go back to the base after playing solo lane for a long time and realize, why do I have like 55 seconds left before I can teleport again? I'm so confused. So a lot of times you'll see them just upgrade, and honestly more so than we saw previously. Mid camps looks like on the right side going to go to donors. They're going to left side mid camp taken as well. So nothing really out of the ordinary here. Movement speed start over to blue buff there for counter logics. We have a blue invade coming out possibly from donors here as Neith and Athena looking like they want to go in. They're going to change their minds though. They did have great vision. Not only do they have vision in front of the mid camp on the opposite side, but also vision rotating over towards the blue area. They're going to elect to go back in the lane here and start killing off these minions as Sun Wukong throws at the cudgel. A good taunt as the minion wave is here. Going to get some good harassment coming out here. Corn Coffee on the Cupid as well. Good heart pop stun on the minion instead of the actual player there to get some stun out. A Spirit Arrow will force him back, but it seems like we have a lot of action already.
Over in the right lane, we're catching both junglers kind of just pushing up, looking for an opportunity. Labrazo taking a lot of damage. He's Zephyr hovering in the jungle to try to get some of his mana back, and his teammate paid for it. Takes a Celestial Beam there, and the creep wave is going to start burning into the tower. They're trying to defend it, but they're going to lose, looks like, all 4 creeps here unless they have a counterplay. But Labrazo already taking a lot of damage, might be in trouble here. Even with that heal at level 1, it's really not going to be heavy enough for him to get anything done.
Thor mid lane going at the Zhonghui. Water spout, water cannon. This could be first blood. Berserker barrage coming down. Does he have the hammer? Hammer comes back. Doesn't hit the backswing, but actually the backswing did hit there. So first blood going to counter logic. Zhonghui not paying attention and no vision there is going to get him caught out and picked off immediately. In fact, that was so casual of a gank. I think Zhonghui is going to have to be a lot more careful going forward.
You know, we talked about this going into the early game, that Zhang Kui usually doesn't have a lot of threatening opponents. But with the burst damage that Habwa has, and the fact that Thor has such gank potential, even in situations where he just walks casually into the lane, you know they got to be just absolutely terrified of what they can do here, especially against Zhang Kui's early game, which might not be the most potent.
Sun Wukong jumping left lane, taunt comes out, spear, arrow, shield wall, could be a kill for Sun Wukong. A few more shots, unravel, one more, there goes a kill there for Donors by Heart, now up on the scoreboard. Cupid left all alone here, trying to defend his tower. The hearts go down, actually he's going forward a little bit and take some free shots from the Neath. He has the full minion wave to protect him, but again, some good aggression. In fact, Sun Wukong started that fight on the left side, trying to initiate. Right side tier, looking to find the Ra, switches to guard stance, going to back off after that cleave goes down. Frey in the mid lane, waiting for those camps to respawn. No, looking for a gank. The camps are far away, about a minute away from respawning now, so they're going to go after the Habwa. Does he have a banish? There goes the Expose Evil, not going to hit. Habwa reacted just in time, and now he's just going to go on home.
You know, answering back now 1-1. The teams are separated by about 300 gold, 300 experience right now in favor of CLG. Now, what I'm looking for here is a little bit more aggression coming out mainly from the red team. They have a lot of gank potential, a lot of early damage with Thor, who of course gains passive damage just by being near enemy gods. This makes Thor's early game extremely deadly. And given the fact that he has both that red pot and now that red buff active and his level 5, he should be looking for gank opportunities, but instead he's going to find 3 members of Donors by Heart who are going to push him away from this mid camp. But with the rotation of Habwa, we might be looking at another kill here.
They're fighting over the mid camps here. This generally is not worth the engagement. They're going to cluster up a 3-man Expose Evil, 3-man taunt. Here comes the damage output. It's going to be that crushing wave coming through, but doesn't have the effect of this World Weaver coming through, and that's going to be a kill on Habwa. Sun Wukong goes down as well. A beautiful play by Donors by Heart, but by aggression here. We saw counter logics right before that started get too close together. All of a sudden, the Expose Evil hits 3, the taunt hits 3, and they are completely caught out. Sun Wukong tried to get away. One shot from the gunball before he's going to take him down. The World Weaver secures the kill on Habwa, but honestly, they didn't even need it. They are in a great spot to take that out. 3-1 now. Looking at the graph, we're going to see a 200 gold lead, 1100 experience lead for Donors, and this is just from the early game.
You know, there's not been many times in my Smite career where I've thought to myself, man, Pulse has done a lot of damage, but so far we've seen Pulse do a lot of damage. Freya getting that grouping up of 3 people on top of the mid camps, technically hitting 5 targets at once. She was able to do an insane amount of damage, not to mention the recall of demons comes out. The teamwork there was absolutely flawless. Everything was done in perfect succession to ensure that CC was on for as long as possible. Now, of course, we saw the crushing wave go through, but Hebo did not have his passive stacked up, and now he could be getting pressured again. Does he have the ability to see this? He gets banished. Here's the Pulse Irradiate. 1 shot, 2 shots to the back. The Evil's exposed as well. They're going to let this go. Counter opportunities. Anvil of Dawn's going to come down, and it will hit Zhang Kui. Banished out here. They're looking for something. Crushing Wave is going to destroy him. Answering back, he actually is able to block the World Weaver there, but they still managed to take this down, sending the decoy in right away. They're looking for an opportunity to turn this around. They don't even recognize that it's a decoy, which does push them away from the Thor, but still, Donors by Heart right now, 200 gold up, and we see 1,200 experience as well.
That was a really interesting engagement there. We saw someone actually go up on the Somersault Cloud, which didn't do a whole lot. Banish going to shut down the Thor. The Hand of the Gods comes out. Looks like that did end up going to counter Logic's. Cupid's going to get soloed in the left lane by the Neath, who didn't even have her ultimate, so having a tough time dealing with his aggression. The Crushing Wave was just enough to take out Zhang Kui, and I really liked Thor's play there to block the World Weaver from Neath to save Habo. Unfortunately enough, it wasn't enough to save him entirely, as of course the Freya's Valkyrie's discretion was enough to finish him off there. So a big engagement. Counter Logic does get a couple kill, actually 1 kill on the board, but Donors turns around. They're doing so well. Donors seems to have the early aggression down. We're going to see Cupid start up here with Transcendence. Going to start stacking that up his melee as soon as he possibly can. Neath is going to go home for the first time. 2,700 gold in hand for Neath, DM. He can just go home and buy out that Heartseeker if he wants to go. It looks like Tier just went home, picked up Tier 3 Teleport, went for 1 ward, and then Tier 2 of the Shield here. Needs to go home, see what she decides to go for. Will it be a Heartseeker or not?
Yes.
Going to spend some of that gold. It's Devour's Gloves. I love it.
You know, this has been an item that we're seeing a lot recently with the nerfs to both Chin Size, Chin's Blades, and then, of course, Heartseeker as well. While the Heartseeker nerf was nominal, people are really opting for that early lifesteal. They want to be able to box mid lane, recall demons plus World Weaver. He's going to be able to stop some of the damage with the Crushing Wave, but still not able to escape. Hubble is getting absolutely bullied out by the Zhang Kui that actually gave up first blood. Another great play and beautiful communication coming out by Donors.
We also saw Freya jump on Thor in the jungle there, so it's a two engagement. Looks like Zhang Kui got the better end of it as a Hobwa does go down. I want to bring back to another point that we see Thor up in the air, actually go down on the blue buff. Possibly is he looking for opportunity? Rod's here. Dunk comes out. Beads get activated immediately. Freya with the reaction timing here, avoiding all of it. Now Athena's here. Teleport coming out. Hobwa's in the area. Zhang Kui coming from the left side as well. It's a 4 versus 4 on the right side of the map, ladies and gentlemen. But they're going to back off, not looking to go in on this one. Mid camps are going to be grabbed up. Athena leading the charge. Does she want to go in? Nope, they're going to concede that one. Very conservative choices to keep them alive. I want to bring it back to another point that you were making earlier. Devour's Gloves went from 40 stacks to 60 stacks, and no one noticed because Chin Size came out at the same time. So because of that lifesteal, because of that damage effectiveness, no one really knew that Devour's Gloves just got so much better with those extra 20 stacks. And now people, because of lifesteal gone from the Chin Size, you get the damage, yes, but not a whole lot of survivability. And given the fact that support tanks leave the lane often and you're left to your own devices, that ability to keep yourself healed up by basic attacking is so valuable.
Thor's rotating here, either looking for a chance at Zhang Kui again or looking for the mid camp. Still level 9, but still ahead of Freya right now, who is level 8 despite not having a death. 102 at 4,600 gold right now. Freya's starting to fall behind. She's looking for a lot of gank opportunities, but the farm is starting to suffer. Now she has walked over a ward here. You can see that Hebo, or rather Habwa, has recognized the fact that she has rotated in. Dodo coming down here looking for a counter opportunity as well. I don't know if she recognizes that Thor is waiting in the wings looking for a counter initiate. He's going to get spotted here by Zephyr. Misses the banish. She is going to be forced out here, I'm thinking. A great rotation coming over from Zhang Kui. Mjolnir's attunement's going to miss. Knockup's going to miss as well from the water spout, and that'll be a wash.
Tyr's going to find Ra on the right side here looking for the blue buff. There goes the Divine Blessing to slow him down. He's going to turn around and go right into it. The cleave comes out. Does he have the Fearless? He's not looking for it. The shield has been activated there. He went for the runic shield for that extra magic protection. We see Ra kind of rotating over. Now look at this. Look how many wards there are on the map right now. Beautiful vision coverage from both teams. And I think that, you know, if they went back and watched this game, they would realize how important that 135 gold would be this early on. Look how many wards they'd be able to steal away here. Athena Ultimate, Guardian Olympus coming down here, Defender Olympus coming down here on top. John Quay looking for Exposed Evil, Banish comes out, Thor gonna go in there, Crushing Wave is gonna be used, Neath Ultimate keeps him in place, and Valkyrie Destruction comes down, Thor landing down on top, but he's surrounded. There's the Fearless, and Labruzo gets a kill on Thor, and Ra immediately turns tail and beelines back to the solo lane, realizing that the fight is already over. Poor positioning by Counterlogics yet again. Cupid's here as well, and Neath better pay attention. If they're on voice comms at all, they need to be communicating that Neath, you know, Cupid's over here, Sun Wukong's over here, push that tower. The minions are already hitting it. Neath's going to take the time to steal the blue buff, but I think there's a prime opportunity for them to get a tower.
Oh, I disagree. I like this steal of the blue buff. Shut them down a little bit more, especially considering that Cupid's going into Transcendence, which means for some reason he's super favoring he's favoring that mana, so being able to strip that away is great, but honestly, I want to give him major shout-outs here, because these are some of the most perfect and the most accurate World Weavers, and I'm not talking about actually hitting the effect rather than just using it in the most perfect ways. Every single World Weaver has turned a fight, or has earned a kill, or has guaranteed an assist in every situation. Not one has been wasted. Not one has been used to, you know, pressure. It's every single time has resulted in a major win for Donors by Heart.
Yeah, it's really important to look at the gold here. 6,100. Neath's going to be the most farmed in the game right now as Ra goes in on the tier here, not getting the better end of the stick here. There goes the Guardian, or the Guard Stance, Fearless there, not going to find anything as he dashes away. But again, I mean, this is why Neath was so powerful when Snowball mechanics were in the game. She can sit in her lane, farm up, get some damage out, get some assists and kills, and just get completely out of control. And even with the anti-snowball mechanics in right now, she's just getting absolutely free farming, getting so far ahead right now. Someone getting rooted here on the left side. There goes the spin to throw her off. They're going to back up from that one. In the mid lane, we saw Thor trying to gank the hub while Thor's up in the air right now, looking for opportunity to come back down. He's not going to find it, or will he? Gets the Athena. Does he have a tech grip? There goes the block. Berserk Rush coming out here. Athena trying to find a way out. Preemptive Strike's going to get some distance. The hammer and the heart bomb get the snipe. Sun Wukong gets out of dodge here. Neath does have a World Weaver, and Freya's in the area. Look at this. Do they have the rotation? They're too high. They don't have the numbers. Thor's going to get out, but Freya might still go in on this Cupid. She's coming in. Advantage is going to miss. The Pulse and the Array together. No slow activation. There goes a sprint. One shot. Neath looking for the ultimate. Does she have enough damage? She needs to fire it. Freya pops the ultimate and misses 2 shots. Cupid's going to survive. Sun Wukong up on the cloud, and Freya will regrettably fall down. Neath taking some harassment from this decoy, but a poor engagement from Freya is going to turn into a kill, as well as a lost kill on the Cupid.
That was rough. She aimed the first 2 so perfectly. I actually didn't think she was going to land the second one. And then after she did, I thought it was a pretty much guaranteed kill, but I think the nerves got the better of him. He swung in the wrong direction 2 times. Great juking and presence of mind coming out from our Cupid player, of course, Con Coffee, who's done pretty well so far. He's been caught once, but being able to get out of a very dangerous situation like that is nothing to scoff at. Left lane Headhunter now level 14. With those extra kills and assists. You see him 3-0-2 right now. He continues his pressure, and of course Athena allowing him to get that solo farm that Sun Wukong has been granting the Cupid as well. But at the same time, we see Cupid only sitting level 12. This is a big deal in so early of a laning phase. We're 13 minutes in. The Devourer's Gloves have been finished. He has level 2 beads on Neath, of course, and still 1,100 gold in hand.
Yeah, it's a shame we can't see the stacks right now. I'd really love to see where the stacks are at for Neath. It's got to be at least 30 at this point. And you know, with her being level 14 versus the Cupid at level 12, and the Cupid also rushing Transcendence being 5,900 versus Neath's 7,100. So they're going to be sitting about 1,200 gold individually apart. That is a huge, colossal gap for Cupid trying to make up. He's going to use Flutter there to get out of dodge as Neath goes for the Spear Arrow, not going to land it there. Freya did rotate over. You know, Freya's spending a lot of time trying to find these ganks. you're going to see her sitting a little bit less in the farm department than you'd expect. In fact, Thor, who is currently on the losing team, is going to be sitting at 6,800 versus Freya's 6,300, so a 500 gold differential, even though Freya has been a part of a lot of kills. Although 2-1-2 on the Thor, nothing really to scoff at either. Tyr's going to make his way to the mid lane. Ra is following suit. The damage buff is up, and Freya's going to do the heartbeats on the backside. Mid camps will be responding quite soon. Tectonic Rift, there's the hammer, but Junkwei not taking a whole lot. Berserker Barrage pops the ultimate. Athena coming in as well. Here comes the counter rotation. Thor's going to go up in the air. Crushing Wave gets used. Someone comes out. The World Weaver, is it going to be enough? It gets the kill somehow. The damage is unreal. Athena goes in looking for the Thor. He's going to teleport out on the backside of the tower. Tyr on his way over, but it's not going to be in time. Left side, Cupid being forced out yet again. But Donors, my God, they're making it look easy.
That was actually also the first time in tournament that I've seen someone use teleport to gods. We saw that Habwa actually died before the teleport was going out, but those circles, those blue circles that were spawning on top of Habwa were another chance for them to get that. Unfortunately now, Ra, who was left over in his lane, has fallen down here, and now his tower is getting pressure. Dodo rotating over, but he is not going to be quick enough. They are guaranteed a free 1,000 gold there. Look at this. Forcing out immediately. Dodo has been banished. Do they have the mana to be able to follow this up? It doesn't look like the chase is going to be there. Zephyr's going to back off, which I'm sure he's kind of depressed about. Thor's going to get into the jungle and try to get this speed buff here, but he's taking damage and will not be able to sustain himself through the jungle for too much longer if they decide to invade.
That rotation on Ra was so unfortunate. I mean, the damage output was far too much. Honestly, before he was even able to get out of the Power Cleave Fearless combination, he was already dead with the amount of shred that they had there. Mid lane, Camp's going to go to Junkwei there with the Exorcism activation, and he'll have that one secured up. Checking that item situation, we're going to see Ra rush directly into the Gem of Isolation here. We also have the Jotun's Wrath started up by the Thor after Heartseeker. Focus Void Stone is now done. Tons of penetration on Habwa. Chin's Blade started. Cupa's not going to be having a lot of exchanges for himself. He has no lifesteal if he's going to go for the Chin size after the Transcendence. He's going to be relying on that heart pop to be able to heal himself up more often than not here. Thor's going to try and find Athena in the jungle. Junkwei getting rotated here on the Habwa. Thor teleporting in. There goes Athena ultimate. This could be a 3 versus 2. Thor goes immediately up into the air. Now going after the Habwa. Does she have an ultimate? The Neath ultimate yet again. My God, the kills he's getting. Thor dunks down on the dead body of his beloved Habwa. But Neath is just casually mopping up. And look at this, now forcing Cupid back towards his tower, a 3-level differential. Neath is on fire right now.
It must have something to do with the word hunter in the name. Every time we see someone with that word in their name play in a tournament, they do so well. Of course, taking the page out of Game Hunter's book, Hunter is getting pressured. He's getting stunned out. He got knocked up. He's already used the backflip. Fields of Love comes out. He's not getting out of that one, as we do see the Harp on. But check this out. The Teleport to Gods is going to bring Ra over for the push here. What are they looking for? Is this a Gold Fury attempt? Mid lane, Tower's getting pushed. You see, completely alone right now, Freya has earned their team another 1,000 gold, but this is going to be CLG's chance to counter back. We see that the Gold Fury right now is available. 5 members getting very close to grouped up. Athena going back to the base, but they don't have the vision. They don't have the ward coverage to really notice what their available options are. So they're going to play the safe route. They're going to be going for mid camps once again, which hopefully for them will waste some time. But great, look at that. The taunt is going to be able to stop the animals up into the air. He goes on the somersault cloud, putting once again DPH on their heels and pressuring them back.
That's a win right there. If you can just casually go in a fight and force an ultimate and walk away, the amount of fear they're instilling on Counter Logics right now is unreal. I mean, it was a 2 versus 3 and Sun Wukong immediately ulted. Literally every engagement we're watching, Thor goes up and envelop Dawn at the start. He realizes and he recognizes the damage output that they have available, and if he gets too low, he's going to have that World Weaver tracing him down with that heart-seeking effectiveness, and just it's so hard to be able to deal with that. And I think that Donors by Heart has finally got into the heads of Counter Logic, and it's affecting their play overall. At this point, we're sitting at 11-5 kill lead for Donors. They're 4,500 gold, 8,000 experience ahead. Neath getting jumped on the left side here. An invasion coming out from Tyr on the right side. 2 fights going on in the meantime. There's a Fearless coming out from the Tyr on the right side. You're going to get away. The hammer comes through. There's that Athena ultimate. He's going to go right into the Fire Giant, not wasting any time, not risking it at all as he gets away from that one. That was a 3 versus 2 there when Athena finally came right back down. Checking in on the F2 here, we're going to see the damage dealt. Oh my god, DM. 12,000 damage dealt by Neath. That is unreal.
And look at the aggression coming out. Worldweaver right there was the first time we've seen it used without earning her at least an assist. Corn able to get under that tower, get himself some hearts before he goes down, but he doesn't recognize the danger here. But luckily his support does. Zephyr could be in trouble, forced out versus 2 ults here. He's trying to get damage done, but he is not in a great spot. Great tectonic rift, but he's blinking in there real deep. He will earn a kill 1-1. I don't think he's getting out of that one. Crimson Skull does find it with the preemptive strike. Now they're trying to find something else here, chasing down the Raw, getting low, but he's trying to body block. Sun Wukong rotating out to the right. Shake Tank looking for something as well. Abrozo getting low inside. The Solar Blessing's going to find himself a kill as well as Shake Tank tries to heal himself up a little bit. It's just not enough. The never-ending damage from Neath as they continue the pressure again. Donors by Heart comes out on top, but look at this. Cor's not even done yet, finds himself a kill, but he's getting taunted. There's the Unravel, there's the Exposed Evil. The Fields of Love does not go off, and now we're going to have to see this Wukong defend this Gold Fury, or it's going to be a free 1,500 gold for Donors.
You know, we're going to see a 4-for-2 exchange there. And honestly, that was started off very poorly by Donors. Freya caught completely out of position.
Right.
And honestly, no real, reasoning to be that far forward. The rotation came out, forced to use Valkyrie's discretion defensively. Thrower was able to jump in and get the kill. But the plays from Donors just brought that all together. Athena, with a wonderful taunt, almost saved Freya's life. But unfortunately enough, did take that out there at the last end of her final escape. We saw the rotation come out, and Zhonghui was able to body block the Tiger from the Sun Wukong, saving the tier for just a little bit. Cupid rotated over, but again, that wasn't really worth it for the Cupid. I mean, he went back into it, got the kill on the tier, got some gold, but ended up just tossing his life away. Now the Gold Fury has been taken out. 15-7 here. Neath's going to get a free tower on the left side, another 1,000 gold added to the coffers, 8,200 gold in the lead. The Athena ultimate coming out on the left side. Hubwa is on his way. I think that's exactly what it was for. Athena spotted out the Hubwa across that warrior for the Gold Fairy. He went into Fog of War, so she just assumed he was on his way to gank the Neath, pops the ultimate and gets into place. So Crimson Skull, very protective of this Neath, and rightly so. She's sitting 6-1-4 right now with 14.4k damage dealt in a 22-minute match. That is absolutely astonishing. And look at Tyr on the right side, able to defend that tower vehemently, and it's good, good reason for it too. Every single little bit of gold they get is important. Worldweaver, there's the pulse. Don't even need it. Freya gets a kill on Ra, and Hubwa is sent packing right now, 16-7.
I feel like they don't even have to tell this Neath, hey, I'm going in. Like, she sees everything. That Worldweaver came out right as the banish ended to ensure that there would be a follow-up. Every single person on this team really seems like they're working cohesively, and that's the sign of a team that you're going to be able to trust to see in the long run. Teams that have great chemistry, teams that want to play together, and that's what we're seeing right now. Now we're seeing another engage as well. Tectonic Rift, huge Mjolnir's attunement, gonna force out Valkyrie's discretion. Thor up into the air, looking for Freya. Is he gonna find her on the landing? He goes down, but he goes back down into the end there. In the backside, they don't want to continue fighting. Mjolnir teleport out as Donors continues the pressure down the mid lane. Haven't gained anything so far, but they're forcing out a lot. There goes the Flutter. Evo's back in the mix there, taking a lot of damage, and Lego's going to be able to get something. One more push. They're trying to get even more. Look at the crits coming out. Exposed Evil's going to be good here. They find another kill for that Zhonghui.
Tyr not even done, still pressing the envelope here, looking for an opportunity. They're so low. Is he gonna come and deliver the Cupid? He's gonna miss the Fearless between the two. Neath's shooting out the Spirit Arrow. Zhonghui's gonna kill on Thor and Cupid by himself. The taunt, the confound, the shield wall doesn't get away. The reach is what they need. Do they have it? Oh, the Zhonghui Exposed Evil not gonna have the distance, and Cupid somehow gets away using that Aegis amulet. He did pick up tier 2 right now. Look at this, the Fire Giant's available. They recognize the situation. Zhonghui is going to head home, but he does have teleport towards, and there it goes. And he'll ride back up, make sure he is at full fidelity to be able to use that tier teleporting in as well. Look at the damage. They're shredding this Fire Giant so fast. Sun Wukong's on his way, but if we check out the vision that he has no knowledge of this. There goes the first ward that will get countered out as the Fire Giant goes down. Beautiful banish to set this all up. Pops up the bird to get out of dodge there, but at this point, a free Fire Giant, a mid tower. 2 towers now still remaining for Counter Logics. Looking at the charts, we're going to see 11, 6.7K gold difference, almost 20,000 in the lead for experience as everyone's hitting that level 20 mark. Honestly, the experience isn't really worth all that much for Donors, but Counterlogic desperately needs it right now. But now they're facing down Donors with a huge gold lead and a Fire Giant buff.
So Cupid has opted into Transcendence, Chin Size, and now is working on Rage, possibly Malice, along with that Death Toll. Now, this build doesn't really give him a lot of lifesteal, which means his sustainability in team fights is limited. Of course, he can heal himself up with the Heart Drop, but at the same time, we go across the way and we're going to see a full Devourer's Gloves. This is offering a huge amount of not only lifesteal but damage as well, putting him not far behind the Transcendence. Not to mention has opted for those Chin Size and has finished the Malice along with finished Warrior Tabby. So between the two carries right now, those Hunters, there's a major disparity, especially consider the fact there's a 3-level drop as well from Neath to Cupid. We really need to see more farm coming out from Counterlogic and less potential of ganking. I don't know if he's able to get out of this one. He does just barely. No dots available to take down Dodo, but Anvil of Dawn is down. No defense coming over to the left side. That's a free 1,500 for the Donors.
Thor just gave him the skin of his teeth there. The damage output was plenty, and he was able to get out just barely. The Neath actually primed her World Weaver just in case she had vision when he landed. There's a hammer out. The minions are going to get cleared out. It's a 5 versus 5 on the Phoenix, but given the overall weight that Counterlogic, the 3-man taunt Spirit Arrow, there goes a shot from the tier, bursting down. 2 kills down already. There goes the third. Actually, 2 still down. Ra's going to back off and get killed off there. 3 still remaining. Someone called Thor as well as the Hubwa. The Phoenix will go down, and now they have 3-man defense against this mid Phoenix. A stun coming out. There's the hammer, but not going to do a whole lot. Hubwa is going to force up with the water spout. The mid Phoenix goes down, and they're just going to go down the line. The dominoes are following here. The right side tier 2 tower is next to be targeted. John Quay is just going to tank this one right up. Actually, the Athena's going to go in. Frey's going to take it as well. Going to take a little bit of damage from the tower here. Going to back off smartly in the opposite direction there. Hubwa, Thor, they're looking for something. Sun Wukong's going to the left side of the map. I don't know what he's going on about here. He does have Eye of Providence to put a ward on the left side. You see John Quay leading the charge here, but with a double kill, 2 Phoenixes, and a tier 2 tower, Donors doesn't really have to push this. They're in a great spot.
And check it out, 17,200 in the lead for gold. Experience difference hovers on 24K. Of course, some of that wasted. Granted that we do have 3 level 20s, but we also have 2 17s. So they are very close to maxing out here. Almost everyone on the team is on their 5th item as well. You see Zephyr going back and finishing an entire Obsidian Shard, which is going to make him insanely deadly as we see 33% magical penetration coming out along with 70 magical power. Hasn't opted into the Rod of Tahuti just yet for the 25% increase to magical power, but still, the damage at this point coming out from Valkyrie's Discretion is going to be deadly.
It certainly is, and it's something that they have to be aware of. And generally, you'll see the Freya's going for the attack speed, like you mentioned, and now picking up that penetration going to change everything. And they have to be worried about so many different levels of aggression from Donors. You have the damage output from John Quay. Did end up going for that Mail of Renewal, CDR reduction, as well as the Shoes of Focus, and huge amounts of damage on the back end. Athena ultimately going to get her back into the fight, looking for a taunt. Will she find it? Sun Wukong. Taunt does not come out here. Smartly used there. Was not going to be able to get anything out of that. Cupid pops the sprint, trying to get away from a non-aggression. They do have 2 Phoenixes down. They have to worry about these Phoenix minions. If they try to contest on the right side, those left side minions are coming in. Thor has no ultimate now. Try to look for an opportunity. A 3-man taunt yet again. The Spirit Arrow comes out. There goes the banish. First damage. Cupid also comes out. He's going to go down. Hubba gets picked off the mid lane. There goes the backloop underneath going after the tier, but he's not going to be able to get it. Hubwa down, Thor down, World Weaver, Cupid gets picked off, and now 2 players remain for Counterlogic as the Titan is exposed. He's hitting as hard as he can, but what can he really do? The Spirit Arrow keeps Ra in place. The first damage goes down. Ra is deleted here, and now 4 players are dead. Sun Wukong is trying to get them to pay attention to him, but it's not going to happen as the Titan falls. Donors by Heart take this match 25-7.
Donors by Heart showing that in round 1, they're coming out to play. First game of the day is going to go to them. GG. So taking a look at the damage here, we're going to look. Let's look at Donors by Heart here. Everybody at home's got to be interested in Headhunter 16, 20,822, putting up a 7-1-12 score with Neath of all the hunters, probably known as the one who gets picked off the most in team fights. Of course, she does have the backflip available to her, but she has no CC immunity, no major space control once she's actually used that backflip. So she's kind of falling to the wayside a lot. We see a lot of on her pickups, a lot of Apollo pickups. We do see Neith from time to time, but when we do see her, she usually tends to fall a little bit behind. This is the first time, I think, in a few weeks that we've really saw a Neith player take off like this. And with 7-1-12, you got to hand it to him.
You know, this is kind of akin to the old Game Hunter of old that we saw in earlier stages of 2013, playing that Neith play. I mean, 7-1-12, and this was a strategy that we saw a lot of teams utilize. It's that effectiveness of the World Weaver coming out the map. It's that extra little element. You look at it as a 2v2 in front of the mid camps. All of a sudden, you add the World Weaver. It changes the dynamics so much that it's so hard to be able to deal with that stun, the damage output, all the extra elements that are coming into it. And I think Counterlogics just wasn't ready to rotate. Hubwa just abused in the mid lane. John Quay came through. Freya ganks came out as well. And I don't think they really gave credit to the fact that both players in the long lane can assist in different ways. Yeah, the defender of Olympus coming down, jumping in with a great taunt. Athena gets huge credit here with her ability to zone out these fights and get some engagements going. Neith with the World Weaver on par every single time. And Freya getting some damage out across the way. I mean, Counterlogics just couldn't keep up. Ra couldn't win the solo lane, and Tyr was able to rotate around. Thor got some good damage out with some good rotations, but Cupid was so shut down in a 2v2 lane that he was always playing catch up.
Well, now Donors by Heart are going to move into round 2, where their next matchup is going to be extremely difficult, going up against Cloud9 HyperX. Of course, this is week 2 on the path to 100K. Of course, after 8 weeks, we're going to see the top 4 teams in each region, both North America and Europe, have 4 teams be able to get invited to Atlanta, Georgia, where they'll be fighting for a $100,000 prize pool at least. And of course, fight for, I guess, the champion of the SMITE launch. I mean, that's a pretty big title.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially, going forward in the future of SMITE. You look back and say, yeah, when SMITE came out, the first real tournament of the SMITE scene, that it was the biggest to date, and it was to celebrate the release of the game. I conquered everyone in the world. The fact that it is undisputed, bringing everyone together, it's going to be huge. And I think all the teams are starting to recognize that. I see a huge level of commitment coming out from Donors by Heart. We haven't seen a whole lot from them, but at this point, it's able to shine through their play that they've been practicing. They've been working together. They've been scrimming. Their synergy is there. Their camaraderie is there. And they're playing well as a team. And I'm excited to see them going forward. We're going to cut to a brief break and get the next game underway, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in today. We are in the EU week number 2 for the path to the $100,000 tournament. We're going to continue on with the next match. The round of 2 will begin shortly. Stick around.
To my house, nothing's what it seems. My life is like a roller coaster, trapped inside a dream. Come over to my place, see how we be getting down. It's a twisted castle, but inside I wear the crown. Take a trip to my house. Take a trip to my house.
everyone, and welcome back to round 2 of today's competition, the road to the $100,000 tournament, and we're ready to get underway here with this next matchup. We're watching Torch versus Epsilon. A little bit of an update here. We do have fanboys taking over into a new name called Torch. Of course, Epsilon is the previous Wooten Mama. So if you're a fan of the EU scene, this is fanboys versus Wooten Mama, now Torch versus Epsilon. It's going to be a very hype match this early on in the tournament.
I'm interested to see what they're going to bring to the table here. Now, we've seen Wooten Mama, or now Torch, over the past couple weeks bring amazing strategies. Of course, Mugi has led former teams in the past, has been subbed for former teams in the past, and now that we've seen them progress to this level, I'm very excited to see them play. The only downside to this is a round 2 match, which means one of these teams is going to fall dangerously outside of that seeding point potential.
Wooten Mama has the first ban here in the picking stage. You can see on screen. We're ready to go with this business here. The first ban is going to come out in the next few seconds. It's going to be chalk here. It seems like none of the players really want to deal with that Mayan god putting out his rain and thunder. Crossaway Shadow Nightmare has an opportunity to pick a ban for his team. Now, we saw Freya in the last match did go into the jungle, so the question is, will Shadow Nightmare try to innovate here so early on in the tournament? Pick his new characters. I mean, we saw him play Freya mid before. He's had a lot of propensity to take new characters in the mid lane and make them work, as he's a very talented player with a very large god pool individually. Zoo's going to be banned out. Now back over to Wooten Mama. Now, of course, Epsilon. I'm going to remind you a couple times so you guys can follow along quite clearly. Next ban's going to come out here. Tetrix has the opportunity to go through with the Freya ban. That is a respect ban.
That is a respect ban. Absolutely, 100%. You know, Freya's strong. She's a strong jungler. She has decent mid potential, but she's not really ban worthy. We don't even in the best players' hands. We don't really see her getting taken out. But Shadow Nightmare has been unbelievably dominant with this character in the mid lane, and it's not really something that she does well as a character. A lot of other players have tried it from other teams, even in different regions, and it's not had success. But more interestingly, Kali, best character in the game,
I was waiting for you to see it, man.
Banned.
I was waiting for you to see it. So Kali is banned away here. Mercury is going to make it through as a consequence. So we'll see how that affects the overall gameplay, whether there was an intention to pick up Kali or not. Kali, a very strong character right now that is very underutilized in the current competitive scene, but no idea whether or not we're going to see Epsilon try to pick that up. We see across the way that's going to allow Thor and Sobek as the first 2 picks. These picks are so competitive starting out here.
You hate to see those things happen. Look at that. Or Sobek winding up on one team. And of course, I mean, we've seen High Rock and Spoo both wind up playing Sobek throughout the day. Same, we've both seen them play Thor. It's very dangerous. Actually, did we see High Rock and Spoo on this team last week?
I believe so, yes.
Both of them?
Yes, and we saw Spoo, no. Spoo's starting this week. High Rock, yes.
Spoo's starting this week. So where's Badger?
Are you just trying to resurrect the whole thing?
The whole thing!
Funball changed his name again. Funball Rock.
Funball Rock. You got to use your gems somehow, right?
AMC hovered on here. Looks like they want to go down that road. Now, we know players like Allied have been, you know, I guess a supporter of AMC in general. He really likes the character. He's going to swap over to Hubwa, a little bit more competitive there. High Rock has the opportunity to pick up a character as well. They have their jungler, they have their mid lane, they have their solo. Now they just need a hunter to round it off. And Funball, you know, he really likes his On Her, which hasn't been selected just yet. So we'll see what Wooten Mama, now Epsilon, decides to go with. Mogao, as well as Minnows. I'm going to have trouble with that the whole game long. He's going to be have the opportunity to pick up a god here. 27 seconds on the clock. Hercules gets picked and then locked, and it's legendary. Mogao not wasting any time, and he's been playing Hercules pretty much all year, so not all that surprising considering his just preferences.
I love the legendary skin for Hercules because, I mean, the Longclaw just looks insane in black. You could even say it's dark black.
Moving on, Cupid gets locked in immediately for Funball there. We're just gonna solve that situation they were in before. Shadow Nightmare gonna take Hobble in the mid lane, of course. Spoo gonna be taking Raw in the solo lane. High Rock going to the jungle with Thor. Cupid played by Funball and Emilito on Sobek. So they have a very strong lineup and a very comfortable lineup for Torch right now. Now looking at this, consider the situation that we saw last week where High Rock has a tendency to go tank in the jungle with Thor.
That's right.
They're going to put a lot of pressure onto Cupid, Ra, and Hubwa for that damage output. And it's something that, it didn't work out too well for them in the late stages of the game when they needed that damage from the physical jungler, and it just wasn't there because he had a big physical protection, magical protection build. And, if he's going to go down that same road, I'd like to see him get more aggressive and start forcing fights, absorbing some of that damage, using that tankiness to its full effectiveness. Across the way, we're going to see Apollo, Guan Yu, Agni, Hercules, and Mercury. It's going to be Guan Yu, Apollo in the 2v2 lane, Agni in the mid lane, Hercules in the solo lane, and the major look in the jungle.
Mercury made it both through banning and picking phase last time. I don't think a lot of people are truly used to the new Sonic Boom. Now, if you haven't been following around in the past week or so, his ultimate has been nerfed. It has a small startup time. So a move that used to just apply to whomever you chose now has to be surgically timed, almost similarly to how Ra has to time Searing Pain. It's a lot harder to ensure that you're getting those CC chains off, and it can't be used in short distances to chase because people can walk out of it pretty freely.
The biggest thing about it is, players that play a lot of Mercury are thrown off by it. And you see these small little chains, they don't seem like a lot. You think 0.5 second is a big thing, so we're going to have to deal with that. And all of a sudden, when the 0.5 second gets introduced into it, then you're having a lot of trouble with, landing it. The delay is a little bit too much. We're going to go to a brief break, guys. We're getting to this next match. It's going to be Torch versus Epsilon, getting underway soon. We're going to cut to a brief 3-minute timer on screen, so you get yourself ready, get your popcorn, get your drinks, get ready for this match. You don't want to miss it. This tournament is getting underway. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Inside, look at the lies that follow you when you run and hide. Look at the sky, the sun won't ask, the sun won't ask the world if they can look at the sky, the sun won't ask the world if it can rise. Look at your mind and ask yourself what keeps you trapped inside. Look at the lies that follow you when you run and hide. Look at the sky, the sun won't ask, 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 the sun won't ask the world if it can rise.
Howdy everyone, and welcome back to round 2 of today's EU tournament, the road to the $100,000 tournament. Epsilon up against Torch, starting up right now. Let's cover who's playing what, where they're going for what team. The bottom side of that, the pristine side on the green grass. Epsilon leading into the jungle across the way. At the top here, Deckhest on Agni. He wants to go. Mogal on Hercules right behind him in the jungle, sporting that black loincloth, as DM pointed out earlier. Tetrix on Apollo. We've got Mugiwawa playing Guan Yu, and Minos on Mercury in the jungle across the way. The destroyed side getting ready, trying to grab that Agni. Not going to grab it up there. That initiation was a little bit too soon. Torch is going to be your team for the red side. Funball Rock on Cupid in the jungle. Spoo playing High Rock on Thor, Emilito on Sobek, and of course Shadow Nightmare playing Abois, but they're not done yet.
Check this out. Charge Prick. Goodbye. There's nothing you could do about that one. The Sobek Cupid combination, on top of the fact that High Rock opted for Tectonic Rift to start to get that stun inside of the Solar Blessing. Emilito with the taunt to Deckus. First Blood's going to Epsilon.
It certainly is. Cupid and Sobek going to the jungle here, going across the way, going to try and get some buffs. The camps are now spawning. It seems like they're scrambling to get to the right spot. Look at the Apollo and Guan Yu looking for opportunity to invade here. Agni as well as the Hercules. It looks like Torch is trying to steal away the right side camp, throwing a little bit of I guess a little rod in the wheels here to slow everything down. Spawn's coming up in 1 second. There's the minions spawning up here. Water Cannon comes out. Water Spout is on the ground. Look for that to grab that one there. Hand of the Gods is secured. Left side, Cupid and Sobek got those. So both mid camps went to Torch. Let's look at the graphs. We're going to see a huge spin in Golden Experience. But of course, that was mainly due to the First Blood. And now Sobek and Cupid are go directly in the lane instead of getting blue.
It seems my sides were mixed. I meant to say First Blood does not go to Torch. I'm sorry, Epsilon. It goes to Torch. Level 2 now looking for the pull. He gets it. He does not have the stun available to him. He has it now. He dashes in. He's going for it. Tetrix is low. Tetrix is down.
Bursts down there with the heart bomb. Guan Yu might be following suit. The charge break coming up quite soon. Does he have it? He's looking for it. He grabs it, and that's going to be another kill for Cupid. Funball sitting 3-0 and 0 at the start of the match. I feel like we're watching Smack on Cupid of old here with initiation. He's able to get in here, or Barracuda for that matter. At this point, he is in a beautiful position to take this match. Look at his gold, 2,500 gold individually. He's ahead of Mercury across the way at 1,900. My God, that was beautiful aggression and very well suited, and Epsilon wasn't ready for it.
You got to think that this is Funball's perfect Sunday.
Yeah, it seems like it's starting that way.
3-0 right now, all on that carry roll. I mean, he's already sitting at 1,200. Should he want to go into the Heartseeker, he's almost there. Dev Gloves only 1,000 gold away, and look at this, the duo rotation coming over to the mid camps to allow even more farm to go into Cupid as they give their opponents a chance to breathe here, push back up, and it doesn't even look like they're going to miss anything. We're seeing rotation back over. Funball going towards the left side. He won't miss a single creep here. Mid lane, more pressure coming out. Check this out. Level 4 fights going on here. They're chasing him out. Oh, High Rock misses the Tectonic Rift. Does he have the damage available to him? He's backing off here. The water spout goes off. The shot's gonna miss there. Oh my God. Sickening strike is good.
I saw it in my brain and it came right out there. So being able to clear that one out, and the aggression coming out right now is huge. Thor quite behind, sitting at level 2, just now hitting level 3, the second least farmed on his team, and it looks like he's pretty far behind in the overall scheme of things as well. Missing the Tectonic Rift predict there. Thought he would go right, went left and missed that completely, although they were able to clean up the Mercury. Right side, Hercules going up against the Ra. Solar Blessing on the ground and clears out. The blue buff is now being taken by the Thor. I can get that directly to the Ra as he's heading over there to clean it up right now. Looking at the charts, we're going to see a 1,200 gold lead, 1,300 experience. My God, Torch is on fire right now, and with the aggressions coming out from the 2v2 lane, I really like the participation in the map. Cupid and Sobek, number 1, took the mid camp away from Epsilon, and then we saw the 3 players on the right side from Torch steal away the right camp. So they got both mid camps in the game. Charge praying the left lane. Guan Yu doesn't even have level 5 yet. He can't go into cavalry charge. He's going to back off of the ultimate. It's still going to hit him. Fields of Love goes down. The Flutter to secure it. There goes Funball. Mercury's here, but he's not level 5 either. Neither Guan Yu or Mercury had the ability to use their ultimates right now, and that will be their downfall. Mercury forced to retreat. Hubwa rotates over as well. Torch they're just not giving any breathing room to Epsilon. It's like they don't even want to jungle on their side. They just want to be on the other side.
You know, I love that too because Funball decides I'm going to use the Heart Bomb before Fields of Love. I want the stun on the guaranteed shot, so he gets the Heart Bomb off. Then right as he's exiting Fields of Love, the Heart Bomb explodes, stunning him inside of it, and then allowing Fields of Love to go off for not only the extra damage, but the short Mesmerize, allowing him to get one more basic in-hand attack off before he's able to escape. Mid lane, we're seeing more damage come through as Mugi finally gets pushed back out. 4 members right now trying to rotate. Actually, no, I thought Apollo was going to come in there. He's not going to use his ultimate. Torch just has complete control over the left side of the map. You see right side, Spoo alone in his lane as Hercules is working his way back up right now. But complete control. Torch right now, 1,600 gold ahead, and we're not even at 5 minutes.
Cube is sitting on 2,400 gold in hand right now, and he has yet to go home.
Drive air.
8 mid lane, jumping on top as Mercury trying to grab something. Hubwa looking for a Thor dunk on top. There's the crushing wave, but he gets stunned inside of tower range and looks like he might escape. Does he have a bomb available? He does. Why is he not going for the hit? Ra goes for the snipe, doesn't find it. Sobek is here as well. Charge spray not gonna land. Sickly strike gonna heal him back up as he backs off from that engage there. Hubwa looking for the opportunity, not gonna find it there, unfortunately enough, and they're gonna be able to get a kill on Mercury for free. Torch is unanswered right now. In left lane, Cupid jumped on Heart Bomb. He's 2v1ing them right now. Mugiwara forced to retreat from the power that is Funball's Cupid, out of control. And what's mind-blowing around is he has not returned to the base. He is sitting on Death's Toll Boots 1 and shredding them.
Not to mention, for the second game in a row, we have seen a Hunter stack over 27, now 2,800 gold without going back to the base. This will be a full Dev's Gloves if he looks for Transcendence. Pretty much anything except for Deathbringer is at the tips of his fingers at this point. And to be fair, he's not far off of that either.
Mercury to the right side, gonna start up this blue buff here for the Hercules, and punches are coming out. Boots being completed on Shadow Amber's gonna add a lot of penetration from the mid lane. Left side, Cupid gonna jump and Towel Assault coming out here. Does Apollo have the moves to get close? He's not gonna be able to clear that out, and Cupid's being left to his own devices on the left side of the map, but they just can't get him. I mean, the overall effectiveness that Funball has had going forward. Charge spray, Tectonic Rift on Mercury in the jungle, the right side of the map. There's the water spout, water cannon, hammer comes out, pops his ultimate, gets away in time, and they're not going to be able to get that snipe. Ra was too far away to be able to get the distance, Ogden in the mid lane, but Torch far and away is in control of this match. Shadow Amber again actually rotated on here in the mid lane and harassed as he makes his way back in. Driving strike going to come out, not going to land. High Rock looks for a wall, not going to hit it either. It looks like they're just all going to back off here.
He has the gold for it. No, he opts for the Heartseeker. He did have exactly enough gold to pick up a Deathbringer. The Heartseeker has been finished. Level 1 Tabby as well. Going to leave 400 in the pocket to try to get that Tabby finished up as soon as possible. Topside, Hyrak going for the speed buff. Left mid camp, we're seeing the crushing wave come out. Mugi's getting low. One hit's going to jump onto that horse. Not going to be able to pick that one up, but the damage has already been done. Again, Torch has put Epsilon on their heels and sent out of the fight. And not once have we seen this chart really dip back up in the favor of Epsilon. It has gone starkly down since the very beginning. Now 2,100 gold, 2,500 experience, as once again, Torch looks for an opportunity in the right lane.
Sobek, Charge Price, Searing Pain, not gonna land. Driving Strike hits the CC immune. Sobek, Divine Blessing, Solar on top of it. Does he have it? The tail whip comes out. A few shots is all that's necessary. And Mogao gets taken out there in improper timing on his mitigate wounds, and given the fact he was taking too much damage there, is going to be his downfall. And Emilito is just the free agent of today, running around the entire map. I mean, it's very rare to see the support tank gank the solo lane, but Emilito's over. Look, he's in the enemy jungle stealing their back harpies. Emilito is just running around doing whatever he pleases right now, and he's completely unanswered. Thor on the backside looking for a kill. He's going to steal the... I mean, look at this. Just stealing the movement speed buff. Can Mercury contest this?
He's looking for the Major Look steal. He just gets the hand of the gods. Hyrock will be able to steal that. And so far, we see Hyrock sitting on full boots right now. That's going to give him great rotation potential. He goes over towards the left side. The blue buff they see now is down as both Tetrix and level 7 Mugiwara are stuck underneath their tower as Emilito almost pointlessly begins to pressure, only taking a little bit of damage for his trouble. Topside, this buff's going down. It will be guaranteed by Searing Pain, which opts to also tag Mogao. who tried to rotate in and get a steal. Mid lane, more pressure coming onto Dekis. Torch has just complete control of this game.
They certainly do. Emily took one to the jungle yet again. Mercury isn't even safe, doing his own heartbeats, no less. The invasion is insane. Cupid getting jumped on the left side. Guan Yu trying to find it, but he's level 12 versus the level 7 Guan Yu. The overall weight of this seems to be too much. Guan Yu getting harassed here by the Berserker Barrage. No follow-up from High Rock, although they possibly could have gone in on that with enough damage follow-up. Charge spray in the mid lane. Already going to dash away. Beads get activated. Mercury ultimate being primed here. He's level 7, very underfarmed. His damage output is limited. He doesn't even have the penetration from his Warrior top E. So I think, Epsilon really needs to be more passive and just kind of react and rotate to get those extra little gold numbers they need to get started. Funball getting jumped on the left side. There's the So Beautiful. A few shots, but the minion wave is already in their face. Mercury rotating over, looking for opportunity in the mid lane. Habwa is there. Thor is there. The War Division is insane right now for Torch. Epsilon does have good vision on the left side of the map and also on the solo side. Thor going up in the air looking for something. What is he looking for? He's looking for the Agni. He's going to walk back towards his tier 2 tower. He's going to land down on the damage buff here and make sure that gets secured up. And Berserker Barrage will make sure he steals away that buff. Poor Mercury. I mean, at this point, the start that he had was not optimal. He's so far behind, and he's not really safe in his own jungle.
Right side, more pressure coming through. It finally seems Hercules was able to back Spoo. Stopped him a few times there. Left side, Funball continues the 2v1 pressure. 3 levels ahead of Tetrix, 5 levels ahead of Moogie, and no threat found whatsoever in hand right now. He's sitting on 2K, gonna go back and finish up those boots, possibly grab some actives or a level of chin sides. Dev's gloves are on the field as well. He has the opportunity, actually opts for a full Aussie, going to give him 15 penetration, 30% attack speed, which is going to group up and stack up those stacks for the Fields of Love. Now we're seeing Moogie get pressured here again, forced out to use his ultimate defensively for the 3rd time this game. Moogie cannot be feeling himself right now as Torch again has complete control. It's still 7-0. 3,100 gold, and check out the vision right now. Over on the left side, we only really see the one ward, and it's defending the Gold Fury perfectly. They could even opt to go for this soon, and with the level of a lifesteal and healing that Cupid can bring, he could probably tank it by himself.
Yeah, absolutely. And, he's so in control right now. That Aussie adding in, like you mentioned, the Love Struck stacks are going to start building up, and he's going to have stuns on pretty much everything. That actual lifesteal will benefit him greatly. And now anywhere he goes, whether it be, more penetration, more damage output, everything's going to make things better for him. Heart Bomb coming on the left side. Sobek looking for opportunity. Tetrix going to be safe for the time being. Mogao, a Searing Pain came out there in the mid lane, hitting the AFK mid camp. Stun coming out from the audio. Hercules driving strike, but he's by himself right now. The Rock's going to bounce, but not going to get the double hit. Thor going to miss his ultimate. Looking for the Sonic Boom. Doesn't have the distance. Crushing Wave comes through. Sickening Strike is available. Water Spout, Water Cannon are also off cooldown at this point. Hubwa is out of mana, though. Now into the mid lane. Sobek gets a kill on Hercules. Emilito on fire today. He certainly is bringing the fire to the torch and is burning brightly. Mid lane, 3 players from Epsilon are grouping up, trying to defend their tower desperately. But in the meantime, Apollo is under siege by the level 14 Cupid, shooting out those little arrows, and they are little in size, but certainly not in damage.
The Heartseeker at this point should be very close to, if not already fully stacked. Of course, coupling that with the attack speed, the lifesteal, and the penetration that Aussie will give, and not to mention Aussie's passive, which gives him an insane amount of lifesteal, it's going to be extremely difficult for Tetrix to outbox Funball at this point in the game.
Right side tower will go down here to Ra and Sobek if they stay. I don't know why he's attacking minions. Just hit the tower there. Trying to get those last hits. Tower will end up going down. Now Thor in the mid lane. Guan Yu dashing in. Warrior's Will is on cooldown. The stun's going to miss from the Agni. Thor looking for the Agni. Missing a lot of tectonic rifts today. Unable to get that stun there on the Agni. It's Mercury, Guan Yu, and Agni all back off. Apollo yet again pushed up against his tower while all things are going on across the map. Funball is happy to just sit here and farm out. Thor finding Guan Yu in the jungle. Special Liberty's going to interrupt that. Tower Assault coming through. Does he have a teleport? There goes the Mage Look, but they just don't have the damage. Sobek rotating over as well. I mean, look how free they are to rotate. They're going to dive the backside of the mid tower, going after the Audi. Does he have a dash? Tectonic Rift prevents it, and now he's going to get picked off in the mid lane by the Hubwa. Hercules by himself. Mitigate one's a little bit late yet again. Driving Strike's going to pull him out here, but Emilita, look how aggressive they're being. It's like they're completely free to do whatever they want. Water Spout comes out here. The mid tower is under siege. The left tower might even go down to Cupid as Apollo is already there. Thor teleports out. He's just fine, but nothing is going right for Epsilon right now.
this is one of those games that it's so hard to focus on when you're the team that's behind. Right now, Epsilon probably thinks to themselves, I don't see a way back in this. Cupid is so big. Sobek is basically at this point invincible, and now all of our tier 1s are down. Their only hope at this point is to start stealing objectives, look for the Gold Fury and the Fire Giant opportunities, and try to wipe them. But every time they dive a tower, the communication from Torch has been absolutely flawless, and we've seen that. I mean, right there, they were able to pick up Agni, a character that's normally extremely difficult to kill, underneath his own tower, and with very little effort, it seemed. Did you see this drive? Do you see the tier 2 on the left side right now?
Apollo was there the whole time.
I just don't understand
the whole time
how he's able to do these things.
He can't do anything. The blue buff gets picked up by the So Beautiful. Cupid doesn't really care a whole lot, forcing all the aggression. The tier 2 tower is about to fall on the left side. Cupid's still hanging out. Now, 1,500 gold is what you're going to earn from that tower. Looking at the gold numbers right now, we're going to see 7,500 gold. That is 500 gold in the lead every minute for Torch. The Gold Fury being started up here. Guan Yu's going to spot it out, but no one's in position. Apollo has his ultimate. Mercury has his ultimate as well, but what can they really do? They're forced away. Gold Fury goes down to Sobek's tier 3. Hand of the Gods. Hammer on the Guan Yu. Backswing's going to hit on that one. We do see Thor going for his mystical mark build, trademark there on High Rock. But at this point, I mean, look, they're going to the left side. What can they? I mean, they're in the enemy jungle, and there's nothing that Epsilon can do to stop it. They have to group up and wait for Torch to screw up. Funball taking the tower shots here. The tower's going to go down. He does have his ability to heal himself back up with Share the Love, his 2 activation. And of course, he does have the lifesteal on the Aussie as well. You know, as things start progressing forward, Epsilon needs to start making some, honestly, even risky plays with how far behind they are.
They really do. At this point, if they keep playing this textbook game, they're going to fall way too far behind. I mean, we're only 15 minutes in, and we're seeing a 10K deficit from Torch. That's an insane amount of gold at this point, and that's allowing them to, like we've been talking about, do basically whatever they please. Right now, they're pressuring another tier 2 tower at only 15 minutes, and with very little threat. I mean, forcing Guan Yu out there, who is level 10 right now. Charge Prey in the mid lane's going to miss. He's going to take a few tower shots and a major look for his trouble, but still not really threatened. Even at half health, it seems that Torch has complete control. And look at this, Mugi getting pressured here. Double slow coming out. Tectonic Rift's going to block his path. What do they have to follow up? They're going to force out again the cavalry charge, and he's going to be completely out of this fight. Now, 4 members have grouped up, allowing Cupid to get even more solo farm, who is actually opted to finish an entire Executioner, making himself extremely deadly.
Mercury priming that Sonic Boom, but he just doesn't have the overall damage to be able to jump in here. You see, still sitting on tier 2 Warrior Tabi. Mercury has 3,500 gold, DM. Why is he not buying items? He has 3,500 gold in hand. Right side, Cupid slaughters Apollo. Sonic Boom comes through, especially if you're going to miss the field's level on the ground. There goes the dunk from the Thor. Tectonic Rift, the hammer, the crits coming out. It's too much. Mercury is going to go down. Guan Yu's down in the mid lane. Crushing Wave. Hercules is going to go down as well. He can't even lift the rock over his head before he gets killed off there. And now poor Agni sitting behind his tower, sitting behind his Phoenix, sitting behind the physical wall of his base, in fear as 5 players from Torch come in. A Quadra Stun's going to do nothing to slow them down. They want this Phoenix, and they're going to get it. Phoenix is going to go down. Berserker Barrage. Thor going in here. Does he have the wall? The wall blocks it a little bit. Honestly, just go and get another tower or a Fire Giant. It's not even worth it at this point to waste the time, but they're going to push out. The right side tower is available. We're sitting at 14,000 gold. It's just getting worse and worse.
17 minutes into the game, we see a Phoenix has been removed. All tier 2 towers are now destroyed, and before the 18-minute mark, we're seeing 15,000 gold deficit in favor now of Torch. This is almost 1K per minute, and after 17:45, Epsilon's going to throw in the towel. GG.
Wow. You know, it amazes me. We've seen Woot and Mama. Now, of course, Epsilon, the game you just watched. I mean, they've been around for long enough. They've been playing quite well. Yeah. They've had a lot of practice. In fact, they made it to the later stages of the tournament about a month ago, and certainly were a contender in all tournaments we've seen them play in. This time around, I mean, Torch just took control of every aspect of that. We saw what the sponsorship did. Of course, Torch previously was the Fanboys, and now with this new sponsorship, they're making their sponsors proud by not dying a single time in round 2 of the path to the $100,000 tournament. We see 0-0 and 7 on High Rock with that jungle support score. 6-0-0 is definitely the story to tell here for Cupid, sitting at, you heard it right, 5,600 structure damage from Funball. I mean, with that double kill in the beginning, first off, first blood in the jungle. Then they stole the side camp. They stole the buffs away. They invaded the jungle, shut down the Mercury early so there was no presence coming around to it. You know, the jungler in general is the versatile character that assists when a lane is doing poorly. They shut down Mercury with that first blood, and all of a sudden, he can't help. Everyone's caught out. Done.
You know, I'm baffled how he was able to put out 5,600 structure and 7,700 damage in 18 minutes of playtime, effectively. I mean, that is absolutely bonkers to me. But this is Funball. This is a player that we've seen do very well playing on North American servers as a European player when he was on Reason Gaming. I mean, this is a player that knows this game front and back. He's proving it. And for the second week in a row now, we have seen this Epsilon team, of course, led by Mugiwara, Dekis, Tetrix, Minuus, and Mogao, fight two extremely difficult teams and fall out of this tournament early. And it's such a shame to see such brilliant players get beat the way that they're beaten, especially considering we've seen Mugi and his team do so well in the past. It seems like maybe this new roster is having some growing pains, whereas Torch on the other side, these fanboys, have everything put together solidly.
You know, I mean, that's exactly what it is. I mean, the rotations were there, their synergy was there, everyone was winning their lane, everyone was doing exactly what they needed to do on Torch, and I think they just, they kind of harpooned it. In the beginning, they threw the harpoon in, stuck it into the skin, and when Epsilon was pull it out, it was just yanking and ripping on the way out. It was too hard for them to be able to keep up. Mercury got shut down. Left side Apollo got shut down. Guan Yu got slowed. I mean, you saw them. I mean, it's the small, subtle things that you may not see as a viewer, but you see Cupid hit level 5, immediately initiates because Guan Yu was level 4, Mercury was level 4. It's those small little windows that you recognize and capitalize on that just skyrocket you into a better situation, and this is what's so unfortunate. These two situations I'm about to describe to you are something that all Smite players have experienced at a certain point, especially in League. Number one, if you're a jungler and you fall behind early, it's the worst feeling in the world. It is so difficult to play that role when you're far behind because you can't help anybody, you can't contest your own jungle, they're going to be invading and stealing all your golden experience away, and you're going to be far behind the whole game. Number two, if you're a hunter and you fall behind early, and it gets to the point where the supports start to leave, all of a sudden you're left in a 1v1 in the long lane against a hunter who is very far ahead of you, and it's so hard to play in that role. And both Apollo and Mercury, they just, I mean, credit goes to Torch, I think. Epsilon played the game they were expecting to play, and Torch had something else planned for them entirely.
So checking out the brackets here, from what we see so far, Gimme Yo Sandwich has been able to best You Amaze Me. They'll go on to the third round to face off against the winner of Cloud9 HyperX into Owners by Heart. Down the way, we just saw Torch defeat Epsilon. They're going to move on to face the winners of Agnostic Gaming and Cognitive Forge. On the bottom side of your bracket, Team Solo Mid is currently battling Seven Secrets, the winner of whom will fight the game. And on the final side, we're seeing Team Q and I5 both besting their opponents in the round of 16, and they're going to be going up in our third round matchup, and that'll be coming up next.
It certainly will, guys. Stick around. You're watching the European path to the $100,000 taking place the last weekend of March following the release of SMITE. And this is week 2 as the points are building up, and it's so important that these teams come out to play every single weekend, and we're seeing that today. The teams are putting forth so much effort and just going and showing off how much practice they've put in through the week. Going forward, going to round 3 coming up next. Stick around. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. GG everyone, and welcome back to today's SMITE EU tournament. The path to the $100,000 tournament is underway. This is week 2, and we're going to be watching the round 3 of preliminaries today. We're going to be watching Team Q up against I5, or I, as they would like us to say it. But we're coming right into this matchup here, and it's going to be a great one to watch.
So, Dry Bear,
Me.
I will give you $5 if you are able to say I every single time that we talk about this team today.
Taken. Got it. You're done.
Okay.
Let's do it.
I'm counting on you.
Alrighty. Right into picks here. You're going to see I going up against Team Q, of course, getting ready to go. Proxecute Q
You're
is gonna
already
wrap this
waning.
up with that Freya. Zeus is being picked up. I think Chad's going to cave before I do. Driver, stop. Please, no more. This is not my perfect Sunday anymore.
Oh, Zeus banned out, Freya banned out, and there goes Thor, ever present in these picks. Of course, with the recent changes to the game's mechanics, including the gold spooling and the fact that his moves now end earlier, which means there's more interruptible frames, allowing you to basic attack faster. His cancels have gotten stronger. Thor is a major, major pick, and we've seen him a lot today, and he's going to go the wayside this time. TQ bans him out. One more ban coming out from I5. It's going to be Athena.
Athena gone out there. First pick Sobek is exactly what I'm expecting following the bans there. Smart play with the amount of utility gone. Thor, Freya out there, and Athena out. You're going to grab Sobek first pick easy. That's going to leave a lot on the table still. You got a Mercury. You still have some Wukong. Tyr is also available. A lot of strong picks still on the table. What will they go with here at this point? Across the way, waiting for Adverb and Apocalypse to go into the picking stage. Got 20 seconds left to go. Now going down the of jungle and mid is also great. They're going to have Sun Wukong and Agni. There you go. Good start out, and Sun Wukong is so powerful.
Right. And when we talked about in the previous rounds, the ambiguity he brings as a first to fifth pick, allowing you to either put him in the solo or the support, gives you such counter picking potential. Sobek not really going to be found anywhere besides the duo lane in that support role. We're seeing an on her pickup here, at least a hover coming out from Poeng, and NQ going to auto lock that tier that he's so famous for. Going to throw him into the solo guaranteed.
Oh, man. I mean, NQ is so fantastic with that tier. We've seen him play so well. I mean, some of his plays are just mind-blowing when you watch him play that character. The decision he makes, I mean, he gets down to about 1 HP, cleaves out in guard stance, gets a big kill, turns into a double. I mean, he knows that character through and through, and we're going to see him play it here today. I still has 2 more selections to make here. Sandentry and Falcon are going to select. AMC still hovered on here for Sandentry going to be hovering something. Or 10 seconds left to grab that one up here. The question is what it's going to be. I doubt AMC is going to make it through. Odin going to be hovering on as well. Will this lock? My God.
Yes, going to be able to pick this one up. This is going to be interesting now, just based on what the jungle pick on the counter is going to be over on the left side. Ao Kuang hovered on. I don't know that I love this, given that Odin was just picked up. Of course, Ao Kuang will be forced into either a blink or some type of teleport to be able to get out of that. Otherwise, he will fall victim to the Ring of Spears. On the right side, they still need a jungler. 1 pick remaining for Team Q as well. But I'm really most interested right now to see what their jungler pick is going to be on I5's side to try to really coincide with the Odin pick.
Yeah, Ao Kuang, an interesting pick here. Bastet's actually not bad with the ability to jump in and jump out, and also be able to contest those camps and slow down the jungle coming across the way. If they do decide to put Odin in the jungle over Sun Wukong, or possibly the last pick here, we'll see what they want to go with. They could go with a support, put Sun Wukong in the jungle, Odin in the solo. I mean, they have a lot of options here on Durgi is going to be picking up here the last pick for his team. 30 seconds. Thanatos hovered on. This could be a big pickup for them and a little bit interesting at the same time. Going into the jungle here, they can put Odin in the solo lane and Sun Wukong going together with AMC, although we have seen Odin play a fantastic support in the past.
We have a Thanatos Odin Agni combination that's going to absolutely demolish Ao Kuang. Captain Twig will be forced into most likely Aegis and Bees or Aegis and Blink. Bees not going to really help him out too much if he's stuck inside of that cage, and he needs to make sure he has some type of damage reduction once Thanatos gets up into the air and those spears come raining down. So there's a lot of potential for ganks in the mid lane. Over in the duo lane, of course, on her will be able to jump away quite clearly from Wukong, and then, of course, will have his spear as well to try to shut down The animal transformations, of course, talking about the tiger. Both the boar and the bird are immune to knockups and knockbacks, so I don't expect much coming out from that regard, but still, Anhur has a lot of control and a lot of potential for ganking, especially against a character like Amuzin Cobb, a character who cannot get away from a character like Sobek.
You know, one thing I want to point out here as well is, on Team Q, you have Captain Twig and NQ, as well as Poang from the previous Mortality Esports. Poang, a very good support. Tier on NQ was the combination we've all been talking about. In fact, we talked about it earlier. And I also want to highlight Ao Kwong, played by Captain Twig. Now, these two god player combinations are just absolutely godlike. Captain Twig plays a wonderful Ao Kwong on his best days. We've seen him hit every single Spirits, Tempest, NQ playing tier. I mean, they have a lot of comfortable plays there on Team Q that I'm looking forward to this match overall. A lot of combinations on I, but Team Q definitely has a lot of follow-up as well. Bastet in the jungle proxy has proven that he's pretty much able to play anybody in the jungle. We've seen some questionable ones, and we've seen some very strong gods going to the jungle as well.
Everyone else.
Aphrodite, Isis, definitely going into the jungle as well. So, certainly a lot of possibilities for
I think
both
the
these teams
Isis
here.
was actually Sayo.
Was it Sayo?
I think it was Sayo.
Sayo does love Isis. That would make a lot of
and
sense.
we saw Isis get respect banned last week as a result.
We did. Yes, we did. After he stole Fire Giant, 4 versus 1. Anyways, guys, you're watching Team Q versus I. Coming up next, we have 87 seconds left on the spectator timer. At the top of the screen, we're going to cut to a brief break, 3 minutes on the clock, and we'll see you on the other end. This is going to be the round 3 of preliminaries going underway. We'll see you very soon. everyone, and welcome back to the third round of preliminaries for today's SMITE European Tournament Series. We are on the path currently to the $100,000 tournament, and we are right here in this match. Team Q versus I. Getting underway here on the bottom of the map. The blue team, the pristine side. Let's cover who's playing what and where they're going for what team. We're going to have Team Q, Poang on Sobek in the jungle, playing support in the jungle. Actually, in the role of jungle will be Proxy QQ playing Bastet, NQ playing Tier. That just hurts the tongue a little bit. Real ZX on, or just Real Z there on her, of course, playing that Hunter role. And Captain Twig playing Ao Kwang across the way. The red side of the map, the top side of the map, the destroyed side of the map. Your contenders for today will be Falcon on AMC. Sanitary playing Thanatos in the jungle. Apocalypse on Agni in the mid lane. Durgius playing Odin support. And, of course, Advert playing Sun Wukong solo for Team I.
My favorite ward in the game against the enemy speed buff. You see both Advert and Sanitary standing directly on top of it. Both their builds will be known to the early game. Left side, we're seeing a lot of pressure come out to the mid camps, with Brocklips getting a little bit too aggressive as he puts himself in danger, as there could be a chance for an early kill. Hopefully at this point he will have Path of Flames. Otherwise, he's definitely putting himself in danger. Check out Proxy QQ. He is spotted out by a ward here, but they're not paying attention. He jumps over. He lands the pounce, but he is not going to get the hand of the gods that he was looking for. Nothing added. He jumped over too soon and did not manage to pick up. So that invade will go down the wayside. Top side on the left, we're going to see another aggressive push. We've been seeing teams kind of veer away from this recently, as the invade possibility is intensely high. Right lane going to the lane. We already see the blue buff picked up. Sanitary and Advert are in there. Bottom side, NQ and Proxy are going actually right to lane. They don't want to miss too much experience. But look at San and Advert going right to the blue buff. They're going to spot out that they're not doing it, and it looks like they're going to back off here instead of going for it.
Yeah, it looks like they don't want to go for that blue buff there. Thanatos going to make his way over to the mid side, looking for the Ao Kwang. Scythe going to come out, not going to land. Path of Flames coming out there from the Agni as well. Sobek and the On Her pushing their way up on the left side here, looking for opportunity to get initiation started. Charge Spray will come through there on the Odin. Good big attacks on that one, dropping him low. The Swarm comes out from AMC, trying to get something done, but looks like it's just going to be enough to zone them out for the time being. Real Z and Poang trying to get something out. Left side, Durgius still taking shots on her, not done yet. The amount of harassment is real. Blue buff taken up by Basset and Tier. Juggled up will be Advert on Sun Wukong as he backs off there, but they will be able to secure the blue buff.
NQ does manage to get the blue in the nick of time. He was running very low on Monas. You see him moving up here. Advert gets the hand of the gods thanks to a very aggressive push there. Looks like NQ is going to answer back here. He actually goes into the bird instead of the tiger. Razor Claw's going to miss both teams with errors right there. We'll wash that fight right out. Mid lane rotations coming out. Dual lane has rotated over for Team Q to try to get this mid camp. Mid lane, you see Captain Twig and Proxy rotating with Sanitary and Apocalypse towards the mid camp. Both sets are going to be pressured there. One going to I5 and one going to Team Q.
Tier on the right side, looking for opportunity on that Sun Wukong, dropping out to 300 HP, and NQ is in complete control. Left tower going to take some harassment here as the minions come through. Impale will come around the backside, and On Her will make sure that those minions do not go down to the tower. He's going to lose 3 of them, actually, unfortunately enough. Of course, in Smite, if a tower does damage to a minion, it is worth no gold to any of the gods in the area. So it's unfortunate for them to lose that many minions, but they're going to try and pull it back here. Looking at the gold numbers, we're going to see a dead even and on gold and experience. So this match is yet to really begin. No first blood on either team. They're looking for opportunity to get it, but they're not forcing it right now. Thanatos playing quite passively, actually, just getting his buffs, farming up. Sanitary currently sitting on, it looks like it's going to be 2,400 gold versus Proxy, who's at 2,400 himself. So again, very even across the board. All roles are pretty evenly matched up here. They're going to spot it out with a good ward placement from Sobek, so they know Thanatos is on the way. Thanatos does have hovering death at this point. In fact, the only person in that lane that doesn't have it now, Odin level 5. They have an opportunity here. They have all level 5 there on but Real Z as well as Poang are both going to hit level 5 now and get underway. Bastet's going to find the Thanatos in the jungle here. There goes Razor Claws. There goes the jump. He's going to go up into the air and fly away from this one. Ao Kwang is on his way looking for something, but not going to find it, and that's going to be a possibility for first blood, but Thanatos gets out.
So this is a pretty unique matchup here. Team Q is comprised of members that have seen former sponsorships, who have been on a lot of high-profile teams. Of course, talking about Proxy QQ, NQ, Captain Twig, Poing, Real ZX actually wound up at Gamescom, and there's a lot of potential on this team, and they are very hungry to make it to the 100K. Then we go across the way, and we see this I5 tag, a tag that we've seen a lot with different rosters and different players, but it's with a lot of players that we've seen on a lot of top teams before as well. Apocalypse, Falcon. Strangely enough, we don't see Drada, one of the creators of the team. It looks like he hasn't opted to jump into this week's tournament. But I5 is definitely super hungry. Now, you put up these 5 people who might not have as much spotlight appearance as Team Q has. But taking a look at the graph here, we're very even. 200 gold, 300 experience separates these two teams. And with the insane amount of veteran potential and starlight potential that we see on Team Q, you would expect it to be much higher. But I think that says a lot about the European scene, that even though we don't see a lot of the members on I5 make it very far in a lot of the tournaments, they're still able to put up such a good fight against Team Q. And in this case, they're winning a lot of their engagements. And check it out right here over on the right side. We have a huge invade, but I5 spots it out. Proxies, Razor Claws are already down. He's in a lot of trouble here. He jumps over directly into a path of flames. Goodbye. Hovering Death comes down, able to get the stun, but the Lawbringer, it happens just before the stun goes off, able to get out, but Sanitry's not done yet. He's looking for something. Great power cleave to keep the health up. He dashes through, looking for something else. Hand of the Gods going up. Slow coming out from Death's Sight. Sanitry diving the tower now. He's going to be forced to back off. Advert with no mana remaining. And it looks like the blue buff is on the ground in favor of the blue team, Team Q.
Tier going to try and clear this out here as Sun Wukong goes home. NQ not really at a point where he wants to slow down that retreat. Good escape there, but unfortunately enough, they're going to lose that kill on the Bastet, no less. That invasion was something that they definitely could have grabbed, but I think it was ill-timed and really ill-conceived, considering the fact that they didn't know if they had vision or not and weren't ready to react, given the fact that, if it did happen, if they did have vision, if they did rotate, they weren't ready to deal with it, and Bastet does go down to that huge amount of damage that they were able to deal out. The Death Side is definitely a very scary ability to be staring down the barrel of. Bastet's going to pick up that damage buff. Blue buff now going to be dropped down for Tier when Bastet returns back to the jungle. Right now, we're going to see a 220 gold lead for I, but at this point, Team Q is sitting 400 experience in the lead. There goes a jump in from the Bastet, but not ready to deal with the follow-up that comes out from Sun Wukong. Tier making his way back, but Tier ended up going for Blink and not Teleport, so Bastet is going to have to spend a lot of time covering for him.
So Sanitry goes back to the base there to spend some of that money, only able to get the second level of Tabi. This, of course, will be finished up as soon as he has the money for it, but unfortunately he didn't really have a lot of potential to get stuff done. It was in that very awkward phase where the gold really wasn't allowing him to stay, wasn't allowing him to leave. Actually, we have an ult forced out here from the Somersault Cloud. Captain Twig has been caught as well. Check it out. Spirit Tempest will land on the Sanitry, who is getting dangerously low. But at the same time, second kill of the game is going to go to I5. Third kill of the game is going to go to I5 as well, as they find a pickup onto Poeng Sobek as well over in the left lane.
Big pickups by I right now. We see Odin rotating over to the mid lane. Rotating will be the Thanatos as well. And Bastet is just on tower protection duty right now. Going over the right lane and the mid lane, defending as much as he possibly can. Look at this. Falcon on AMC is actually shutting down Realzy on her on the left side. And, look at it. There's a hive right outside of his tower. He's going to pick this off now. There goes a little bit of the honey to slow this down. But, I mean, the amount of damage that AMC is able to put out right now with the lead that he has, 4,300 gold versus the Honor's 3,800. It's a huge gap.
All the while, they're getting their gold up, they're getting their farm up, but they're not controlling the danger here. Of course, I'm talking about NQ's Tier. He's a level behind Advert right now, but we've never seen that stop him before. I think one of the highest God-to-player win ratios right now, Tier's NQ, or rather, yeah, maybe even in that form, NQ's Tier has such potential for late game. His control is amazing, his sustain is amazing, and his knowledge of character is incredible. And so far, despite the fact that he's been ganked close to 3 times, he has not fallen victim even once yet. As he continues to fight inside of the enemy creeps, healing himself back up to full. With that Guardian Stance power cleave. In the mid lane, we see Proxy getting very aggressive once again to Brocklips, pushing him back as Captain Twig is able to continue his pressure with those tornadoes, getting that wave cleared very quickly, allowing him to stay safe and allowing Proxy to get around the map as fast as he wants.
Santos mid lane flame wave. Does he have this side looked out? It's gonna hit, and Alquan goes down. He hits the ultimate. It might be enough for Bastet. No, she doesn't get the dot off in time, and Thanatos will be able to escape right now. Flies on home with his newly found gold. I gets another kill on the board. 4-0 right now. 8 minutes and 53 seconds. Looking very, very sharp. Tier 2 Mystical Mark now done on NQ, looking to finish that last little bit he'll need. Actually has enough to finish it now. Whenever he decides to go home, he will have that Mystical Mark completed, but Advert has beat him in that aspect, sitting with a Tier 3 Mystical Mark already completed. 4,800 gold versus NQ's 4,900, so NQ is actually ahead of Sun Wukong, but because of that teleport that Advert has picked up, he's able to buy those items more often.
Left lane, we did have a charge prey. Falcon's in trouble here. He just took a lot of damage from 2 very powerful ultimates, and we did not get a rotation over from the I5 support Odin fast enough. So it looks like the first kill for Team Q is going to go down there, and it's going to be on AMC, which is definitely something they wanted to see, considering Falcon had picked up a Heartseeker. They wanted to be able to strip that off, or at least some of those stacks, as fast as possible. But still, check it out. The gold has been spent. The Tabby is finished over on the left side. Real ZX finish up those Devourer's Gloves, sitting on 800 himself, but he's still a little bit behind to be able to finish that Tabby himself.
Scythe, cleave, enough. Alcohol's coming through. It's not going to hit, but Bassett able to clean this up. Does she have enough damage? She doesn't. The bombs come down, and it's not going to get damage. He dunks back down and gets Bastet. Sanitary not wasting any time. Bastet is absolutely humiliated in the mid lane and has to go back to the base and think on what just happened for the next 16 seconds.
So for the third time this game, Sanitary has gone up into the air with less than 100 health, and he's taken 2 Spirit Tempests, he's taken multiple tornadoes. Why isn't he dying? He's now 1-0-3 after that amazing turnaround, and he's still bottom gold on his team. Check this out, 5K, but still level 10. He's able to pressure. He's tied up with Proxy QQ right now, and that is going to allow him to continue his pressure. He was starting to fall a little bit behind in farm, and this is where Thanatos starts to become an absolute monster. Death Scythe is leveled up. We have level 2 now, guaranteed on Hovering Death, and of course, the Silence is going to be level 2 as well. He is hitting very hard. He is extremely dangerous, and he is not someone you want to find in a boxing match.
1-0-3. He's got the damage up, but the CDR is going to be continuing to heal himself up with that Death Scythe activation. Tyr rotating over to the mid lane. Arden's going to spot out Sobek on the left side. I mean, he's surrounded. I mean, what can you really do when that rotation comes out? Other than just kind of sit and just revel in the fact that you're in the lead right now. Thanatos going to go over. Actually not going to spot out the Tyr rotating around. Those are the Death Scythe, but would have been better used on the Tyr here, trying to go after the damage. There goes the Fearless. There goes the Cleave. Look at the damage. Alcohol's going to go through. It's going to stop Thanatos in his tracks. Not flying away this time. Got a death, and he gets picked off. Advert up in the air, sitting on his somersault cloud. He is now revealed. They know which direction he's going. He's going back to the jungle. Proxy, and may behoove him not to chase this one down. Looks like he's not going to. He's going to stay in the mid lane and get some farm up and kind of get caught back up at this point. He's going to start out actually with Devourer's Gloves in the jungle. That extra lifesteal and damage will benefit him in boxing matches, like you mentioned earlier, against Thanatos, but she's going to pop up. That cat call, Obelisk is there, and they're going for a quick Gold Fury. Rotation comes out from did. Actually, Dirge's going to go in here, jumps in. The Gold Fury does end up going to Team Q. There goes the base attacks on the Agni, and they're going to back off, and that one was for free. That shoots him right back up into the blue.
Check that out. 200 gold now in favor of Team Q. Experience difference still favored I5. But the comeback is real. 2-5 right now. Thanks to that Gold Fury, Team Q has put themselves back on the board and back in this game. Great teamwork and great rotation coming out from NQ, and this is a character and player we can't talk enough about. He was able to really put his team in a great position there, and finally, the Spirit's Tempest was able to do enough damage to finally put the nail in the coffin, putting Sanitary on a respawn cooldown, which was enough for them to really push for an advantage, and thank God they took it. The game's even.
Yeah, it's really important to just see how quickly things can turn around there. That Gold Fury made a big difference for Team Q, and now at this point, they're able to start getting some pressure out. Tyr getting jumped on here. Alcohol's coming through. It's going to hit both of them! Sanitary in a lot of trouble. There goes the Cleave. Guardstain's doing work here. Gets the heal up, dashes forward. Arnie's going to get the kill. No! Did he escape? He jumps over the wall. NQ still alive. Advert on his last
Oh.
breath. Tornado lands, and Ao Kwang's last breath will be that of a very, very deadly tornado. And Sun Wukong goes down, and right now Captain Twig is screaming Worth with his 2-for-1 exchange.
You know that Advert's in the respawn right now just going, damn it, so close. He was able to escape with one hit, and then this Hail Mary, like, praise unto the Lord tornado from so far away. That was max range, thrown blindly inside the blue buff, is going to land and activate and ensure that he's able to get out of there. And this is the play that we've come to expect from Captain Twig. Drybear mentioned this in the pregame lobby. This is one of the character god combinations that we're so excited to see. Twig, week after week, has been so able and so ready to show that Ao Kwang is still a relevant character. Now, over on the right side, the blue buff once again has been stolen by Team Q, as NQ and Proxy QQ of namesake were able to rotate in and steal that again away from Advert, and you know that he needed that. Level 13 right now. He's starting to fall a little bit behind compared to NQ.
You know, one thing that is a little scary for Team Q is the fact that Agni is sitting 4-0-1 right now with 3 penetration items completed. Obsidian Shard, Focus Void Stone, as well as the Shoes of the Magi. So now he's doing nearly true damage to anyone he touches, and he is a force to be reckoned with, kind of growing stronger and stronger as time goes on. Ao Kwang also finishing off, but he's about 400 gold away from Agni right now. Ao Kwang has been trading evenly every time he dies. Pathflame's in the mid lane being forced out. Thanatos going to come out. Look for the death side. There goes a little bit of the hit. Does he have it? A huge squall onto Thanatos, avoiding the death side follow-up. Captain Twig hitting his stride right now. We're going to see Dirtius come over to the mid lane and look for an opportunity. He's not going to find it. Tier's going to go against the Sun Wukong, and this is the slap fight of the solo lane, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to get something out, but it's not going to happen as they just dash away from that one. Tier actually getting a little bit of a good exchange, given the fact that that guard stance power cleave heals him up a lot. And now, right now, we have Unher on the left side. The Honey's going to come down. Let's check back in on the Hunters here. We're going to see Unher sitting at 7,400 gold versus AMC 7,700 gold. So still about a 300 gold differential between these two players, but Unher is definitely making strides.
I'm pretty impressed to see this AMC going 1-1 against what should be a counter matchup. Anher's able to control him so well, but it looks like Falcon has been just controlling the lane safely, and you can see, despite the fact that Real ZX doesn't have a death, he still has a slight advantage. 7,800 gold right now as compared to 75, and then we, of course, see level 16 comparatively to level 15, so he's doing a great job with this character. Late game, Anher's more than likely going to be able to do a tad bit more damage in team fights if Team Q is able to control those hives. Of course, every 16 seconds, Falcon can put down a hive, which will increase his movement speed, his attack speed, give him a small amount of health regeneration. He can be a very dangerous god if not controlled.
Oh, absolutely, and something that I think people don't give enough credit for. I mean, you look at AMC, you think, oh, everyone knows he's the worst hunter in the game. Don't play him. Don't go against him. He's not all that great. But, you know, when it comes down to it, regardless of what your opinion is of AMC, he is still, by definition, a hunter. And if he makes it to the late stage of the game, he's going to shred you, and that's what he's there for. Right side, Tyrion jumped on, but he might be in a better situation than he realizes. The cleave comes out. Xanatry dropping low. Does he have enough damage to follow up? The Somersault Cloud coming out. Does he have a death side? Not going to have the distance, and NQ's going to make it out here. I mean, what level of confidence you have to be in to 2v1 a Thanatos Sun Wukong and just kind of look at them as you walk away?
You have to be confident to fight Thanatos by himself.
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
let alone with a Sun Wukong there who has a stun, a knock-up, a 25% heal. And that's what he did. Those were very high health characters going into that fight, and NQ just made short work of both. And you can now see Advert, low mana, is going to try to help out a Brocalypse. Good blink coming out from NQ to stop this pressure. And Captain Twig's going to get some free farm in the mid lane. You see a forced rotation. Sanitry's going to miss part of his jungle here. It's going to give Bastet a chance to rotate in and look for something. The Spirit Tempest is good, and he disappears.
That is beautiful play from Captain Twig, and it takes a well-experienced Ao Kwang player to recognize those situations. He's looking at you, thinks, you know, I'm going to throw out a Squall. If this hits, I have a follow-up. It's going to be some good damage. Thanatos goes down here. The Gold Frame is being forced out. Odin looks like he wants to jump in here. He does have tier 3 Hand of the Gods. Keep in mind, the Hand of the Gods comes down. Looks like it did end up going to I. Stealing that one away here. Checking on the charts. That is confirmed. Sometimes the text does not update properly, but looking at the graphs, you're going to see the gold go right into I's favor, and a big steal coming out from Durgius with that tier 3 Hand of the Gods. That 25% execute is great. They got the Thanatos with a beautiful 1v1 play, but the Gold Fury follows up, and it's going to put it back in their favor.
Well, Team Q answers back. You can see the chart making a nice little U shape as over on the right side, NQ was able to put on enough pressure to take the tower. Mid lane, Captain Twig is stunned. Captain Twig is low. He's still fighting, though. Both him and Proxy are going to be able to get out and check out Poing. He's looking for an opportunity. Does he have the damage? There's the Aegis. Smart play coming out from Brocalypse there, as Poeg's going to be forced to retreat.
Right lane.
NQ has been pressured back to as well. We can see more damage and more pressure coming through.
Oh.
He's in execute range, and it lands. Thanatos earns a kill onto what seemingly was the unkillable NQ, and now he's stuck. He's looking for a way out. He's fighting. He's looking for a lifesteal, but Proxy's able to get it with the pounce, and he's able to pick up another kill for his team.
You know, this is a common problem that you're going to see at all levels of play, and something that every player does. Your first thought is to get out of tower range as fast as possible. When you land the closest area, you just go there. Unfortunately enough, Thanatos goes out the back way instead of taking 1 or 2 tower shots to make a safer escape. Now, granted, he doesn't know where the Bastet is, but he was caught out there without his ultimate, no escape mechanism, nowhere to go. And when Bastet was there, he had to try and fight it out, but didn't have the numbers that he needed to clean that one through. So Bastet going to get a good follow-up. And, you know, when you're a tier player, when you're a bruiser or a tank at all, and you're up against a Thanatos, you always have to have that in the back of your mind. If I fight too long and cross over that Thanatos threshold, I'm going to have to be careful here. And right there, they got it. I was able to force that away. The Thanatos threshold was crossed right now. Thanatos hitting level 14, so it's at least towards the 28 to 32% threshold. A huge difference, actually. I believe it is exactly 32. Big difference there, and something they have to look at going forward.
Captain Twig rotating over, looking for mid-camp opportunity, but he's going to find that they're being killed right as he rotates over, so he's not going to gain much here. Now, level 20, Agni has hit that threshold for maximum damage, just able to really farm up gold at this point. Experience not worth anything for him at this point, so Captain Twig, his farm at this point will worth at least twice as much until he hits that level 20 threshold himself. Of course, now sitting 19 with that full Aegis, looking for as much damage potential as possible. Now check this out, rotating in, he's going to throw the Squall out. He slows, he Spirit Tempest too late, and the slow is negated. Look at the damage coming out. It's Brocalypse's turn to turn this around. Sanitary has gone in so deep and is now being slowed by the Cat's going to activate his 2 for the actual movement speed increase, not to mention the slow immunity to get him away from that Cat call. And now Digirus is going to be moving forward, looking for something in that entire engagement. I'm shocked to say that we did not see a single pickup.
Yeah, strange enough. I mean, a good rotation there. Thanatos ulting early with the Hovering Death, and of course, since the fight hadn't progressed as far as he had hoped it would, there was no one to execute there. Honor getting very low, looking for opportunity. All 5 players coming in the mid lane here, looking for opportunity to take this tower down. They're gonna get it. Backside, Bastet looking to jump in, but had no opportunity. Forced to retreat right now. Speaking of Bastet, DM, she has picked up Sovereignty after the Devourer's gloves. They already have a Sovereignty on their team. Nishish comes out there. There's the on the right side. Santri's going to go down to the Ao Kuang play as well. Captain Twig.
Lazy back.
Absolutely beautiful and good awareness.
He not only was that a lazy back, but given the fact that he didn't notice someone's coming, I think Thanatos was shopping. Not
Sovereignty
okay.
Bastet is where we're going to see
Sovereignty
here.
Bastet. She's looking for a tank opportunity. You can also see Poet going in. Wait, do we have 2 Sovereignties?
Yes.
Are you
Jump again. Squall comes out. There goes the Alcohol Ultimate coming out down on top of it. It's going to burst down some huge numbers. Advert quite low. Dunking down. Tyr gets away, but his team is not in a better situation. They're going after the Captain Twig by himself. There's the slow. The Gugnir's Might should be enough, but he blinks away. The noodle disappears coming out here, and now he's going to charge right down the center. Sun Wukong gets out, but Poeg looking for opportunity, not going to find it. Durgis gets out just in time, and surprisingly enough, Team Q comes out ahead of that one, getting a kill on a Brocalypse and not losing anyone in the process.
So we see 2 Sovereignties coming out here. I don't know if they're looking to be in different parts, like maybe Bastet's just trying to get in deep and protect the frontliners, and then maybe Sobek's going to peel for the carries in the back. What do you think their plan is here?
It'll help the cats. So the aura will go through and try to protect the cats and make sure they live longer. That aura will benefit them. But like you said, generally, I mean, it's guaranteed. You want a sovereignty on every team. That aura is so powerful. The atomization is perfect there. 2 sovereignties is a little bit suspect in most situations. Now, I think the only thing is, like you said, they're maybe looking to be different parts of the team fight so that aura is more widely spread. Now, granted, it does give a huge amount of HP and physical protection. 400 health and 65 physical protection is huge for Bastet, especially given the fact that you have 4 physical damage dealers on the enemy team and 1 magic. So, given the fact that their damage split right now on I is 4 physical, 1 magic, it definitely is more, there's more merit for it. And honestly, I'm not really that upset with the pick here of the second sovereignty. If they spread out enough, not only is the aura going to affect the cats, making them more durable, but also is going to give a good spread over large team fights and also protects Bastet against a lot of the physical damage coming out from the enemy team.
I think they really need to start controlling Captain Twig a little bit more. For a character with not a really strong escape, we actually haven't seen him die too much. 630 is an incredibly potent score for a character with no escapes, especially against a Thanatos.
Jumping out, Alquan ultimate coming through, doesn't have the distance. Agni gets out there, the stun comes out, Poing taking some harassment there. AMC looking for opportunity, the Impale comes out. Does he have initiation? No distance, no ultimates available from Team Q. The Swarm comes out, but we have initiation here on Odin in the mid lane. The Squall's gonna get it, and Odin goes down. Captain Twig is not on a leash right now. Adver trying to get out. Squall might get him. Does he have the distance? No. The minions came out just in time. AMC's going to pick off the Sobek. In the meantime, that Stinger is on the ground. Falcon making some plays right now as the minions are taken out in front of the blue buff. The Gold Fury has respawned. Team Q may actually want to go after this one, considering the fact that they lost Odin, but at the same time, they did lose Sobek. So this would be an open-ended engagement on the Gold Fury without that XQ possibility. And looks like they're just going to back off and let that one go.
Bastet also has a lot of steal potential, being able to jump in so freely, get damage off, jump out. So maybe they don't want to deal with that. Of course, there's Sun Wukong as well, who's able to get in very safely, has a lot of CC. It really is a toss-up, and I don't think either team wants to bet this on the 50-50 right now.
21,000 damage dealt by Ao Kwong. I think you're exactly right. I mean, look at the damage numbers over there on I mean, Agni, AMC, and Sun Wukong all have around the same amount of damage dealt. Across the way, Team Q is being shouldered, putting on top of the shoulders of Captain Twig with that damage output. You see Proxy quite low on her at 4,900. In fact, the same amount of damage dealt on Sobek and on her right now. So a majority of the damage dealt over on Team Q with the lead they have right now is coming from Ao Kwong. If they want to slow down the damage they're receiving on they want to make sure they take out the Ao Kwong or zone him out properly so they don't deal with that amazing amount of burst, considering the fact that he just finished his Rod of Tahuti. Now keep in mind, back to the original subject we had before, I see some people in chat kind of asking the question, sovereignty does not stack. So that was the discussion we were having earlier as the Gold Fury starts being popped there. Zoning out the Sobek, but a little bit early. Now they're free to go in as they please. Tornado's on the ground. Damage output, Impale, Path of Flames. There's the Swarm. The Sun Wukong goes into his animals and forces away with the Ox. Damage down to Falcon, getting low. Desert Fury coming out. Kwong also coming through. It's going to hit the decoy and the Agni, so no harm, no foul. Odin goes down. Sun Wukong dunks in, but he meets a bunch of golden cats, which he promptly stuns. Looking for Amps on the left side. Thantos low. Honestly, they could dive this tower right now, and they're going to Alquam! He teleports into tower, going for the tornado. He's gonna get the kill. Polynama Kwong getting the Sun Wukong, and AMC Odin, Sun Wukong all dead. Sanitary at critical HP, forced home. Brockwood's in the same situation. Are they gonna go mid lane or just get this Gold Fury? Where are they going? Fire Giant?
They might be. This was a critical team fight. They not only took out a huge damage dealer in Falcon, but they took away the level 3 Hand of the Gods from Dirgius. One day. Now they have potential to get in here. You see Sanitary has rotated in. Do they have the potential here? Death Scythe goes off. It doesn't really have the AoE potential, but Brockalypse does. Check it out. Poing super low. Does manage to pick it up before he goes down there, but a 2-for-2 exchange winds up maybe not in the favor of the red team, but at least some damage was done there. Dirgius has rotated back in, but it's too little, too late as the rest of the team is able to escape. I5 now on the back end. are 4,500 down, and now the Gold Fury actually is still available. It's already being taken. Check out Real ZX. Doesn't even need to help.
I got this.
It's 1,500 gold, guys. Don't worry about this one.
I got this. Don't worry.
This is on me.
How is it possible that they're not attacking Alquan? 27,000 damage dealt. On her has done 7,100 damage to players. That is less than Thanatos, less than everyone except for Sobek and Odin. He is getting the lowest damage dealer in the game, excluding the tanks. You look at the same situation, 10k on Proxy, not dealing a lot of numbers either. It's all coming from the 11 and 3 Alquang, and you see them diving on her. They're diving onto Bastet. They're picking off the Sobek, and they're putting too much pressure onto NQ, who is just tanking that damage up quite confidently. Left side, Captain Twig diving the tower. He's going to be the beast water here, and Falcon goes back towards his tier 2 tower in fear of the Noodle pushing its way up. Advert looking opportunity. The Squall's going to come out, but not going to land. They're rotating back over. We're going to see Proxy just building Witchstone, Sovereignty, Void Blade, and he's just building up against that huge amount of physical damage in the enemy team.
I guess he's just trying to sustain through the boxing matches and through all the potential that NQ's going to... Oh, well, check this out. Captain Twig, was that 75% of his health? What is he going to look for? He's actually just looking to escape. There's nowhere for him to go. Team Q has I-5 on the defensive, and there's not much they can do to pressure back. Already Thanatos has gone. There's nowhere for him to go. Lawbringer into the back. The stun coming out from Fist of the Gods. Goodbye, AMC. And now they're just trying to pressure into this tier 1. 1,000 gold added to the coffers as Sanitary by his lonesome is going to try to defend a tier 2 against 5 very strong characters in Team Q.
We talked about this in the picking stage. The fact that, everyone's saying, oh, NQ on tier, that's amazing. And, we pointed out that Captain Twig on Alquang is something that's also very, very scary. And we're going to see that 12, 3, and 3. We see him playing so comfortably. He's diving towers but not getting picked off. His positioning is proper. His engagement is proper. His damage output is mind-boggling. And right now, he's sitting in a perfect spot. He's got the rod done. He's going for the penetration. Everything's going to start hurting more and more and more when you're on the receiving end of I. And you see Captain Twig. Agni pops each damage. Captain Twig walks over, puts a tornado on the ground, applies the damage over time effect while he's in Aegis, and turns around. Cool Noodles don't look at their tornadoes. He just walked away from that one, completely comfortable that the kill would be secured, and that is the level that Captain Twig is playing at right now. Squall comes out. The blink goes into the Ox, and he jumps in there immediately. There's the fear. Oh, he gets pushed out by the Impale, but they might be able to pick it up. No.
Oh.
A misplay by Honor allows Adford to get up onto his cloud. Stun from the Agni. One more bomb comes down. Basset jumps away from that damage. Sobek Ultimate lurking in the waters and lurking into the ground now. He's already dead. NQ jumps in. That Magi's Blessing keeps Thanatos safe. He goes up in the air. Does he look for a dunk? Is he coming back down? Hovering death. He's hovering right now. Does he have it? Looking for something. He's going to hit Captain Twig by himself inside of the spears. And the Noodle has been cooked, ladies and gentlemen. And it was Al Dente. He gets picked out there 12-4, still alive. He is definitely in charge, but they get a little shining ray of hope.
This is what we should have seen throughout the entire game. Lock the dragon in, use the Thanatos ult, stun him down, CC him, and get him dead. Finally, they find a pickup on the Captain Twig. He was 6-3 the last time we checked in, now sitting 12-4, gained 6 kills for the 1 death, and he's sitting pretty right now, 35,000 player damage plus. But honestly, the question is, do you really know what Al Dente means?
He wasn't really cooked that hard. He was a little bit rough, a little bit crunchy. He took out the Noodle pretty well. Dude rotating over the right side of the map is going to try and get something done. Your Summon Call is going to dash out there. One strange itemization I want to point out as well is the fact that Apocalypse has elected to not finish the Rod and go directly into Bancroft's 2, strangely enough. So that passive for the Rod is really the only reason you're buying it in the first place. Tier 2 does provide 75 magical power and 10 MP5 for a steep price. And he's electing to go for this Bancroft. Maybe he needs a little bit of life still to keep himself alive. And maybe he's looking to get his HP down to a level where he can do more damage.
He just finished the he just went back and finished the Bancrofts. And he had the gold for Rod. This is strange. It's a very strange itemization. We're also seeing a rather unique pickup of Soul Eater, an item that has fallen greatly out of favor since the introduction to Aussie, and since, I guess, Chin's Blades got stronger. course, going into the Chin size. They did, however, lose the lifesteal in the most recent patch, so maybe that's one of the reasonings for him picking up the Soul Eater, trying to help out, of course, the damage for Dirgius as well as Advert and Sanitary. This is a 4 physical team trying to rely. Rocklips getting some damage off there. You see Captain Twigs getting stuck down below half, but he does take some damage himself as he goes into that tornado. Captain Twig going to teleport back in. They do have a defensive ward at the Gold Fury at this point. Actually, he does not have teleport. He is just back at the base. This is their chance to really get some pressure. You can see them moving in here. Sanitary chasing down Proxy, but Proxy super tanky. 1 bleed. Check out Sanitary's health already.
Dropping quite low there. Edvard's going to head on home. Of course, he does have teleport, so he can make his way back over. The Noodle has rejoined the fight right now. NQ and Poeng as well as Proxy, the 3-man hit squad looking for something. There goes the Ninetales, not going to land. They're going to go over to the Fire Giant and start it. The teleport could come out from Sun Wukong. Where is it going to come from? Looking at all the wards here. Does he make it over in time? It's going to be the backside there. Tyr might hit it. He doesn't get it in time, unfortunately enough, but Agni in a lot of trouble. Dashes away. The Fire Giant fight is still going on. Tyr looking for the audience. Too far away to help his team. Tornadoes on the ground. I has actually picked up the Fire Giant. Honor's going to get advantage of the backside. You see Odin jumping in here, looking for opportunity. Desert Fury coming through. The spears are doing massive damage. Alco Ultimate going to be a complete whiff, and now there's no damage on the back end. Bastet gets that decoy and shows that decoy who's boss right now. Jumping on top of AMC. Tyr on his own job right now, doing his own thing. Gets the AMC. Agni forced back. Advert gets out. Ninetales slows him down, but Proxy may be in trouble. There goes the Gunners by the Flame Whip comes out. Gets the stun. Sobek gets picked off by the burst damage, and now Dirgy is tanking up for his team. Sobek goes down. Bastet goes down. Honor goes down. The double juggle, but it's not enough. He has nothing left to provide. NQ's gonna fall here. A big rotation for I. They get the Fire Giant and a 4-for-2 exchange.
I can't believe that you have stuck with the I.
I am stubborn and committed.
So there is a Phoenix down on the left side, but undeterred, they were able to pick up the Fire Giant and 4 kills, but they do have this level of defense that they need to pressure now on the left side. Given that, I5 still has the ability to take this game back. They're 7,500, or rather 7,800 gold down right now, but with the added damage given to them by the Fire Giant buff, be it only on 3 people, they should be able to contest remaining points of contention, if not pressure enough to get their own. They should be, at this point, looking towards the Gold Fury, trying to shrink that lead a little bit. And then, of course, the left side still has a Tier 1 tower, a free 1,000 gold, and, of course, debuff to the Minotaur, or rather, the Titan, the Order Titan, which is beautiful, by the way. They have all of these points of contention, and they need to take them. You see, we're going to get it started here. Odin has begun his pressure. Honey is down. Look at the attack speed coming out from Falcon, and 512 just littered all over my screen. Those crits, and that will be a free 1,500 gold as we see a grouping of Team Q over on the right side.
You know, I got to give criticism to NQ in that last engagement there. He chased down Sun Wukong and Agni. Sun Wukong abandoned the fight and went to join his team. Agni forced out, and instead of Tyr, coming back to help his team at Fire Giant, he followed Agni to wit's end all the way through the jungle, was unable to get the kill, and all of a sudden he's too far away to assist with his team. By the time he comes back, Fire Giant was stolen away. His teammates were low HP and starting to fall down. Sun Wukong escapes, and it's just, if NQ had been there in the engagement, that Fire Giant would have been a very, very different story. And you saw him still at the end there, making his way towards the end of the team fight and finally falling down. They need to have a little bit more togetherness with this next engagement. Now, looking at the charts here, 5,900 gold and 9,000 experience still in favor of Team Q, but the experience is irrelevant right now. The support tanks are falling behind. Poeng actually a little bit closer to 20 than Dirgius is right now, but not really on their minds. The gold is what matters right now, and Team Q definitely still has the lead. The Fire Giant buff is going to last another minute, so they probably want to wait until that falls off in 53 seconds here before they want to engage, just to make sure that extra damage and regeneration is not there.
I don't like this split push coming up from Thanatos. His health is low here. If they get a rotation, he could be in trouble. Over on the right side, they realize what's going on, and it has begun. Spirit's Tempest not going to get too much damage off there as Captain Twig doesn't manage to land it. Poeng super deep right now is going to be forced to charge prey out. Advert up on the somersault cloud trying to heal himself up here. This is a 4v5 engagement so far in favor of I5 as they did manage to take that tower. backing right now. Sanitary looks like he's going to be going back, trying to just get himself in order to get into this. Actually, he's going to continue his pressure as he pushes forward on the left side. Still no rotation. Fire Giant coming up in less than 2 minutes. Actually, we're down to almost a minute. That Fire Giant buff is going to fall off as you see Ward starting to come out. Still no rotation coming out. Sanitary is looking to add another 1,500 gold to shrink this lead, but Proxy is not going to let it happen for free. He's rotating in. The last creep trying to defend. He just used the death sight. He needs it. Hovering death into the air. He looks like he's going to be able to escape from this one, but unfortunately will not have that available for the Fire Giant fight looming in the next 40 seconds.
That's exactly right. It's come up probably about 20 seconds into the fight itself, so hopefully it doesn't start too soon for Thanatos there. Now that's a play that's risky. I goes for the Hail Mary there, and the situation happens, like you mentioned, if Thanatos is split pushing and they go for the fight and Thanatos isn't there, it's possible they lose the team fight, they lose the following Fire Giant, they lose a tier 2 tower, possibly a Phoenix, but because nothing resulted of the right side fight, Thanatos' push was successful, and that's the nature of these games. It's all about, if this happens, then it's good. If not, it's bad. You have to make sure you make those decisions properly, and Thanatos is going to benefit almost luckily, given the fact that Team Q didn't commit as hard as they could have to that engagement, but they also had the Fire Giant buff. Thanatos, of course, was communicating with his team. For those of you who don't know, the Fire Giant buff lasts a minute less than the respawn time, so if you're watching the buff fall off, the second it falls off, 1 minute left till the Fire Giant comes back up, and of course that is going to be what they were looking to hold on to. Bastet looking for Agni. Brockless very low. Each time it gets popped, but this could be his death. The Cats guarantee it. And Brockless goes down on the eve of the Fire Giant. Poang starting something up here in the jungle, making this fight club happen. Obelisk on the ground, on her looking for the hit. Sturgis body blocking. Crit after crit after crit. Sun Wukong up on his cloud. Bastet in the back, jumping away. Thanos looking for the dunk. He's gonna get it after the repounce, and that's a huge play. But look at the Spirits, Tempest, Thanatos solo. The bees are coming out. Effort looking for something, but will he after go after this? Dirge is getting low, forced away. The honey on the ground. The tornado didn't land, but the charge prey brings him right back to Captain Twig. AMC gets a crit in the swarm. The swarm through the players gets the kill there. Falcon is gonna try to get away, but he just cannot. It turns out to be a 4-for-2 in favor of Team Q, and they're licking their wounds and going back to the base, but they definitely came out ahead.
Well, 4-for-2 right now is going to give them a chance to contest, even push for the Fire Giant buffs, so they wish. You see in the mid lane, Real ZX is continuing to try to push the mid lane rotation coming out from Advert to ensure that that doesn't go down right away. We see Real going for the red buff. This is a greedy play here, but he does manage to get it. He's stunned out, not really going to amount to much. Jumps right over the wall to safety. He's going to rotate over towards the right side. The sprint has been activated, and we do not have a level 3 Hand of the Gods available right now for I5. This one should go to Team Q for very little cost.
Pushing it down here, Sun Wukong and Agni are on their way, checking on the vision. They don't have vision as Fire Giant at all, but they have an inkling in their brain that it is happening. Getting quite low here. There goes the crits. Tyr going to try and zone this out, making the Agni get away. He does have 3 bombs available. Are they going for it? Is it going to happen? The bombs could come down pretty soon. You're looking for the Hand of the Gods. Poang's going to get it, and now Advert trying to get out here with that Somersault Cloud. Agni does have a dash available. Does he use it just in time? Actually, he's about to come off cooldown. There goes the dash. It doesn't hit the Obelisk, but Thanatos is up in the air looking for the dunk. Does he find it? Missing the Tyr. Death Scythe comes out there. The bombs! Proxy taking huge damage right now. Forced to pounce away. Charge Spray is not effective if you have a Magi's Blessing there. And they're going to get away from this one scot-free. Checking out on who has the buff and who doesn't. It seems that Ao Kuang and Sobek, actually just Ao Kuang didn't spawn in time to pick that one up. We're going to see the buff on Tyr. We're going to see the buff on Bastet. We're going to see the buff on Honor, and Sobek has it as well. So 4 of the 5 members on Team Q have that fire damage buff. Honestly, you'd like to see it on Ao Kuang, but stealing away from the enemy is also a huge win.
With that build, I'm sure he's not too worried about it. Spear is done. Obsidian Shard, of course. Shoots of the Magi, all for penetration, as well as Focused Voidstone. Has that Polynomicon as well. And then, of course, the ever-present Rod of Tahuti for the extra bonus 25% added to magical power. So he is super threatening right now. And we can see that. Look at the damage just on the Tornado. Goodbye, Advert. There's nowhere for him to go at this point. Poang actually able to pick up the kill. Top side of Brocalypse, super low. Sanitary in the air looking for something. Dives down a little bit too late. Falcon is in there, and he's trying to get damage done himself, but he's already pressured out by Real ZX. And now 3 members, actually 2 members, are trying to defend this. Sanitary is just nowhere to be found as he retreats. A free tier 2 getting picked up there, and nobody dead on Team Q as they pressure into this Phoenix.
The shield is activated. The obelisk is on the ground. Swarm coming out here. This is going to be a slow start. Impale. Burst damage coming out. Tier jumps in. Finds Sanitary. Very low. Alcohol's looking through, but the crit from Honor is going to be a 1,700 damage. Oh my god. Captain Twig being upgraded here. A 3-for-0 exchange. All players are down. This is going to be the game. The Titan of Chaos is wreaking havoc. But what can he do when he's staring down a strong Team Q here? I has been removed, and thankfully enough for me, I could stop saying it that way as we're going into the stats here to see exactly what happened.
You know, the chat also said that you only called them 4 eyes at one point, so we're going to check the VOD on that.
Oh, okay, all right. All right, I see.
29-18, despite very early game advantage, I has fallen here to Team Q, and what a game it was for Captain Twig. Sitting at 1.6-3, has upgraded to 14, 5 and 10, 51,000 damage. You know, in the back of the mind, he sees 3 people lined up at that Phoenix and just lets it fly. 2 people rotate out and then rotate right back in for the sign of infinite damage. Captain Twig calls GG.
You know, what else can you really say? 14, 5, and 10. The damage numbers were
Kwong.
out of this world for Kwong. And, you know, his ultimates were great. And we called in the picking stage. You're thinking, oh, tears on NQ. GG. But we're not really giving enough credit to Captain Twig playing Kwong. We've seen him play this time and time again, and he knows his character down to the very bones, if he even has bones. And that's the best play we expect from him coming out here. Look at the damage taken and mitigated from Bastet. I want to try and highlight this here. 31,000 damage taken and 26,000 mitigated, although Proxy put a lot of effort into protections here with not a whole lot of output here. But it did seem to work out with the aggression he was pulling through, but at the same time, every time Bastet got caught out, especially against Agni, I think he put too much effort into the defenses, and then Agni was able to shred Bastet so easily. But the damage numbers were in his favor. 21,000 damage dealt, a beautiful play overall, and I think it really goes to show, you know, that if you're playing well enough, if you're coordinated enough, you can pull anything off here. Look at the structured damage coming out here. Kwong has the most structured damage in the game, the most damage in the game, the highest GPM in the game, the amount of gold in the game. Captain Twig came out to play today, and no one can question his prowess.
So, guys, we're going to take a look at the bracket here. We're still in the rounds of 8 right now. Of course, that was Team Q versus I5 on the very bottom matchup of your bracket. They're going to move into semifinals, where they'll be fighting the winner of Team Solo Mid versus The Game. Over on the top side, the Torch currently is fighting off against Cognitive Forge. Winner of that is going to go up into the semifinals against Cloud9 HyperX or Gimme Yo Sandwich. We're going to be checking in with the admins briefly, finding out who our next matchup will be, and then, of course, we'll be right back with the first game of semifinals.
That's absolutely right, guys. Stick around. We'll be right back.
sexy beast. You sexy beast. You sexy beast. You sexy beast. You sexy beast.
Welcome back, everybody. We are experiencing a little bit of issues getting the players in the match for the next one. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get caught up on where we stand with the $100,000 tournament. Currently, the way the points are spread out, you get 100 for first place, 60 for second place, 40 for third place, 25 for fourth, and then 10 on the bottom split. The points as they stand before this weekend, for Europe at least, Cloud9 HyperXing at 100 points, 60 on TSM, Team Q has 40, the Fanboys, now of course Torch has proven to earn 25 points, and then II has 10, Druids has 10, The Game has 10, and Cognitive Forge also have 10.
Of course, at the end of these 8 weeks, the teams with the highest cumulative points will earn an invitation to Atlanta, Georgia for the release tournament for SMITE. Of course, that prize pool will be at least $100,000. On the left side of your screen, you can see how each side is going to work. North America and Europe working their way down week after week, trying to earn themselves a ticket 1 month later to get to Atlanta to compete in what could be the most coveted tournament in SMITE's history.
You know, I think it will be. I mean, we've had so many big tournaments. We had at PAX East, we had the $10,000 Invitational there at PAX Prime. We've had so many big tournaments across the way. Of course, Gamescom was huge. So many plays available there. But, you know, I think this really coalesces into just everything SMITE has been building up to. We have that $100,000 tournament. And this was announced a long time ago. This is something that we knew was coming. We just had no details about it and why it was going to be happening. All throughout 2013, we saw the rise and fall of dozens of teams coming up, falling apart, teams losing players, players joining the scene, players leaving the scene. Everything has been changed, and I think with the fact that this $100,000 tournament was announced and the seeding points are where you're going to get your invitation, and this is going to be something that's, you know, the combination of EU and NA, the entire world coming together to compete. The teams have started to straighten up. They're looking forward at their goal, at the bright future that we have coming, and I think everyone's really excited to see how the weeks progress, how the things change when new gods come out, the auto bans go through, and everything becoming so very different for SMITE.
So taking a look at the bracket, you can see the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket. This will be a double elimination tournament, and you know, a lot of people always look forward to grand finals. Grand finals is, you know, where the two best teams wind up fighting in the end. But I am such a sucker for lower bracket or losers finals. That's going to be match M, and it will be the first match of Sunday. The reason I like this matchup because it is the last ditch effort. This is the end effort to get to that 100K chance. Both teams have already lost once. They're on their last limbs. Everyone's exhausted. The people in winner's bracket, of course, are going to go in with an advantage. They're going to come in with morale high. So the people fighting in M bracket are always so hungry. And I think that is actually the matchup I'm going to be looking forward to the most.
Yeah, losers brackets is always it's so fascinating to watch, and you're exactly right. And it also paves the way for more of a Cinderella story type thing. If you find out that they went to losers bracket, they play anywhere from 3 to 8 more games, depending on the kind of game you're playing, whether it's RTS, FPS, whatever. If they play a ton more games, win them all, fight their way through the nitty gritty losers bracket, and win the tournament, it's just that big story that you're love to hear about. So we're gonna go ahead and hop into the next match pretty soon here. We just want to catch you guys up on how things are working for the $100,000 tournament, and we're very excited for the results to be coming through. I mean, these weeks are getting more and more competitive. Last week we saw a 2-0 victory of C9 Cloud9 HyperX up against Team Solo Mid in a wonderful series down to the nail. And even, I mean, we're not even in the semifinals yet, and the competition coming out is so fierce. And I, for one, am personally very excited about the continuation of today's tournament and also next week. I mean, there's so many things to be excited about.
We're going to be cutting to a quick break here, checking in with the admins, and we hopefully will be back very quickly with the first game of the semifinals, which will either be, it looks like we're still waiting on Torch and Cognitive Forge. They will be going up against Cloud9 HyperX. On the lower side, Team Q will be fighting against Team Solo Mid.
That's exactly right. We're going to figure out what we're watching. Looks like we're going to be watching TSM versus Team Q coming up next, guys. Cut to a very brief break, and we'll get underway with the semifinal round starting up very soon. And this is the first time we watched TSM today. Everyone's excited. Everyone's hyped up. Everyone wants to see Team Solo Mid come out strong. They lost last week, second place, and they are hungry for revenge. They're coming down top side. You're going to see Cloud9 HyperX waiting for their contenders, but we're going to go ahead and hop over to the TSM game coming up next. Stick around.
You sexy beast. You sexy beast. You sexy beast.
everyone, and welcome back to today's first semifinal round. We're watching Team Solo Mid going up against Team Q in this best-of-1 single elimination. You know TSM's looking to make it to the grand finals and take first place this week as they lost it out last week to Cloud9 HyperX. They're going into the picks and bans here. You can see it's already underway. Game Hunter has an opportunity to ban something out, and he's going to get rid of Freya here, surprisingly enough, and over to Proxy QQ on Team Q, looking to get a good picking stage for his team.
Starts off with Zeus. You know how I feel about this. They need to take out Agni. Also, Game Hunter has that incredibly potent Apollo solo. He has made that super famous. We see that a ton in ranked now, a ton in casual. People all over the world trying to emulate what Game Hunter has probably perfected. And I definitely want to see him bring out the big guns because he's going up against NQ. But there goes the tier. It has been banned out. They don't want to see it. NQ's on blast right now.
It's going to go away this time around, and for good reason. It also still leaves Ao Kuang on the table here to see what they want to go with. Now, Game Hunter's Apollo in the solo lane is well known. They're going to start with Sun Wukong, a very modest start here. Sun Wukong can support, he can solo, he can jungle, and do anything in between. He's a very strong character. In response, they're going to go for Honor and Thor. RealZ loves his Honor. I think they just want to lock that in early so they have that strong Hunter play. RealZ, comparatively a much smaller god pool than some of the other Hunters, so maybe they want to just lock it in, make sure that's secured, not worry about it going forward. But Thor, they locked in as well.
I was more thinking, don't ever, by the grace of God, let Young Bae have it. Every time he has picked that character, there has been dominance. And when he's been taken away, Young Bae has had maybe a little bit of trouble. Maybe not because Anher is so strong, but maybe because his decision-making with the character is so fantastic. But I know Young Bae's been hard at work this week, especially after getting that chance to pick up that TSM tag. I'm expecting a lot from him. And I'm also always expecting a lot from Lobster, who is primed right now to pick up Agni.
That's exactly right. Guan Yu going to be hovered on here, and we've seen before Guan Yu and Honor, played by Trickstank and Young Bae, getting first blood every game they played last week. So that's not going to be lined up again. We're going for Neith and Guan Yu this time around. Neith still a very, very strong character. We'll see if they are able to pull that out. And I think really the key play for them was that Guan Yu. They rush in the jungle, they get level 2, Tau Assault lowers the protections, and they're going to be able to get that kill out starting out. That's their goal. We'll see if they can accomplish it. Across the way, Ao Kuang makes it back on to Team Q here. Captain Twig dropping those numbers. You got to be careful of it. And Mir selected as well, and you got to think this is going to be the support, and they're going to go ahead and pick up a good. So it's going to be Agni in response to Lobster. And we know Captain Twig can also play Agni, so good play.
It's funny because both Captain Twig and Lobster both have incredibly potent Agnis and incredibly potent Ao Kuangs. We actually might see an Ao Kuang pick here, but Zhang Kui is still on the table. A character we probably haven't seen too much of today. We see him a lot in North America. He's banned out. He's picked out almost every round. Kronos being hovered on, a character we don't see a lot. The Lord of Time, a character I don't think we've seen in true competitive play in months. And there is the Zhang Kui pick as well, which means this is either going to be Kronos or Guan Yu jungle. More than likely, we'll see Guan Yu go into the jungle here. But it's hard to say. That's a very ambiguous lineup they have.
It is. It certainly is. They have a lot of versatility there. Kronos can go in a lot of lanes. Zhang Kui can go in a lot of lanes. Guan Yu can go anywhere he wants. Sun Wukong can go in a lot of lanes. And, I think the only thing guaranteed is that Neith. But they do have Game Hunter, so we'll see how that works out. Young Bae goes onto Neith. The last pick across the way is going to be Ra, and NQ's going to pick that up. NQ actually does play a very strong Ra. Game Hunter going for solo Kronos. Looks like Cubo Fred going to the jungle with Guan Yu. It's a Sun Wukong support, supporting Neith in the long lane, and then Zhang Kui in the mid lane, played by Lobster across the way. Captain Twig's taking Agni in the mid lane, NQ taking Ra into the solo lane. Poang on support with Emir, and on her going to be his partner in crime there. On her, Emir, a very strong lineup, able to get some good stuns, impales to walls, obelisks, all kinds of good stuff. And of course, Proxy QQ in the jungle with Thor, which after his post-hit animations were greatly reduced, the need for canceling is also reduced, and he's a much faster character overall.
So now It's looking like a very mid-game heavy team on both sides. Kronos excels well in the mid-game. Zhang Kui excels well in the mid-game. Guan Yu becomes incredibly potent at level 10. Sun Wukong, always very strong, but will be able to clear very quickly once he becomes level 10, even if he's playing in the support role. And then, of course, Neith wants to get those Spirit Arrows maxed as soon as possible. Over on the right side, again, Thor gets very potent when Berserker Barrage is finished. Ymir has an incredibly potent early game, so they're going to be relying a lot on him. Ra, of course, will become much stronger once Celestial Beam has maxed out, or Solar Blessing, and then he has access to level 2 Searing Pain. Agni, always very scary. Once he hits level 5 and has that potential, it's just a character you don't want to be around. Then, of course, on her, with that early penetration coming out from his passive, can be extremely deadly.
You know, Agni has had such an amazing history in SMITE. When SMITE was in early closed beta, he was far and away the best mid in the game. That Path of Flames level 1 destroys the wave instantly, and he was incredibly difficult to deal with. With the introduction of Focus, reducing his stun down to 0.5 seconds, he got slaughtered on that one. That was probably the only point in SMITE history where Agni was weak, and since then he has been every single meta shift. He's been there. His game state transitions are perfect. He's always relevant, and he's a strong character, and he's going to go to Team 2 this time around. Instead of the Ao Kuang pick, we're going to go for Zhang Kui there on TSM, and we'll see how that matchup goes. And Kronos is also a big point to focus on here for TSM, especially because Kronos is a character who, his early game tends to be a lot weaker than other characters. He has to stack the wave properly to get a good time rift on it. The time stop can be hit or miss. The basic attacks are a little bit weak, but as we know, with the scaling potential from his passive going into late game, Kronos is a wrecking force. But TSM versus Team Q will be underway in just a few moments here. We're going to cut to a brief 3-minute timer on the screen to get yourself ready for this start. Get ready, because TSM is out for blood. They want to make it to Grand Finals. They want to earn their spot. They want to prove that they're the team to watch. But Team Q in the last match, they're certainly not going to go out with a fight, and they're a very strong team. They dropped everything that I5 was able to dish out and did it confidently. So this is going to be a wonderful match to start, but we're only in the first semifinal round of the day. Things are looking up. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hey, everyone, and welcome back to Team Solo Mid up against Team Q in the best of one single elimination semifinal round. Let's cover who's playing what, where they're going for what team. TSM, Team Solo Mid, the bottom side of the map, the green grass pristine. You've got Young Bae hopping around in the jungle on Neith playing the hunter role. Trix Tank on Sun Wukong playing support. Cubo Fred, he's in the jungle. He's playing Guan Yu. Lobster in the mid lane with Zhang Kui, and of course last but not least for TSM, Game Hunter playing Kronos in his golden attire in the solo lane. Across the way, the red team that destroyed side, Team Q, the team you just watched that earned their victory and moved on to the semifinal round. Poang's going to be on Amir playing support. Proxy QQ in the jungle with Thor and Q on Raw in the solo lane. Captain Twig playing Augie in the mid lane. We saw him now calling the last match, and then Real Z playing on her.
So right off the bat, we're going to see 2 wards coming out from Game Hunter and 2 wards coming out from NQ, both relying on their junglers to pick up those very important early game blue buffs. You see the first ward getting dropped here, which will control space entirely around speed and blue, allowing the blue team a lot of vision. This is a great ward placement here from TSM. Moving up here, NQ dropping a ward right in the hot spot there at the enemy mid camp to ensure they know who's over there. That's going to show the builds and show the potential of who's rotating over. Top side, we're seeing Poeng go towards the blue buff. We're seeing everyone on the right side go right towards the mid camp. I'm surprised to see, and it looks like Poeng's just going to go for this, using that Frostbite passive to do as much damage as possible, and it looks like he's actually going to try to solo this, or at least get it super low so they're wasting no time.
He's gonna solo it. That hammer is doing work there. Honor just walks over and picks up the blue buff and say, thanks, Amir. Goes into the lane and hops back up to the wave here. So Neith and Someone are actually later than Team Q across the way, surprisingly enough. So they're gonna hop in the lane. They have a full wave to face down, though. Right side, we see Kronos pick up the blue buff. That actually is gonna be clean. Both sides have picked up their pots, have picked up their buffs, and they're good to go here. Thor throwing out some hammer shots to clear out the wave. Time Rift is gonna slow the wave down just a slight little bit. There goes the time stop to also slow down a little bit more. Another Time Rift is using that mana effectively here early on in the stage. No surprising itemization starts for any of these players. Pretty much standard across the way. A lot of healing potions there on both solo laners. Very smart pickup there, especially with the amount of wards they're able to pick up as well. Kronos having a tough time pushing this wave back against Ra as well as the Thor, and now Thor is free to rotate around. The mid camps won't be up for another 35 seconds, so he's got some time.
This might be a rotation directly into Lops. Actually, he's going for the small camp. Check this. Nope.
Oh,
he's sneaky.
Move speed.
Look at the sneakiness. Going right through, no ward coverage. Proxy QQ using that map knowledge. Gonna go for the speed buff. Guan Yu's gonna feel that one when he rotates back over to that side, and he doesn't have a buff to pick up. Check it out. Poeng rotating over as well. The minute 50 mark is coming up, which means everyone's getting excited. It's like Christmas for junglers because the mid camps are spawning.
And that just comes down to experience. All Raw had to do, all NQ did was, hey, team, Guan Yu's still here. And Thor's like, he is? Still in lane? All right. Free movement speed buff, and goes across, steals it, uncontested, no vision, that's it. And that's really, being able to change your strategy on the fly is wonderful. He's able to stack that movement speed buff back up. And of course, like you mentioned, Guan Yu, he gets back and notices it, and he's a little bit sad on the inside. Mid camps were taken out by both teams actually pretty even, but because of that buff camp stealing, 479 gold lead here for Team Q in the beginning. Pathflames comes out from the Agni here. Just goes to show that Team Q has come out to play today, and they're definitely ready.
They had a rough match in the last round going up against I5, but they did brilliantly to make a comeback, and it doesn't look like they want to fall behind again. Already you can see that they have a pretty massive lead, 600 gold worth of farm and 800 experience. We're only a few minutes into the game here, but we are going to get a pause. Proxy QQ has paused. We're going to check in with the admins and see what exactly caused this, and we'll try to get back to you as soon as possible.
Yeah, waiting for that to be sorted out here, as of course it does come out from Team Q this time around. Poeng has disconnected. He does have a propensity for actual technical issues with his hardware. We know last week and the week before he had issues with his headset and mouse, so hopefully he's able to get back in promptly and we'll get this game underway. Looking at the scoreboard right now, 600 gold is now in favor of Team Q, as well as 606 experience. If they had 6 less experience, they'd be good to go here. It looks like a DC by Poeng. They're just waiting for him to get back in here. It looks like he actually disconnected from the internet this time around as a connectivity thing for him. 0-0, no first blood just yet. 2 minutes and 50 seconds into this match. Again, looking at itemization, nothing really too out of the ordinary. In fact, everything is standard here. Cubo Fred electing to go for those boots. Actually, did he go boots? Bumbas? Or did those items swap? How did that end up happening?
He has hand. Did maybe he
boots
went
hand
back
and then came back and got Bumbas?
Get the hand?
Maybe?
I don't know.
How could that possibly be arranged that way? I'm confused. To sort things out here, for those of you.
It's my biggest pet peeve when you build the boots before the starting item.
Boots death toll.
Oh my god, I don't know why, but it drives me bonkers.
For those of you who are wondering, the general start for most junglers is Bumba's Mask, which is 800 gold, the Hand of the Gods, which is 300, and then 400 gold for a pot, whether it be physical or magical, depending on what character you're on. Generally, you'll see the Bumbas in the first slot. The Unpause is going to come out here, and we're good to go. So, you know, it's a little bit strange to see Boots in the first place there before the Bumbas, meaning the Bumbas may or may not have been purchased first, or maybe Boots and Bumbas were purchased, and he got 2 potions, and then went back and got the Hog there. A little bit strange. And he didn't actually lose out on his movement speed buff, so that may be something that he's looking to improve on, or possibly just trying something new. We're always open to new strategies there. A little bit of damage going on NQ, but again, NQ is just complete control of this lane. And this is kind of the situation you'll see Kronos in, you know, time and time again, pun intended there. You'll see him get in a situation where he just can't get the push off in the beginning, but his mid and late game is phenomenal.
More pressure coming out in the mid camps here as you see QB and Proxy going right at it. Proxy's getting overly aggressive, throwing the teleport as well as he rotates down. Unfortunately, it looks like he's going to get chased out here. Turns around, might get hit by the card here. How greedy is he going to be? Tallow Assault will get it in. He's going to go deep here. Check it out. Lobster's damage is so high. Captain Twig is getting pushed out, and Cubo Fred guarantees the mid-camp left side. The rain down. Tricks Tank barely able to get up on that cloud. More bombs coming out. Worldweaver coming out to the mid lane as well as he dashes back into the tower to ensure, and strangely enough, no kills go down in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, the damage was enough on Sun Wukong, but he got up in a Somersault Cloud early enough. We saw the Frost Breath, the Thor Dunk, the Wall, the Block, the Amir Ultimate. Shards of Ice came out, and they had a little bit less damage than anticipated, and Sun Wukong gets away from that one just barely. Even when given the fact that he had Watcher's Gift and not Mark of the Vanguard, that was very close to the wire, and still no first blood in this game. TSM and Team Q still 0-0, but a little bit of a lead in gold for Team Q, getting smaller by the moment, and a little bit of experience lead for TSM, able to clear those camps out more effectively. Lobster's going to go home on Jung Kuei, now leading over to Captain Twig, who is going to hop his way into the jungle, looking for an opportunity to steal something away. We see Proxy QQ in the jungle, starting with Witchstone yet again. We've seen him have some very unorthodox builds, but certainly something that has been working for him. In the last match, he definitely had a lot of involvement in the engagement, so it was very aggressive, no less. So we're going to see how this pans out for him this time around.
0-0 still at 5 minutes. A Lobster taking a lot of damage there. All 3 meteors gonna come down and destroy his health bar. Luckily for him, that exorcism is gonna heal him back up at least enough to make sure he can sustain in his lane for at least a little bit longer. And now that we're past the 5-minute mark, all the jungle camps are starting to respawn or have respawned. Everyone rotating around to look for it, but still we have a fair lead in favor of Team Q. 500 gold, but the experience difference has actually shrunk now and swapped over now majorly in favor of TSM as those mid camps go their way, but still going back and forth repeatedly. This is a very tight game so far.
Yeah, it's going to come down to a single play that may set thing off here. Of course, you know, it's always the follow-up that's important. You'll look and say, oh, they got a kill or two, it doesn't really matter, but all of a sudden that kill or two turns into a gold fury, turns into a tower, and the gold starts to swing vastly in one direction. Right now, we're going to see the exorcism as well as expose evil in the mid lane to clear this out for Jung Kuei. Kronos now starting to pick up steam against this Ra. He had so much trouble pushing, but that's kind of the story of Kronos. He can't get the early push off if he gets pressured too heavily. He needs to be able to stack up with good time riffs, but now he's getting that point, levels 8 through 11, when he starts to stack up enough damage, gets those cooldowns, and starts to put out enough damage to clear the wave, and also harass the Ra, who is now going to start relying on a Solar Blessing to keep himself alive. Look at the vision across the way, matching Wards right now. Again, I wonder why no one's investing in early Sentry Wards just to clear that out, just a little bit extra gold to make sure the vision goes down. Vision on both top of the Gold Fury and bottom for both teams, as well as bottom of the Fire Giant area, and one on top there for Kronos. He's just not wanting to just let anything come by him without knowing about it. Given the fact he does have Purification Beads 1 and his ultimate plus the vision, I don't see Game Hunter going down anytime in the future.
So Team Q right now continues their pressure. They're looking for another chance to pick up this mid camp, but you can see Trix Tank and Cubo are already over. Worldweaver double stun coming out from the Tiger. Here comes the cavalry charge, blocked off by a perfect ball, and now Trix Tank is going to be put on his heels as he goes up into the cloud. Poang with an unbelievable pressure and complete shutdown will earn them a major advantage going to the next point of the game. And look at this. The lead is being shrunk here. Team Q very, very smart about where they're placing this. Lobster getting some damage off. Proxy forced to rotate out. First blood and second blood picked up now in favor of Team Solo Mid.
That's why you gotta be careful about Zhonghui, is he's so tanky when he has that demon bag full that even if you initiate him on like that, he's gonna be able to survive. He pops the CC immunity with the recall demons, and all of a sudden the team fight gets turned around. We saw a beautiful play by Poeng there in the jungle, and I think it's best put in Emir's own words, "You stop!" With that wall there, Guan Yu coming forward, blocks out the cavalry charge immediately, and all of a sudden a good hit there. The follow-up was a little bit aggressive there, and Thor went up into the Anvil of Dawn, and then just went straight into it. Impale on Trickstake in the left lane, tries to get it with the Jingu Bang, but not going to get it there on the tail end. Onher's going to escape, and now Zhonghui happily pushing up the mid lane.
Speaking of pushing up, Lobster stuck in between a rock and a hot place as he gets pushed down by the fire and ice combination. Ymir taking no trouble there, and Captain Twig turning the tide instantaneously. And of course, we saw Recall Demons was already on cooldown. He did not have that opportunity to counter push, and once that stun was on cooldown, he had nothing to do but just kind of lay back and let Ymir do what Ymir does best, and that's of course apply that frostbite damage. I think probably the most underrated damage in the game. Even in support, Ymir puts out so much burst.
He certainly does, and the slow lasts so long, putting on top of it, and it's really difficult to try to get away from it if you have no way to steal it away or remove it or get yourself into a good spot. Proxy Q is going to go over and steal that red buff in the enemy jungle and go over to the mid camps to get that up. So Proxy on very tight rotation right now, able to deal with that. Chronos on the right side, pushing up against Ra here. It seems like this is a bit of a stalemate. It's going to come down to the mid rotations that are happening so often. The left side towers are at their full integrity here, so not really taking a whole lot of pressure. But speaking of pressure, Captain Twig in the mid lane being pressured out here. Trickstake's going, but Lobster's not on the same page as him. He's gonna take damage. The tower is going after him. Does he end up damage on top of that? There is one shot building up on someone calling. It's not gonna be able to finish him off there. Captain Twig, the exposed evil goes down. It's gonna pick him off there. And now going after Proxy. The exorcism drops him down to about half HP. Thor wants it. Someone Kong goes down the mid lane due to a rotation of On Her and Ymir. Lobster going for it. Thor up in the air. On Her rotation. Neath is here for support. Do they get the dunk? Thor gonna come down any second now. Albus on the ground. He's in the sandbox. Burst damage. There's the dunk. Berserker Barrage on the ground. Neath wants to kill. Exorcism gets it. Lobster's still alive. Goes after the horse. Ymir wants the wall. There goes the Frost Breath. And finally, Lobster goes down. Talasalt will finish off On Her. And somehow, some way, Lobster turns a tower dive into a 3-for-2 exchange. Wow.
You know, so we have a lot of fans at home that generally only watch EU or only watch NA, and this is one of the reasons I tell people to watch every single week, every game that you can, because every week we talk about the NA mids and how amazing they are, and I think the European mids don't get the recognition that they deserve, and right there is one of the reasons that I think Lobster is just one of the best players in the world. He was put in such a bad situation, and it took eventually 4 people to take him down, ultimate after ultimate after ultimate used, and just his positioning was perfect. He was able to hold on for so long that when he did finally get taken down, he managed to earn a kill in the process. Not only that, but allowing Chubo Fred to get himself into a great position, earning another kill on top of that. And I think this is one of the reasons we see this team rocking one of the most, I guess, prestigious tags in esports right now, and that's, of course, Team Solo Mid, as they lead 5-3 at the 11-minute mark.
That's exactly right. You can see him sitting at 779 gold. Now, keep in mind, the gold really isn't as large as you'd expect. TSM also has a 3,000 experience lead right now. That's going to be a little more important. You can see more people on TSM, a little bit higher. Trickstank level 10 versus Poeng at level 9. Of course, the jungler's level 12 versus level 10 on Proxy QQ. So the difference is making a big impact on the game that we're in right now. Neath going to push out the wave, trying to look for opportunity. World Weaver's on the ground. Poeng blocked, but the Albus blocks himself in with the wall. Look for the opportunity. Exorcism comes down. One bomb for the Army, not going to do a whole lot of damage there. And now going after Desert Fury. Is it enough? Lobster's so tanky, but so is Ymir. Is it enough damage? Lobster goes down. Thor rotation. Somersault Cloud comes out, hits it. Captain Twig goes down to Tallow Assault, and Proxy QQ and Real Z are forced to run away. And again, we have the same situation, DM, where they want the demon guy to go down, but it costs them so much every time they go for it.
Now we're seeing, despite the fact that we haven't seen either solo laner really remove themselves from that lane, of course, Game Hunter and NQ so strong that neither of them are going to give each other a chance to rotate at all. We do see a 3-man rotation come out from TSM, which allows them a free Gold Fury. So now 7-4 at not even 13 minutes. They have a 2,600 gold lead, and doubling that, 5,300 experience, skyrocketing them to control this early part of the mid game. Honestly, this is the TSM that we expect week after week, going up against strong teams and coming out, positive, +1 or +2 in these engagements. And time after time, they're trying to focus down Lobster, who's incredibly tanky, has incredible healing, and he wastes so much time, even if he doesn't earn anything for himself, for his amazing teammates like Hubo Fred to come in, Young Bae with the World Weavers, and time after time, they're earning themselves incredible victories.
Trix Tank gets blocked out there. Obelisk Stun going to come out. Emir Ultimate gets used, but Trix Tank doesn't care a whole lot right now. He did end up going for boots directly into Height of the Urchin. Almost done here. Going to be stacking up that split defenses and makes himself a little bit more tanky. The Sovereignty is going to be delayed, but it makes him able to jump in there. And I want to highlight again Lobster's play on Zhonghui. This is really how you're supposed to be playing a Zhonghui, someone who's naturally tanky, has the healing potential to slow, and the overall stun mechanics. I mean, Zhonghui is not a character that sits back and watches fights. He starts fights. He gets in there, kind of like the Chronos, where you initiate and you can rewind if things go poorly. Zhonghui has the same kind of mechanic, and Lobster, even though he has 3 deaths on him, he's been a big target for his for the enemy team. He's sitting at the second most farm in the entire game right now, nearly tying the Game Hunter, who has been sitting in his lane farming the whole time. So going on adventures in the jungle and getting about the same amount of gold as someone who's farming in a lane the entire time, that is exactly what you expect from a Zhonghui, who's died 3 times already but has 5 kills. And the biggest thing is, every time they exude effort to kill Zhonghui, it's not really a worthwhile trade for them. Audi goes for a stun on the bird, gets it, predicts the distance right beneath ultimate. Zhonghui ultimate, there goes the recall team, it's burst damage. Captain Twig goes down, Thor gets a dunk but misses. Berserker Barrage, the card is on top, tries to teleport away, gets the distance. Raw rotate over, but Kronos is on his way over as well. Could it be enough? Tower dive looking for Thor, gets the hit, there goes the kill on Proxy. Raw coming over, does he have the damage? Searing Pain might come through the wall, and Pale not going to land. The card on her force to jump in the tower. Kronos is going to find Raw here in the jungle, the stun. There goes the time rift, pops the sprint, and NQ is getting out.
I can't believe TSM was able to turn that around the way that they did, earning 2 there for absolutely nothing but ultimate usage, which I'm sure is a trade they're definitely screaming worth about. No even Impale attempts coming out at the mid-camps there. Another free point of experience. Now 3,500 gold, 6,800 EXP in favor of TSM. 2 minutes left on the Gold Fury, and they just continue the farm pressure. And this is why they're such a strong team, because time after time, we're seeing them just get every little ounce off of every point of contention. They take something, they farm up, they don't go back until everything's cleared up, and that's what they're doing every single time they have the chance.
Yeah, and that's what really pays out in the mid-stage of the game is getting those small little victories and holding on to them and getting another one and piling it up. It's like just stacking higher and higher and higher and higher. The little individual pieces don't matter as much as the whole, and the whole is what they're looking to build up as high as possible before the team fights begin here. We see great rotations into the mid lane, but Team Q, and this is why it's so hard to watch these top-tier teams play, is it seems like there's a big gap between the players and their skill level and all that, when it comes down to very small, minute details. One team rotates 0.5 seconds faster, 1 second faster, 1.5 seconds faster. They get the team fight over before someone shows up, and that's really what pays out here. Right side Thor is just so angry with Kronos right now, just hammering him down, not going to get the follow-up on the Mjolnir's Attunement. Ra going to go ahead and back him up here, but not necessary. Thor goes right back into the jungle. Guan Yu and Zhonghui might go try to find him in the mid lane. They're going to actually force him to turn around and run away from that. When the card comes down, bombs come out. Exorcism is going to get the mid-camps. Poang blocks off Sun Wukong to try to get some space to breathe in, but it's not going to be necessary as the fight does end. Neith and On her going head-to-head in the left lane, but Realzy is not giving Young Bae any space.
Well, this is a matchup that generally you will see On her winning due to the passive penetration that he gets. But check this out. World Weaver going to be applied. Real ZX forced to jump out. Here's the cavalry charge. 2 shots, 3 shots. Here comes the stun, but he dodges it.
Ooh.
The Impale is good.
Ooh.
Young Bae desperately looking for something. Will hit him with the edge of the Spirit Arrow right underneath the tower and earn that kill. But great play coming out from Real. He was able to react quickly, but just not quickly enough. Cubo, Fred, and Youngbei able to find that one as they continue pressuring the left lane.
You know, it's a little surprising to see, Real Z on her get too aggressive there. He's got to know that the team fight just ended in the mid lane. But speaking of team fight, Captain Twig forced to jump away again. Guan Yu's going to invade the damage buff. Can he get it? The Hand of the Gods comes out. Who got it first? It looks like Cubo stole it away from Thor there. He doesn't even have a buff slot available. He's just waiting for Junkway to come over and pick this one up. Talzot's going to he's not even going to get the Harpies. So Cubo getting very aggressive here, forcing Proxy back to base. And look at the difference in levels. Cubo's level 17. Proxy's level 13. In fact, Trix Tank, the Guardian, left side, speaking of Guardians, Poing is going to go down too because TSM is not done with the kills they have now. 11-4, Emir goes down, and the Golfer is going to get started. My God, where does it end with this team?
That's the point. They doesn't. Every time you give them an inch, they take at least a mile. In this case, it might even be bigger, but they're not giving them the inch here. Thor's up in the air looking for the rain down. Trix Tank does not get the Hand of the Gods. However, they're still able to get it done. Proxy QQ did not use the Anvil of Dawn to try to invade there. I think Real ZX was waiting for it. Right side, Ra was forced out to mid lane. Game Hunter should be able to earn another 1,000 gold for his team on top of the 1,500 that was just earned, and the small amount of gold they earned for picking up Poing in the jungle as well. This will skyrocket them now up to 6,800 gold.
Right side tower is critical right now, dropping down to a very low amount of HP, but Ross tower is already down. Honestly, could just go over and just hit it a couple times, get some gold for his team, and much needed gold at that. Team Q currently sitting 6,500 gold behind, as you mentioned, DM, 9,400 experience as well, so Team Q can use every lead that they can get. And you can look at it, mid tower is critical, right tower is just a sneeze away. Honestly, if you just briskly walked by it, it would probably fall over. At this point, that's a 2,000 gold difference they can make up just by finishing off those towers. They need to start grouping up. They need to start getting some kills because at this point, TSM is leading the pace. I mean, they're just jumping right on it. Can't avoid this amount of damage output in the rotations. And it seems like Team Q is just not there in time when they need to be. Bombs going down on Lobster, but with that demon bag full, he doesn't really care a whole lot. Those protections paying off for him. Impale comes out, not going to hit. World Weaver makes it through. The field goal goes through 4 players and makes it the right side to assist in a kill on Ra that Guan Yu and Kronos had picked up there. And now the mid tower is under pressure for Team Q. They're 4 versus 5. Neath is actually just going to go farm the blue buff and push the left lane, it looks like. Gold Fury will be coming up in 3 minutes and 22 seconds, but Team Q is being pushed back further and further.
So pressuring into the mid tower. Now here comes the cavalry charge. The Warhorse is up. Anvil of Dawn up into the air. He'll take a second tick of stop time, and he does manage to pick him up in the air with those ghosts. He does go down, and now check it out. More pressure. Expose Evil on Captain Twig, getting called out. He's gonna get stunned as well. Dash through from Cubo Fred, and he's gone. And now even more pressure as Youngbei continues the damage into the tier 2. The tier 1 was picked up. TSF gonna put this up to now, check this out, 10,000 gold at 20 minutes. You know, it's coming into this match, I think we expected this to be super even. Both teams super hungry, but TSM again proving that they just want it that much more.
You know, it's fascinating to see how quickly these things can change. Team Q had a bit of a lead in the beginning, but then TSM just turns it around, getting kill after kill after kill. And I think when it all went wrong for Team Q is the fact that they were just focusing Lobster playing Zhang Kui and just could not get him down. He's such a tanky target with the fact that he can heal himself back up with not only the exorcism but as well as the recall demons, his ultimate. It's very hard to be able to pick him off here. Right tower is going to go down to minions. Shout out to the minions working so hard and getting none of the credit here in this match. They're going to take out that right side tier 1 tower in favor of Team Q. The fire giant area is being warded. Trix Tank starts it. Are they going for it? Looking at the minimap vision, they have no vision of this. They know Guan Yu's there. They see Zhang Kui, but they don't realize that it's going on here. They're going to back off a little bit hasty there from TSM. Seeing if they can find the opportunity, they're going to take it, but they're going to end up backing off from that one. Now 4 players grouping up in the mid lane for both teams here as they're looking to get a big team fight win. But, you know, if Team Q gives away a little bit here, TSM's going to take a ton. With the fire giant, more towers, Team Q has to tread lightly.
Well, tread lightly there not as Captain Twig begins to push forward. All 5 members here on both teams are getting grouped up. They're both kind of looking towards that Fire Giant engage. Cubo Fred already forcing out a path of flames. This is a great opportunity for them just to get in there and sneak that Fire Giant. You can see Hand of the Gods 3 available on both teams. And honestly, with the low-level Poing right now, I think he is going to be the point of contention. Take him out. Look for Gold Fury in 1 minute. Look for Fire Giant. Guarantee that objective secure. Get them off the map. Bring them to your team. Impale going to be used here, forcing out the bird. It will miss. But either way, they have the map control, and the farm continues. While all 5 members of Team Q group up, we see everyone from TSM looking for points of contention, looking for farm opportunities, and they're taking them, ensuring that their gold count and their experience count will be higher per minute.
You know, I love their dedication to counter warding here. You see pretty much everyone contributing to that effect. You see a bunch of sentry wards being placed around the Fire Giant and even further up to prevent their overall vision control. And TSM, I mean, they're setting up themselves beautifully for a team fight in front of the Fire Giant and possibly just a Fire Giant steal in general. So a lot of possibilities for TSM and Team Q. Again, they're on the ropes. They have to be careful with how they make their next move because they're currently sitting 9,400 gold behind TSM, and they're you know, if they lose a Fire Giant, they lose a couple kills, it's going to be very, very difficult. On the right side, Guan Yu forced back here. Wall from Poe going to slow this down right now. Looking at the damage numbers, we're going to see actually a huge amount from Lobster, 15,000 on John Quay. Given the fact that he's actually you know, healing himself for a lot and tanking a lot, that really means you know, huge amounts for his team overall. The fact that the tanky character is dealing tons of damage. Stun on Cubo Freddy's by himself. They don't really know about it though. Team Q going to back up towards their tower. I mean, they're stuck in this. This is purgatory for Team Q. They can't leave. They can't go too far. They have to wait for TSM to make a mistake and capitalize on it. But how many mistakes are they really making?
Well, we're gonna find out here if they have a chance to make any more. The Fire Giant had been started as a bait. Stun coming out to Real ZX, forced to use beads there. Stop time, not gonna land in the end. He does manage to get enough damage with the Exorcism and Cavalry Charge to take him down. One is gone. Anvil of Dawn will land, but unfortunately, Cubo Fred is insanely tanky at this point and is unable to be pressured free. He's going to come out to 2. Dash and stop time going to be good on the Poing. He is going down. There is no escape potential there. Trickstank getting pressured. Fist of the Gods coming out. They're trying to finish up. Great Conviction coming out and healing up Trickstank. Proxy is down. Look again, 3 for 0. And they have taken away the Hand of the Gods 3. Fire Giant is going to go to TSM.
That conviction was so well timed. It was at the point where Thor is like, I got this, I get a kill, I can make this better, and all of a sudden the heal comes out and he's just dead. See the Fire Giant being started up here. There's the Hand of the Gods. Ra looking for a snipe, a little bit mistimed there. Captain Twig and NQ walking away from this battle. A little bit, you know, empty-hearted here. Now, you know, all 5 members from TSM going back to the base. They're going to start buying items. See all kinds of 3 Sentry Wards. I love this team. I love this. They're focusing on the vision, and you know, how do you come back into a game when you're behind? You get the vision, you group up, you get the team fights, but TSM says, oh, okay, they need vision. Let's take that away. Oh, they need team fights? All right, let's just group up and make sure that we're never apart. Oh, they need this? Let's take it away and just slowly tighten that noose.
And the noose at this point is not only tightened, but it is forcibly hanging them, as Team Q right now is 14 kills behind, 11,000 gold, 19,000 experience. They're missing a tier 2. They're missing 2 tier 1s. They still have 5 of their 6 towers over here on Team Solo mid side. Team Q has got to find a way to shut this down, but with that Fire Giant giving them that regeneration and the extra damage on top of the gold lead, it just seems so grim right now for Team Q.
It really does, and they're on tilt, and they know it. And they're looking at this thinking, okay, we're up against Team Solo Mid, one of the best teams in the world, and we're facing down a huge deficit. How can we pull this back? They're not giving up. They're not going to throw this away, but they have to wait for the perfect opportunity. They have one opportunity here, because if they don't play on it or they don't get some kind of pushback, they're going to end up losing a couple Phoenixes, and then eventually the Titan of Chaos will end up falling here. The right side tower will go down. This is going to be the final tower for Team Q, and look at them. They're just standing by watching it happen because they cannot leave. They have to fight under Phoenix or under Titan. If they're going to win this fight, they need as much as they can get on her force back to the left side. Neith looking for an ultimate opportunity. She's not going to find it. Still trying, just priming it up, just leaving him. And Young Bae honestly has no reason not to do this. He's waiting. As soon as they step forward, there goes Neith ultimate, fully charged. Thor going up into the air. Frost Breath, the ultimate coming out from Amir. Does he have the damage? Spirit Arrow coming down. Thor dunk getting two. There goes Berserker Barrage to follow up on top of that. Cube up for a dashing away. Cavalry charge comes out. Someone hung up in the air. Good Neith ultimate keeps the Thor in place. There goes a stun from the Kronos. Not going to land. Couch Quick very low here. Trick Snake on a hard place here. Pinned to the wall, but it gets away just in time. That bird makes note a big deal. The stun comes out. Kronos with the Polynomicon finishes off the Thor, but Zhongkui goes down. It's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Q. That was actually very well played, but how much of a dent does it really make?
You know, honestly, I really expected more kills to come out there for Team Q. They got Trix Tank so low. They got Game Hunter low before the Rewind came out. Actually, the Rewind didn't come out. He was able to stay up that entire time, and that's
100%.
just insane. How is he able to do these things?
He cheats, I think.
Him and Barracuda, I'm convinced, are cheating somehow. It's just unbelievable. And now he's getting chased away by 3 people. And all the while, now granted, they did drop one more person than their opponent, Team Q, but you should also note that that Phoenix was picked up. There are no towers left on the map. Only 2 points now of defense left for Team Q. The Gold Fury has respawned, and it looks like it's going to be a free 1,500 added to the pockets here for TSM. Minute 30 left to the Fire Giant. What do you do right now if you're Team Q?
30 seconds left on that buff. A minute after that, the Fire Giant's going to respawn. They have a lot of unclaimed gold on those towers. I mean, look at this. 1 tower went down. That is going to be actually 6,500 gold total just sitting there in tower form. And they don't have the opportunity to get it because they can't win those fights. So at this point, Team Q needs to look to do the exact same thing. They can't fight in open field. They can't give TSM the benefit of the doubt and try to fight them head versus head. They need to make sure that they fight under a Phoenix, under a Titan, or try to counter a Fire Giant. They can't pressure the Fire Giant. They have to let TSM start it and try and steal it and pressure it from behind, because if they start it and TSM gets the counter initiation, that's not going to go well for them. They need to make sure that they wait for the perfect time yet again and give themselves a bit of oomph on top of it. They need to fight on a Fire Giant, on a Titan, on a Phoenix here. Look at the damage on NQ, dropping about 400 damage there. Initiation comes out.
The wall! What an incredible wall there again from Poeng. Stops the Cavalry Charge. Still in a lot of trouble here. The World Weaver was able to stop him. Cubo's chasing him down inside the Solar Blessing. Look at the damage potential. Completely shuts down. Proxy gets caught and Proxy gets erased. Poeng could only do so much there. The team did not follow up. Real wasn't ready. Twig wasn't ready. And now TSM has the chance to either go for the Fire Giant or pressure a Phoenix.
That's unfortunate for them, because this Phoenix is most likely going to go down unless they play some big damage numbers here. Capture Twig forced to dash away from that stun. They're actually well timed as well. Trix Tank taking some damage from the Phoenix. They're focusing the Phoenix, and rightly so. Poeng taking a little bit of harassment, but they need to get it down. They're going to get it down. A full wave of Fire Mains coming from behind is going to body block them out. Realzy forced to jump over the wall, and Augie is already dead. NQ goes back into the well. Now the left Phoenix is exposed, but they're going for the Titan. Poeng pops the ultimate, do a little bit of damage there. Poeng's going to fall down here. There goes the Book of Demons. The first damage. Desert Fury is out. Will it be an end here, folks, for TSM, or will Team Q hold on? It all comes down to this moment. Berserker Barrage coming out, Fist of the Gods, Trix Tank. There goes the Bergs. Proxy's gonna go down. This is gonna be the last member of Team Q, ladies and gentlemen. Team Solo Mid has taken this match.
Again, we see Team Solo Mid just absolutely dominate the competition. 25-7 at 31 minutes. GG.
GG gets called out indeed, ladies and gentlemen. 25-7 is the score we're gonna see on the screen here. I mean, what do you do against a solid team like this? And now I'm gonna pause for a second, because we do have the grand finals coming up after this, and we know that Cloud9 knows what to do against TSM in the last week, but will that continue forward? You gotta know that a top caliber team like TSM, they watch the VODs from last week. They figure out what went wrong. They practice, they scrim, they work on their mechanics. They're up day and night practicing because they know this is so important. So what changes this week going into, what changes from last week going into this week when they go to the grand finals? But quickly, let's cover this game, the one we just watched. This was TSM versus Team Q, and what a game it was. We watched Team Q just manhandle I5. They played it perfectly. The damage numbers with their Twig was out of control. This game he wasn't. 20,000 damage dealt. That's pretty much guaranteed on Agni. Usually, even if you lose a game, you're going to get around 18 to 25k because he does so much AoE damage. But at the same time, it's just they couldn't get off the ground. The invasion from Thor, it started out well. Team Q had the numbers, but TSM, it seems like their focus is in a different spot, and Team Q needs to be in line with that. TSM says, you know what? Take my jungle buff. Here's a mid camp. You can have that. Okay, get a little bit a kill there, a kill here, whatever. You can jump on Lobster all you want. You're going to get a kill, but you're going to trade Jung Kuei for 3 of your team members, and we're going to come out ahead every single time. And I feel like Team Q has their goggles on for the ride, and TSM sitting there with their calculator. Just, you get a little bit of gold, get a little bit of experience. Oh, there's an item. Oh, guess we won.
And check out Game Hunter and Youngbei here. 3-0, both of them rocking 10 and 14 assists as well. Just absolutely incredible right there. What an unbelievable job they were able to put forth. Now they're going to be going into grand finals against the winner of Cloud9 HyperX and Torch. Now this, of course, is the second week on the road to 100K. Of course, over the 8 weeks of this tournament series, the top 4 teams of EU will be invited to Atlanta, Georgia to compete for $100,000.
You know what I just realized, DM? These are the exact...
And it's going perfectly?
These are the exact semifinal matchups we had last week.
Really?
TSM went against Team Q in the semifinal last week, and the week before, Cloud9 went against Torch. So, what Fanboys was the previous name, Torch picked it up just to clear up the confusion in chat there. So, TSM going against Team Q, they're going to win. Cloud9 going against Torch last week, they won against Torch, and they went to the semifinals, and it was C9 versus TSM. We're going to see the same exact matchups this week, and it goes to show that these teams are really the ones that are putting the effort they need with the talent they have, able to put themselves up to the semifinal round and go to the finals. Now, Cloud9 were the victors last week. They 2-0'd TSM in a best of 3. So Torch, they're looking to put themselves in the spotlight by taking out C9 in the semifinal round and going up against TSM, a very strong team, no doubt, but they have their work cut out for them. Coming up next is going to be the last semifinal round before we go into the grand finals of best of 3. TSM, they went up on the pedestal. They're waiting for their contender to show up in the spotlight, and we're going to go over to C9 versus Torch to see who it's going to be.
Keep your fears about you. It'll change you. Break your mind's intentions. They can break you. Keep your friends around you. They gonna need you. Use your brain's attention. It's gonna feed you.
Alrighty, everyone, welcome back. It looks like we're not going to be watching the second semifinal round. It looks like it is actually completed soon. I'm watching it right here. I've caught it back up to the spectator client. It looks like C9 is pushing into the enemy base here, and we're just waiting for this match to be complete so we watch the grand finals. There goes a kill. Zalia also got a pentakill in this match, playing the Vomana in the solo lane. It's going underway. It's 29-15 on my scoreboard right now, 30 minutes into this match, and C9 is absolutely playing wonderfully.
I have a few minutes on you. I think I'm at about 31:30 right now, and it's just been unbelievable what C9 has been able to do in this game. Just so you guys at home have a chance to experience some of this, Cloud9 right now, like Drybear reported, 29-15 is leading by very close to 16,000 gold at the 32-minute mark. The Fire Giants respawning in about 40 seconds. They're waiting on that, but right now 5 towers remain for C9. Only one Phoenix remains for the fanboys, of course, now referred to as Torch.
Yeah, and it's tough because you're going to see Ra versus Vomana in the solo lane. Vomana picked up Stone of Gaia, and there was no opportunity for Ra to get in on that one. Vomana now currently sitting 8-1-12. As we know Zalia to do, he's the one that spearheaded the solo Bakasura that became so terrifying for quite some time. And I think it just goes to show that C9 is coming out again today, looking to get that another first place win and get their points higher and higher. I mean, as we know, the point split is not even, and the more times you get those high places, the more your gap will be between the players below, or the teams below you on those bracket charts. So I mean, if you keep getting those first and seconds, you start to get out of the point where you're worried about dropping too far down. So I'm going to be dropping down. So it looks like the report is coming in here as the game has completed. Cloud9 has defeated the fanboys here, of course, Torch, as the Titan has fallen here. We do have the stats on screen, so we can run through that super quickly. But coming up into a best of 3 between Cloud9 and TSM, is it last week, or is it this? I'm confused. It's the same thing.
We have seen a complete redux in this bracket starting semifinals and onward, and now TSM is going to get another shot at defeating Cloud9 HyperX and earning themselves not only first place seeding points, but will tie them for first seed going into week 3. But before they can do that, of course, they must actually defeat Cloud9 HyperX. Of course, in the previous weeks, and this was before the path to 100K, they were known, Cloud9, as SK, as Azure, and they were so dominant. Week after week after week, we saw this team be unbelievably strong. We know they have the hunger. But TSM, this is their week to answer back.
Let's look at the stats here super quickly to see how C9 ended the game. We all love them. 8-0 and 14 on Neath. We saw 13-1 and 12 on Vomana, played by Zalia in the solo lane. Saya went 8-4 and 20 in the mid lane. The damage numbers were off the charts. They played wonderfully. And of course, you got to get excited. I mean, we're going into another grand finals, best of 3 between TSM and C9. There's a little bit of bad blood building between the two teams. Of course, they both have huge sponsorships that they want to do right by, but at the same time, both the teams are incredibly skilled, incredibly talented. And let's jump back into the past really quickly to game 1 of last week's best of 3. It was very even. In fact, TSM was ahead for the majority of that match until the end, when C9 was able to pull a huge team fight victory, a Fire Giant steal, and turn it around for a victory. And then going into game 2, C9 shut it out early. So that bodes well for this first matchup. We know TSM is talented. We know that they've been practicing throughout the whole week that they've been given to just get themselves back on point to go up against C9. And the fact that the first game was so close, in fact, TSM was leading for the majority of it, it means that this is going to be a great series to watch. And I, for one, hope that we at least get a game 3.
Well, Both teams are hungry. We know that. This is the second week on the path to 100K, and both teams want that first place seeding points. And I know we're going to shove this down your throat every 5 seconds, but this is an 8-week long path to the 100K. After those 8 weeks, the top 4 teams in each region, both North America and Europe, will be invited to Atlanta, Georgia, to compete for a prize pool worth at least $100,000. This, of course, is in celebration of the launch of our everyone's favorite game, Smite, not Tetris.
Oh. I was gonna say Toontown.
Toontown is dead.
Dang!
Not rest in peace.
Dang! That was harsh. I feel like you caused some tears now. We'll be right back, guys. We're going to cut to a brief break, getting underway with TSM versus C9, a best-of-3 series. This is going to be Game 1 getting underway. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hey, everyone, and welcome back. We're getting started here with the best-of-3 grand finals between Cloud9 HyperX and Team Solo Mid, about to get underway here. And one thing I want you guys to do for me, pay attention to the picking stage. This is where all changes, where everything could be make or break.
I thought you were going to ask them to raise their TSMs or raise their Cloud9s. So
Show
that's
your
what I
fan
want you guys
favorites
to
in
do.
chat.
We're
Show your
seeing
fan
a lot
favorites in chat.
We see the straw polls. They're super even. Raise your team up. Raise them up. You can even raise your Jeff Hinlas. I always like to raise my Jeff Hinlas.
That's always good. Yeah, you can do that. Hype it up, guys.
But, of course, this is a star-studded matchup. TSM coming through. Game Hunter's going to be in there, of course. Young Bay, Lobster, you can see over on the right side. Left side, we're going to see Cloud9 HyperX, led by Captain Sayo. I'm so pumped to see this matchup after what happened last week, because you know TSM's coming to this one hungry.
Oh, they absolutely are, and it's going to be really important to see where the bans come out this time around. Athena going to start out very humble there, make sure that gets removed and kind of changes the dynamics of the support and the jungle as well. Vamana band, hey, if you get a pentakill on Vamana in the semis, why not just get rid of the baby? We're going to see a Vamana ban, and that is where we're at in SMITE, ladies and gentlemen. We have players that are so good at mid-tier characters that they just get banned first.
Everyone at home right now, take a screenshot. Next time you see someone on the Reddit or someone on Twitter talking about how the game isn't balanced, Control V, GG. Vamana has been banned. Athena's taken out. Freya's gone. Sobek's gone. Zalia has the first pick, but 2 prime picks here, talking about Sobek and Athena for that first slot, have been removed. This leaves a lot of top picks, including Thor, still on the map, and I'm interested to see what they're going to do. But who? Oh, I actually forgot about Zeus.
Zeus is a character I
Fix
think
my
a lot of
face.
people forget about, given the fact that he's always banned. But they're going to swap out a Zeus ban
I just
for a
assume he's not playable.
Vamana ban. So at the same time, see how this works out. I mean, Sio's a fantastic mid player. Most likely going to go to him in the mid lane. He's a very, very accomplished player. And if Sio can play Isis, if Sio can play all these other characters that are, mid-tier-esque, then he can definitely take Zeus in the mid lane and show him the power of the Lightning. Bacchus and Thor being selected here for C9 as well. And across the way, 2 selections available for TSM. Lobster's going to grab up Ao Kwang from the mid lane. Bastet hovered on as well. I'm a loss for words. I don't really know how this is progressing. We have a Vamana ban. We have Zeus making it into the game. We have a Bastet going in as well. I mean, it seems like these players are so confident in their ability to play Smite that they're just playing something different every single game.
Left side, Neath getting hovered on. Still have a choice on the right side. Youngbei might have a chance to pick up his famed on her. Left side, Smek opting for Neath. I actually expected him to go Cupid again this game, but we know the Bacchus Neath lane is incredibly deadly. Ra getting hovered on as well from Frostiak. More than likely going to be switched up there for his Thor. Going into the jungle, Loki getting hovered. Back to Ra. This is going to be on her. It's got to be on.
Has to be. Guan Yu on her. That's their start. That's the magic formula that TSM has. They get first blood every time they're able to get on her, and Guan Yu, Youngbei is just trolling us right now. Let's hover on a Vulcan just to send everyone out a message and hang out. Nope, it's going to be the on her. And he's just taking his time, just locking in. Oh, surprise! It's kind of like when you're playing Street Fighter online, and all of a sudden they're like looking around, all of a sudden it's Ryu, and they just grab up Ken or something. They're like, I wasn't, like, really? Did you think I was going to be shocked by this? Come on.
This game. No, I'm just going to pick Ken. Don't
jump.
I
just got Ken. Don't worry about it.
Don't jump.
Final lineup here. Sun Wukong, Bastet, Ao Kwang, Guan Yu, and on her for TSM. It's going to be on her and Guan Yu, that magic duo we've seen time and time again from TSM. Of all the times we've seen them get this duo in the last 2 weeks, they've gotten first blood every single time. So we'll see if they can pull it off this time. It's going to be at C9, so you got to know it's going to be that much harder to get. It even kills in general. Ao Kwang in the mid lane, played by Lobster. He knows the character well, and he's going to play it in this game. Bastet going to the jungle, as well as Game Hunter playing Sun Wukong in the solo lane. Probably the most non-standard, standard solo that Game Hunter is going to take in the solo lane. He's very eccentric in that fashion. Zalia is going to take Ra there for C9 across the way. Bacchus going to be laning up with Neath in the 2v2 long lane. Frostiak taking Thor in the jungle. And my main man Zeus going in the mid lane, played by Sio.
Interesting note here, Zeus does not have slow immunity on Aegis Shield anymore. This means he is a prime candidate for getting that cat call whistle directly onto him. Should he be affected by that slow, Zeus is going to be in a ton of trouble, which is why I think I like the Bastet pick a lot. He has Bastet has great potential to pick off characters without CC immunity, without slow immunity, characters now like Zeus or Isis.
Ra's there as well. Ra definitely has a little bit of damage there, but can get caught out. The Divine Blessing is really something that he relies on. That slow is powerful, but again, Bastet can catch those characters out, and something we're going to be looking forward to getting started with, because this is the game you want to see today. And I'm sure that people are tuning in right now and just, oh, thank God I didn't miss C9 versus TSM in the grand finals. And there's so much, emotion going into this as well. I mean, TSM lost 2-0 in the grand finals last week, and they have something to prove. And C9, they don't want to get swapped out either. I mean, if they go into this finals going 0-2 again, it just goes to show how fickle it can be. And they want to prove themselves. They want to solidify their slot as the best team in Europe right now, and that's what they're going to have to do in these series of games. We're going to cut to a brief break, guys. We're going to C9 versus TSM. This is game 1 of the grand finals. You haven't missed any of the finals just yet, so don't go anywhere. This is going to be the game to watch. Hey everyone, and welcome to Game 1 of the Grand Finals. You're watching Cloud9 HyperX up against Team Solo Mid. It all comes down to this. It's where it all begins. Pay attention and look closely. Let's cover who's playing what, where they're going for what team. The bottom side of the map, your Cloud9 HyperX players going to the jungle. You're going to see Zalia on Ra, Suntouch on Bacchus, Sio playing Zeus, God of the Skies, Smek playing Neat, and Frostiak, the God of Thunder, playing Thor. Across the west, Team Solo Mid. They lost last week and they're looking to change that this time around. You've got Youngbei on her, Cubo, Fred playing Bastet, Trickstank on Guan Yu, Lobster playing Ao Kwang, and Game Hunter on Sun Wukong. Give it up in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Show your support for your team today. Game 1 getting underway.
All right, so we do see an early pause come out by Smek. Apparently, Frostiak was having a little bit of connectivity issues and will be restarting his router. Once that has been completed, the game will begin. So in the meantime, Drybear.
Come down here. Looks like we're having a little bit of the issue that should be sorted out quite
Hey.
shortly. Guys, apologies about that.
Don't ignore me, Drybear.
What?
I said in the meantime.
No. I don't see it
Drybear.
in chat. I don't see it in chat.
Drybear, what's
No
your
one's doing
perfect
it.
Sunday?
Fudge and nuts and pecans and caramel and lots of ice cream. Alcon going to the jungle here, going to start out. Looks like Frostiak can disconnect here. Again, apologies about a little bit of the issues with the stream that's going to be sorting out very promptly right now. In the meantime, we're looking at a 1 minute pause. Going to go forward.
Oh, guys, it looks like we're having some technical issues. We'll be right back in 1 minute with Game 1 of the Grand Finals. Stick with us.
All right, so we're having a little bit of technical issues here. We're going to sort that out as quickly as we possibly can. The stream will come down for a very, very brief period of time, and at that time, we'll bring it right back up and make sure all sorted up. We know you guys want the highest level of quality for this upcoming match. We're going to make sure that we bring it to you. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. The stream will come. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being patient today. We are not getting the game for C9 versus Team Solo Mid just yet. Game 1 will be getting underway shortly. We had a few issues that we have since solved and are continuing to solve a little bit of the smaller ones going forward. And as soon as it is ready to go, we will have the game up on the screen. Game 1 did not actually take off, so we're still holding on to that one. So you haven't missed a single thing of the grand finals between C9 and TSM. We're just throwing this out very briefly before we get underway.
So in the meantime, Drybear, let's talk about our two teams again. This is Week 2's Grand Finals, and we see a matchup that we've seen a lot in the past, especially since the Road to 100K started. Now this, of course, is Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9 HyperX.
You know, one of the biggest things that I think that needs to be remembered today is Vimano was banned. He's gone. They just got rid of the baby. And that's probably a big milestone for Smite, given the fact that I don't think he's been banned since,
he hasn't been
like
banned
9 months?
since I was playing on Juice with
10
Shing
months?
Allied.
Like, yeah, well, before the issue was...
There was over a year.
Yeah, so mainly it was magic mids, and you could take Vamon in the mid lane with that Umbrella Ring, and given the fact that you start with Stone of Gaia or any kind of magical protection, you could take it right in there, and there's nothing anyone could do. Ra was very popular at the time in the mid lane, and Ra got completely shut down by Vamana. He was very, very strong, and going forward, he also had the ability to not only get to the back lines, he could heal himself back up, focus the carries, and pick them off and get out of there. Previously, when we were in a tank-type meta where they were very protected, Vamana could get in there, get the kills, and get out. He was a very powerful character and has since fallen from grace, but is making his way back up to the top.
So the game is back online. We're going to wait for our teams to get in. We're going to get everything set up. We should be going into a blind pick here. The characters have already been chosen, so we're going to try to limit our downtime as much as possible. But we do have at least a minute or two before we'll be able to get into that. So, Drybear, why don't you explain to us in detail about your perfect Sunday?
My perfect Sunday. So it looks like the game's going to be coming up quite shortly, guys. You see Hyros Nabil in chat letting everyone know that the game is back online. We are getting into the game quite shortly here, so we're getting it all set up for you. Please go ahead and just shoot out to the Twitters, to the Facebooks, to all the amazing little platforms you have available. Let everyone know that we're coming back and we're getting ready to get this game underway so they can come back from the kitchen after making their afternoon, morning, or evening meal/snack and get back into the game. C9 versus TSM getting underway shortly as we get anything all set up. Back to your original question, DM. My perfect Sunday. Yes. I don't know. I think it was last weekend. That was an incredible, incredible Sunday.
Well, only downhill from there then. That's depressing.
No, not necessarily. You can go up. And go up.
I am spectated onto Sayo, by the way, Drybear, just to get that out of the way. Make sure we get that done quickly.
Come on, Young Bang.
Oh, okay.
Just saying.
Showing a little favoritism, are we, Drybear?
Well, I don't know. I feel like if there's two of us and there's two teams, we have to be pretty split.
I just picked names that are easy to spell. I should have said Smek. Super easy.
Oh.
I'm not a good typist.
I'm not literate, so I can't even operate at this point.
I believe you.
So at this point, guys, we're getting underway quite shortly. The game has been brought back up line. You can see in chat Nabil letting us know that it is going to be enabled shortly. So, going into this match, let's look back on last week's engagements. We saw that the semifinals were exactly the same. The finals were exactly the same. Team Q went up against TSM in the semifinals. Team TSM moved forward. C9 went up against Torch. Previously, the Fanboys, C9 went forward. The exact same setup we saw last week is happening this week. And now we have a best-of-3 starting out between C9 and TSM. C9 last week, game 1. TSM was ahead a majority of the match until the late stages where C9 pulled it back and got the victory in game 1, and then went into game 2 and shut it out early to prevent TSM from going into game 3. So this is a very, very strong matchup. Both these teams are incredibly skilled, and it's going to come down to this progression. The game 1 is always what sets the pace for the rest of it. And you want to pay attention to how it progresses, because going into game 2, you never want to be down game 1, especially if you're facing against these Amazing teams.
Are you in the party, Dry Bear?
I am.
Oh, it doesn't
Not.
show you for me.
It says I am, but I'm not.
Hmm.
See if we can't get it a party.
I don't like
invite.
your wizardry.
There it goes. That one will go through. That one's going to be...
You're welcome,
I see
Dry
you.
Bear.
I see you.
Jesus.
You're not the party leader. You don't own me. Sheesh. Sheesh.
Making a
DM.
face. Oh, Dry Bear, yes?
What's your ideal Thursday?
I like my Thursdays where they are.
Really?
Yeah. I could use more steaks, though. I didn't do anything. My green screen apparently is messing up.
Like a light green screen now.
I touched it. I touched it and it changed. What are these for?
It's back. Touch it again. Touch it. Oh. Amazing. Amazing. The power of DM Brandon. I think the green screen fears you.
Quick, Sio, get into the game. Wait, if I go
Hurry
back.
along. The magics. All they see is this haunting, misty fog behind you. We're in the game now, guys. Of course, it's going to be a blind pick. They're going to pick all the same exact characters as they did previously. Again, to remind you, Zeus has made it into the game, and we're going to see how well Sio can utilize it this time around. It's going to be game 1, TSM versus C9. You know, the On Her Guan Yu combo has been selected for TSM. They've gotten first blood in every single match. They've been able to get this combo together in the last 2 weeks, but they are facing up against Cloud9 HyperX, and you know there's a lot of intimidation going on there.
There we go. So, we got about 3 minutes until we get into this game. We talked about Zeus being in here. We talked about the baby being banned, which I love. What I really want to focus on is how beautiful Sun Wukong's gold skin looks.
That new blue, that deeper, more ocean or sea blue, really looks amazing with the gold, and it's less abrasive, I think, than the other blue is very bright and in your face, where that one's more cool, laid back, kind of.
And it matches the gold very, very well.
It does. It does. It looks very regal.
I saw on the Reddit that Era's spoiled that they're going to be looking into doing more of this. Guan Yu has a very unique red as well, which I love.
Oh my God, it looks so good. I think they have a lot of attention. People have, made requests about, maybe making their skin not golden, but golden, or maybe adding in a silver version. And honestly, I'm all for making more tiers to it. You know, at 5 you get silver, and then at 10 you get gold, and then at 15 you get legendary. And then when you see someone legendary, it's just like one of those things where you cover your mouth and you look around. And he's level mastery 15, 20. Oh my God! And it's just that emphasis on you spent a lot of time to get this. I would love to see that.
All right, guys, we're going to cut to a quick 3-minute timer before we get into Game 1 of Grand Finals. Of course, this is Week 2 on the road to 100K. Cloud9 HyperX comes in as first seed, and they'll be going up against Team Solo Mid. Should TSM take this set, they will tie themselves for first seed going into third week. But, of course, Cloud9 has proven their dominance in this region. We'll find out more when we're able to get back. Stick around.
Hey, everyone, welcome back to take 2 of round 1, C9 up against TSM here. Cloud9 HyperX. Discover who's playing what and where they're going for what team. The bottom side, not the pristine side on the green grass. We've got Cloud9 HyperX, Frostiak on Thor, Smek playing Neath. Behind him will be Sayo playing Zeus. Suntouch on the Golden Bacchus, and Zalia making his best bird impression, playing Raw through the jungle across the way to top side. Your contenders team, solo mid, coming out strong today. Seeing they can't earn a victory. First place would tie them up with C9. Young Bay on her, playing the hunter role. Trixtang playing Guan Yu in the support role. Lobster on Ao Kwang. Cubo Fred on Bastet. Speaking of Lobster, the first damage comes through and Lobster gets picked off. C9 takes first blood at negative 36 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we have Cubo Fred and Bastet, Game Hunter on Sun Wukong. But give it up in chat if you're a C9 follower.
You know, I love how Sayo is actually riding around on a cloud himself. He's really getting into the spirit of things.
It works.
So they're going to find first blood there. Not only that, but it's going to go on to Zeus. That's never something you want to hear. 45 free gold for everyone on Cloud9, and 365 gold added to Sayo's pockets. He's going to be a tad bit late here to the mid camps. You see him rotating over to the right side. Cubo Fred looking for an opportunity to jump over. He gets the jump. He gets the steal, and he's out. TSM's going to be able to earn 2 mid camps right there. You see Young Bay rotating over as well. They're going to be somewhat far behind over on the left side, which means they're not going to have invade potential going towards the blue buff. You see Suntouch already getting ready to go to lane. Smek going to be able to finish that up over on the top side. Young Bay does manage to grab that. Still, one kill ahead now for Cloud9. Ultimately, we see a lead directly in their favor.
You know, this is something that needs to be said. Lobster is a player who is not easily shaken. He's not a player that gets heavily emotional, not someone that goes down there. But, you know, you look at a match like this, given the fact that they lost 2-0 last week, everything's on the line and everyone knows it, and they lose first blood right like that at minus 36 seconds in the game. That is going to set the pace. And, you know, you got to give credit to C9 for having, I guess, more of an emphasis on the theatrics. You play the players, not the game itself. And, you know, with that first blood aggression, even if they didn't get a kill there, they're basically sending a message to TSM saying, hey, you know what, we're here, we're still just as good as we were last week, and we haven't changed a little bit. So make sure you're on your toes because we're not going to give you any breathing room. First blood goes on to Zeus, like you mentioned, a very, very strong matchup. And that's going to allow Zeus to zone out the Ao Kwang. Now, Zeus's preference in the mid lane, his push isn't that strong, and certainly nowhere near the level of Ao Kwang, but what Zeus excels at is harassment and kills in the mid lane, and with that first blood, he's going to be able to do it.
Not to mention, that first blood didn't just give him gold, it gave him a lot of experience as well. You saw him hit level 4 significantly before Lobster. Now jumping over, Hand of the Gods again will be sustained through Cubo Fred. The detonate's going to do a ton here, but Frostiak just not able to follow up. Too quick, we see the cat able to escape. Zeus going to go back to the mid lane and continue his farm.
We're going to go ahead and see Thor cover the mid lane as well, make sure that everything is good to go. It looks like it's going to be a very close call. Bastet barely able to get out of there, jumping in. You know, it's something that Cubo Fred needs to pay attention to going forward. He was able to get that first mid camp by jumping over and stealing it away, but, you know, they're privy to it now. They're paying attention to that Bastet. They're aware that Cubo is going to continue to do that, and they're going to be in position. Now, you have to also keep in mind the fact that Zeus is also very, very adept at, you know, conquering those mid camps. That chain lightning plus the detonate is a very, very good combination of tools to make sure you get those mid camps every single time they show up. Surprisingly enough, you're going to see the goal difference between Zeus and Ao Kwang is very different, but Zeus is actually falling behind Lobster now in the experience department due to the mid camps, as well as the fact that Zeus was out of the lane for a little bit longer. So Lobster making his play back into the game. We're still going to see a 450 gold lead for Cloud9. 1100 experience, however, in favor of TSM, and that's just proper mechanics. Going into the jungle, getting those buffs, making sure you don't miss any minions, make sure you get the mid camps, and they've gotten a lot of them.
Right now, over in right lane, we see a lot of pressure coming out. Game Hunter has pushed Zalia back time after time, and now he's forced to take this damage or lose gold. Left side, more pressure coming out as well. Smek gets caught. How many times have we seen this duo pick up a kill in early game? I think it's literally every time.
Yeah, I mean, they play so well together, and you see the ultimate come out from Trix Tank. The cavalry charge went down, and Neath didn't have the backflip available. Some calls that go down here as we see a little bit of skipping, waiting for that stasis mode to come through. But on the right side, Frostiak comes over. Ra was able to put up the Searing Pain, and Pain is exactly what Sun Wukong felt there, being picked off there. So now 2 for 1. C9 is up. Looks like Zeus is going to go down the mid lane as well. Pop's ultimate, but the Bastet Guan Yu rotation, TSM, they're putting up the effort right now. They're going to pull ahead and experience the gold down 260, and looks like that is going to be a big victory for them, especially taking out a character like Zeus.
Are you in stasis mode, Mr. Jobber?
Not currently. I have been.
Oh. It's weird. We're getting caught in intermittent.
Looks like we're having intermittent stasis mode between all 3 of us being the ones controlling the camera here and looking at the game. So there may be a little bit of sync issues going forward, guys. Again, give us a little bit of patience with that. Maybe casting something that may not be happening or may have already happened. But we're going to continue on with this. Bacchus in front of the Gold Fury, warding that up quite effectively. We do have on her and Trix Tank, Young Bayon on her, and then Trix Tank playing Guan Yu, of course, left side of the map, keeping the Gresham up. And I think, TSM is really starting to understand how C9 tend to play, and they're coming in the mid lane. They're getting the kills on Zeus. They're rotating over. They were able to, not defend the Sun Wukong on the right side, but left side they were able to pick up the Neath, which is a huge play in the semifinal round, which we didn't get to see. If you look at the stats, Smek on Neath went 8-0 and 14. In this game, he's already 0-1 and 1.
All right, so it looks like I'm still stuck here, Mr. Jobber, and I don't really have a way of remedying this.
Yeah, we're having intermission issues. It seems like everyone that, by watching the stream and then looking at mine, everyone has to have a separate stasis mode between the casters here. So we're going to have, guaranteed submissions. Searing Pain in the right lane going over there. The Rhyme comes out there, but Sun Wukong gets hit out. Frostiak jumps on top of it. Azalea going to drop down. A huge play there. Hand of the Gods to come out. Azalea is going to push that one up. So in a great spot, C9 gets another kill. Will it put him ahead? It's going to keep him ahead in the gold department. 500 gold and 1,000 experience right now. And looks like they're going to be keeping this aggression up, but TSM certainly has enough answers in their toolbox.
So mid lane, once again, we're seeing Sio just left to farm, and I don't like this. This is when he's weak. This is when you need to find Zeus and shut him down. And characters like Bastet have that inherent in her kit, allowing her to get multiple slows off, comboing damage with jumps and bleeds and all those good things, and they're just kind of leaving Zeus to his devices, farming up themselves. We already see him now. Granted, he is level 7. He is behind Lobster, who's sitting at level 9 right now, but at the same time, more pressure, the better. You don't want to see Zeus get huge.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue that we've had with Zeus since his inception in Smite is that, how do you deal with this character? His early game previously was a lot weaker, where you only get 1 bounce from the chain lightning. The detonate scaled a lot more, and the basic attack scaling wasn't there either. And this is the point where you're like, well, his early game's too weak, but if we strengthen his early game, then his mid and late can become even stronger, which at that point were his biggest selling point. So the burst damage is too much. Guan Yu take out here in the mid lane. C9 pushing the envelope here, 4-2. Getting another kill. Guan Yu's going to go down there. They're just handing out kills left and right. Game Hunter being the biggest one, having a trouble time over there. And because he went shield, Frostiak is just having a field day.
So I hit stasis mode again, mister. Have you?
No, I'm at 26, 27, 28. I'm still rolling. It's going to be different for all of us, so it's just going to have to keep rolling.
Luckily, I got caught when a celestial beam was ending, and it was just drilling a hole into the ground from the UFO. Yeah. So no major interesting builds coming out. We see the shield coming out from Wukong. Trix Tank going for the Midas Boot second after Watchers. Majorly basic stuff here. The only thing that may be slightly off kilter is that Sun Touch, and he usually favors this, goes right into Midas Boots, avoiding the starter items, just trying to stack that goal up early game. And it usually winds up putting him at least a little bit ahead if he farms well, and so far he's been doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, he certainly has, and something he's going to look to continue to do. We're going to see three Hand of the Gods on both teams. In fact, we have Tier 3 Blink picked up by Agni or Ao Kwang already, up against the Zeus Detonate, the stun from the Thor ultimate, dunking down on top of him. He's really looking to avoid that, and I think that's a good pickup, to pick up that 90-second reduction there, making sure that if the Neath ultimate comes out, the Thor dunk comes out, the stun from Zeus comes out, he's able to get himself out of dodge and avoid that kill. Already he's currently sitting as 1-1-0, able to get that kill earlier, but at this point they're looking to just slow things down on TSM. C9 starting to scale up. I mean, they have a little bit of a gold lead, but the experience is certainly in favor of TSM, and they might look to actually start pressing that experience advantage as they hit around level 11 when their ultimates start to get scaled up.
So Zeus in mid lane getting pressure back to the tower again, finally hitting level 9. You can see Lobster hitting level 10 himself. Both players just trying to make something happen here. You see Lobster sitting 1-1, Sio sitting 1-1-1, but the gold pretty much even, about 100 apart. Experience in favor of Lobster, and I love watching these two mids face off. Both of them are such amazing players, and they always are bringing their A game, and you can see the potential in both players just by watching their spacing, just being able to throw things. So Bastet runs through the mid lane, going to walk over towards the right side where she's going to find Frostyak. I don't know if they're going to want to engage here. Both players are super powerful at this point, and given Thor's passive, has insane potential for damage.
Hammer's going to miss. The Tectonic Rift is going to miss. They kind of just threw their poke out to see if they could get lucky, but they're not going to find it there. They're going to be forced to back off. Bastet going to go back and get those heartbeat camps. Thor's still looking for something right now, see if he can't get in and steal something away from the Bastet. Look at the gold numbers. We're going to see 5,100 gold on Zalia, playing 2-0 and 1 on Ron, mainly because that shield on Sun Wukong is allowing Thor to jump in, and because the Tectonic Rift stun, Zalia has been hitting every single one of his Searing Pain. I don't think he's missed one just yet. He's able to get tons of damage out and finish out the Sun Wukong, even when he starts to get that distance with the 72 transformations transforming into the bird to fly away. He still has the distance he needs with that laser snipe. We're going to see Sovereignty 1 started up by Suntouch going right into that build. We're going to see across the way Trickstank lagging a little bit behind, but did pick up that Watcher's Gift. Voidblade start there on Frostyak, not going to go down the road of Hyrock with the mystical mark, of course. Breastplate of Valor on Zalia. He's just going full CDR build with that physical protection.
Neath opting for that Heartseeker, of course, has filled up. Youngbay sitting 1-0 right now, has matched that build, and considering that he has a fair amount of gold ahead, about 300 gold himself, he's going to have extra damage potential. Level 12 right now, 2 levels ahead of Smek. You can tell that so he wishes he will have the ability to fight even maybe a 2v1 against Suntouch and Smek, level 12 on her. Very scary, but when he hits that level 13 mark and gets the 3rd level of Desert Fury, you best believe they're going to be scared.
Yeah, they certainly will, and will a fear factor into their play is the question. Bastet's going to find Thor here. There goes the Razor Claws, and Ninetales jumps forward. A little bit of stasis mode here. Looks like they might be grabbing up the Thor. Bastet does have the cats available if she wants to use it. There it goes. Thor going up into the air. The cats might come out. Nope, just going to save that. Neath ultimate to defend the Thor just in case. Not going to get there. Using a little bit of CC immunity to avoid the stun from the ultimate coming out from the Neath. At this point, we're still sitting 4 for 2. The 10-minute mark has been crossed over at this point. Checking in on the charts, an 800 gold lead for C9 and a 1,300 experience lead for TSM, and it's been hovering at that pretty much the whole time.
I'm in stasis mode right now with this red tornado, and it's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
The red tornado from the
Ao Kwang, like, it's incredible.
Ooh.
That was incredible. So no Gold Fury yet, 10 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. Both teams very close right now. The only difference is that we see a massive experience lead in favor now of TSM. About 2,300 gold comparatively to the 2,300 experience compared to the 300 gold. Now 500 gold in favor of Cloud9.
Blue buff on the right side. Bass is going to pick that up. Ra looking for a kill on the Sun Wukong, forcing him away from this one. Did end up going for the Runic Shield for the extra magic protection on the passive activation there. Heartseeker 3 has been picked up by Youngbay and completed. Now going to Warrior Tabi for the penetration. Now we're going to have Cubo Fred picking the penetration for himself on the Warrior Tabi as well. Breastplate of Valor completed on Zeus in the mid lane. Did go for the penetration on his boots with Shoes of the Magi. Looking for a kill in the mid lane. Bass is going to find the mid camps, and Thor's going to be forced to teleport away with Mjolnir's attunement. Bach is going to find Guan Yu. That's that wonderful support fight that everyone loves to see. I was going to go down here. Hand of the Gods both come out. Looks like Trickstank was able to pick that one up. The belly flop just to send a message to Guan Yu, tell him to get off of his turf now. Thor going to teleport over the wall and pick up this movement speed buff and just try to keep himself afloat in the overall gold gain department. Make sure he doesn't fall too far behind, because Thor can be a wrecking force and certainly one of the biggest turnaround ultimates in the game, able to stun down, doing tons of damage with a follow-up stun, plus a wall that blocks and a good amount of damage. Thor definitely someone who wants to be ahead.
So we saw early game, we see Sun Touch picking up the Midas boots. And then we see Trix Tank going Watcher's Gift into Midas Boots, which is going to put him behind trying to build the Sov, but ultimately has wound up with at least a little bit more gold in the long run. So do you think it's wiser to try to rush the Sovereignty afterwards, or do you think we should be continuing going for these Watcher's Gifts?
You know, honestly, I don't know if the Watcher's Gift is entirely necessary anymore, and you know, it is less of a difference than it was previously. Certainly, something that we're going to be able to deal with. Okay, so we're going to actually go ahead and pause the game here. When this stasis mode comes off of mine, I'm going to pause. I'm paused at 12:02 is the time I'm paused at, and the reason we're doing this, guys, the spectator delay is 3 minutes. It feeds the game to us in a slow fashion, and generally it works out. If it ever gets tripped up at any point, sometimes it just stops there. So we're going to go ahead and move forward. 12:09 is going to be the time we're going to be moving forward to and pausing up. And basically what we're going to do is allow the feed to come in, stack up, build up a bunch on it, just make sure that there's enough headroom for us. The stasis mode stops. I know the pausing and the skipping for the stasis mode is causing some disappointment from you guys as far as the stream itself. So we're going to pause, let that go. 12:09 is where we're paused up. So we're going to go ahead and let that run for just a few seconds here. So we're going to wait for it to go. Jotun's Wrath 2, pick up a Bastet, everything good to go. So that is going to be where we're at. How you doing today, DM?
Averagely.
Averagely?
Yes.
Are you not even slightly above average?
Maybe. I haven't compared the data.
Does it? There's not a feeling? You can't just ballpark it?
Is that how you live your life, Drybear, with ballparks?
Sometimes you just don't have enough time to go to the data.
Have you ever been to a ballpark?
I have been to a ballpark.
I went to a Mets game
My high school prom was at a ballpark, on the roof.
The roof of a ballpark.
The roof of a ballpark.
What?
Yeah, like the roof. You know?
All the ballparks near me are open. So
Yeah.
essentially, you'd either be floating or they would have just dropped you from the sky, and it would have been the worst or best prom ever, depending on who you ask.
You never know. You weren't there.
You don't know that.
I do, actually. I checked the data.
Full circle. It's like an episode of Seinfeld.
Oh, boy, we're going
Except
down that road.
Driver is not funny and no one would watch it.
Oh, wow. Just to update you guys here, we are sitting at a pause. Make sure that the spectator delay actually gets a little bit ahead of us, so that the sync issues are solved and good to go here. Getting a little bit more headroom, and we should be good to go. You can see the bottom left corner of the screen. That little bit of lead on that bar is what we're looking for. I want to make that as big as possible, so that when the feed starts slowing down, we have enough headroom where it just doesn't stop for us. The stasis mode goes away. We're gonna give it a little bit longer, and we'll be good to go here. 12:09 is we're paused at. Looking at the graphs, we're going to see 520 gold in favor of C9 and 1,700 experience in favor of TSM, 4-3. So this game could honestly go any direction. Both these teams are in the driver's seat and capable of taking this all the way to the bank. And you know TSM is looking for it. And C9, if they win this matchup, they'll be at 200 seeding points, far and away the most above anybody. And it's going to be tough if C9 continues to win like this for other teams to catch up and get that slot.
So I have the greatest action shot of Young Base on her, leaping through the air. He looks like a rocket ship.
Dude, he's taking flight on the left side. Look at that.
I love
He's going
this.
straight up. It's not even like
And
there's an angle.
Poor little scantily clad Nurse Neath is just like, this
I'm a
is not
bird.
okay for me.
I'm a bird.
I can't tell if she's jumping. I think she's actually either landing or initiating a backflip.
This looks like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon right now. If there were treetops on the left lane, that's exactly what this would be. They're just floating and going across and trying to get some fights on right now. So we're going to go ahead and unpause here pretty soon. When the queue does come through, we're ready to go. The actual headroom is clear, so once this go.
All right, so getting right back into this game here. It looks like she was landing from the backflip. Young Base chasing, but it wasn't strong enough. Right side, mid-camp, we have more pressure coming out from Cuvo Fred, who just won't let this right mid-camp go.
He wants it, and you see a lot of junglers do this, and some people ask, how do I get better at jungler? What is it that I'm missing? I feel like I'm jungling and I'm falling behind, and the answer most often is just the mid camps. People spend a lot of time ganking and not enough time getting that 90 gold, 140 some experience every single mid camp, and if you're there every minute and 40 seconds and picking it up, your gold skyrockets. So that that aggressive attention to the mid camps is what makes a jungler get ahead, and your team as well. And if you're securing those, not only you're getting them for yourself or possibly for your mid if they're there, but you're also shutting down the opponent's opportunity to get that golden experience as well. And Toxic coming out, Zeus ultimate double hit your Trick Tank getting low, the detonate comes out, Thor ultimate coming out, the Outquong's gonna hit Zeus with Spirit's Terrence, Cubo Fred's gonna go down to Berserker Barrage, Trick Tank gets hit by the chain line, the detonate comes out, that is the last final wish of Zeus as he gets away, Tornado on the ground, Thor can get it, the Squall back into the Tornado, but hit by the Smack rotation. That was a beautiful play by Lobster, forcing Frosted to go back to the Tornado, but it's going to be a 3-for-1 exchange, and Bacchus is screaming, Worth!
That's right, 3-for-1, only the support falling on Cloud9, and then we see 3 major pickups here on Team Solo mid. That's gotta hurt, especially considering that the goal difference has just jumped into their favor massively, and they have actually taken over the experience difference as well. Over in the right lane, Game Hunter trying his damnedest to clear it, but could not get it done. Searing Pain already on cooldown. He's looking for something. He's gonna be forced up there. Game Hunter onto the Cloud. Oh no. World Weaver was activated and used on the decoy.
That decoy is doing his job well. Very, very convincing. And he's going to take a non-existent arrow and head on home. We've got Sile going over the mid lane. Zeus pushing this tower down. It's getting quite low, but a big rotation from all sides on TSMs. We've got the Bastet in the... actually going to go for the movement speed buff, not even going for the mid camps. Looks like the On Her and Guan Yu to head back over to the left side of the map and make sure Neath doesn't get too far ahead. At this point, after it's all said and done, C9 has pulled ahead 2,500 gold and 460 experience. So they're definitely starting to build that lead up yet again. In TSM, you watch the match, game 2 of last week, where it all kind of fell out of control. They're going to kill on Bacchus on the right side. They're going to kill on C9. Finally, 7-5 here. Bacchus getting a little bit too greedy, and there wasn't really a lot of follow-up.
Now with the jungle starting to respawn again, you can see the blue buffs popping up around the map. Cuvo rotates over. Mid-camp should be pretty soon as well. More pressure coming onto mid. They're trying to lock Sayo underneath this tower, but I think this is one of the reasons that you see Zeus banned so often, because if he gets even a little bit ahead, he starts to spiral. And check it out, 3-2-2 right now. The boots are finished. He went Breastplate of Valor for some CDR. And, take a look across the board. We have 4 physicals right now versus 2 Breastplate of Valors. There's a focused Void Blade on the map. Check out the Sovereignty, which is, almost done as well. He has 900 gold on him right now. This is a great counter build potential coming out from Cloud9. And I got to think that TSM is regretting the 4 physical pick.
Bacchus is going to go towards the Gold Fury here. Thor going to make his way over. Zeus in the mid lane. A good counter work coming out here from Bacchus, but Guan Yu's going to get it with the Talu Assault, popping up the cavalry charge and make his way away. Frostiak in frustration throws out the wall on the horse. Of course, CC immunity is going to prevent him from even feeling that in his soul of souls. Mid lane, the Bastet's going to come over, rotate and cover this up for Outquong, who's going to pick up the damage buff now. Ra rotating over. Looks like that tower is going to go down here on the right side, and it's going to be a big pick up for C9 previously. See that big jump there on the graph. Thor is going to come over to the left side and look for the Outquong player, Lobster. Gold Fury is being started up. Do they have hand 3? They do on both teams, actually. So both supports knowing that the Gold Fury is going to be soon starting up here. Thor going up in the air. Tornadoes on the ground. The Gold Fury has been leashed. He's ultimate being primed. Who's going to go for it? It's going to go to the backside. Hit Guan Yu in the back. Searing Pain hitting 2. Cubo for insurance taking a lot of damage there. Desert Fury going out. Frostiak in trouble. There goes ultimate from the Zeus. Going to hit 2 charges on Guan Yu and 1 on the Bastet, who jumps away from the spinning Thor. It's going to be a free kill for Bacchus. Sayo by himself. Impale. Basic attack. Basic attack. Sayo goes down there. A big pickup. Sun Wukong's going to get credit for that one as Neath backflips away. A 2-for-0 exchange. Now going after Thor. Frostiak's going to go down. TSM, ladies and gentlemen, are going to come back and pick up that Gold Fury.
All right, so now, they're going to have a chance to just completely go back and get this done. Cloud9 on their heels right now have been completely turned around. Celestial Beam is not going to get it done. Xaylia does manage to find a kill there, maybe even 2 as Game Hunter gets over aggressive. The Searing Pain in the back to Guan Yu is going to take him out, and the Gold Fury is going to go their way. But still, I mean, that was a great turnaround from Cloud9, specifically Zalia, for how well he was able to play that engagement. And despite the fact they lost so much there, was able to turn it maybe not into a positive experience, but into an experience, at least a gain in some sort. Shout outs to Zalia. He's been playing unbelievably this tournament. Again, it should be noted that he earned a pentakill in the previous round against the Fanboys, or rather Torch now, and that's just mind-boggling.
Yeah, pentakills in tournaments are really so few and far between, and something that you're not even going for. You're considering the fact that you're in a tournament. You're not about the prestige of getting a lot of kills. You're just looking for the win, and generally pentakills are a product of something going completely wrong, or someone allowing you to get a kill at the final bit there. But if you're earning outright, that just means you're doing so very well. At this point, we're waiting for some respawns coming out. Gold Fury is going to be coming up in just about 3 minutes and 45 seconds right now. Blue buff on the left side will be picked up here by Neat and the Bacchus, looking to start something up. It's sitting at this point, we're 10-8 here, just past the halfway mark in the 18 minutes, and it's actually looking pretty good as far as the game goes. It's starting to come back towards TSM favor, but C9 is still in the lead.
Oh, thanks to Zalia and that immense pressure. You can see him majorly topping the charts right now at 10,000 gold, level 18. Actually, we also see Youngbei at level 18 in the duo lane. The Chin Sais are finished. The Heartseeker's finished. Tabby is finished. He is undeterred from this week's patch and will stay the course.
And see if that works out for them. Gold Fury, of course, going to come up in about 3 minutes now. We're looking for that opportunity to be started up. Zeus in the mid lane. Looking at itemization, Sovereignty has been completed by Suntouch on Bacchus. Sovereignty yet to be completed on Trickstank. Ended up going for that Watcher's Gift. Going to be the difference there. We have Rod rotating over towards the mid lane. Sun Wukong just desperately trying to make sure that his tier 2 tower doesn't get pressured as well. Big rotations of mid camps do respawn. Bastet looking to grab something here. Zeus being forced back. Squall's on the ground. There goes a Ninetales hit. There goes the Cats. Alcohol's been coming through, but he's going to be able to blink away. Sio getting out of dodge there. Beautiful play. Thor dunks down on top of it. Is it going to be enough? We're going to force them away. They're already out of tower range. Bastet has already disengaged. That's going to be the end of that engagement. That blink is paying off.
It really is. That's the second time now we've seen him be able to escape a rather deadly situation. That one being more notable, of course, being able to waste multiple ultimates. Spirit's Tempest and the Catcall were both wasted in an attempt to try to drop that increasingly dangerous Zeus. Even at 3-3 right now, you don't want to mess with him. Though Zalia right now, 5-0 with Raw. Considered by a lot to not even be a top-tier character. A lot of people think this is a mid-tier character, but he's been climbing the ranks quite viciously over the last 2 to 3 weeks, where a lot of solo laners have been picking him up for the extra sustain, and he's been giving a lot of characters, especially characters like Sun Wukong and Guan Yu, a very hard time.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what the beauty of this is, and this is something that a lot of people have known for a long time in these kind of games, these MOBAs, is that fact that if you take a mid-tier character or a low top-tier character and you get so good at it that you're forcing the enemy to ban it out, all of a sudden you just upgrade yourself to a better top-tier character, and things are working so well. I mean, you see Zalia, who he played Vamana so well that they banned him. Like, okay, we'll let Zeus through. That is the difference there, and when you have that big of a god pool, you're able to make these kind of exchanges happen in the pick stage. Speaking of exchange, the mid lane, Sio getting jumped on yet again. Does he have Blink? Ultimate comes out there. Neath ultimate coming through as well. Is going to hit Lobster. Alcohol's going to hit Sio, force him out. Bastet dive in the backside as well. Cubo Fred going to force him away. Bastet gets away. Thor up in the air. Look for the dunk to come down. Cubo Fred gets away. Stunned on top of Game Hunter. Trickstang jumps away, but the Searing Pain's going to get the kill. Cubo Fred does the other Belch of the Gods. Intoxicate gets him as the animation for the pounce was primed there. Thor goes down. Impale on Suntouch. He's jumping away. The Spirit gets activated. Spirit Arrow not going to land as Youngbei gets out of there. It's going to be a 2-for-2 exchange, and continuing onward in the mid lane here. The Gold 3 is up in 35 seconds. What an amazing exchange. It was a jungler and a support tank for a mid and a jungler. I would say TSM got the better end of that.
Well, now they've turned Cloud9 on their heels. You can notice here that Lobster is completely out of mana over on the left. Suntouch, same thing. They're forced to retreat. They don't want to mess with that. The last bit of his mana used to belch damage and stun out the mid camp as you see him pushing those down. That's going to be a free 90 gold for him. Right side, Zalia has the very similar mindset, is able to use Hand of the Gods to clear that up and deter Game Hunter's pressure. Overall, it still seems that we have about 1,500 gold in favor of Cloud9, which is shrinking. Experience difference is almost dead even at this point. What a close game. a single Gold Fury will just shoot this right back in TSM's favor, and of course in experience, and tie up the gold. But that's kind of where we're at. This is Grand Finals, week 2 on the path to 100K, and both teams are just dead even.
This is kind of how Game 1 went previously last week. I mean, even TSM was ahead in those matches, and it came down to the wire at the very end when TSM fell behind. C9 had some great plays, a turnaround, and then took the victory. And then, of course, going to Game 2, they just redoubled their efforts and shut it out. So, you know, there was no doubt in anyone's mind that these games were going to go like this. Both these teams are heavyweights in the, not even just the European scene, but just in general, in the SMITE competitive scene overall. They're very, very strong, very skilled, and also have a lot of, effectiveness in their interactions between each other. The teammates work very well together. A good vision coverage here coming out from TSM in front of the Gold Fury. They're going to make sure that that doesn't get stolen away. They know with how small the gold difference is right now, every Gold Fury counts.
You can see SunTouch trying to ward up there, but it's just chicken pox on the left side of the map. The control and vision goes to Trixtank right now, opting to get that Eye of Providence. You see SunTouch, Eye of Providence 3 as well, and a Sentry ward in hand, trying to get the counter opportunity for the wards. Right side, Zalia gets knocked up. Here's the cat call. The stun comes out, trying to get, or rather the Hand of the Gods comes out, trying to get some damage done to them. Here comes the World Weaver. Who is it on? Is it on the decoy? Yes, but the main one still takes it. Sayo rotating over, using the ultimate. That bird says no. He dips.
He's going to fly away from now, not taking any other business from Zeus. But here comes Cavalry Charge Tornado. Alquag ultimate. Lobster says no to Zeus. SunTouch now by himself doing the jump of joy. How much joy could he have? He's throwing wine over everyone, but he's going to go down here. He's too far out of place there. The belly flop was about to come off, cool down in about 2 seconds, but not soon enough as it goes down. So after they possibly get a kill there, it's not going to be enough. Ra goes down, Sayo goes down, SunTouch goes down. Big pickup, and they're going to go for the Fire Giant here. It's all sorted up. They're going after it. So they have vision of it, checking on the map. It looks like they don't. Thor's on his way up. Thor's farming the minions. They have zero knowledge that they would do something this crazy.
It's pretty crazy, but TSM has not only taken the gold back, has not only taken the experience back, but have just earned the Fire Giant buff. And look at this Game Hunter over in the right lane with Trix just jumping into tower range. This is the hunger I'm talking about. They were down for so long. They gave up first blood. They lost themselves objectives, but still they win one team fight. And like we've talked about, you give TSM an inch and they take a mile. Fire Giant down. Gold Fury still up. Still a few tier 1s for Cloud9. But you know that they have to be on the defensive right now. Here comes the pressure.
Yeah, you know, it needs to be said. 2,000 gold in the lead for TSM, 5,100 experience. It doesn't seem like a whole lot, but that Fire Giant buff this early on amounts to about a full item per person. Here comes Initiation. They're not wasting any time. Coming down, Thor's up in the air. Does he go for a dunk? He's going to land in the tornado and miss everyone. Technographer comes out. There's the hammer. He's going to blink out of there. Guan Yu going in. There's the Cavalry Charge. Zeus Ultimate not doing a whole lot. TSM coming down the center. Thor's dead. Alcohol Ultimate coming through. Zalia so very low. There goes the hammer from Desert Fury, and Ra goes down as well. Trixtank throws his life away, making sure his team is good to go, and good to go they are. The chain landing, bouncing between Kimo, Fred, and Youngbei. They go down. Beautiful play, and that is going to turn this team fight around. Game Hunter rooted under tower. Cloud9 HyperX, ladies and gentlemen. Lobster caught out. Belch of the Gods comes out. Lobster, he wants some damage. Smek isn't done with him just yet. Not going to let him go. Looking for the opportunity. Can he get the Spirit Arrow in time? Tornado on the ground. A few shots. Spirit Arrow. One more belly button. The blink. Bacchus is killed by the Squall. Is this possible? He goes down to Lobster, and now we're in a situation where we have a 4-for-3. Cloud9 was put in a corner, and they responded.
You know, what an amazing defense, and you gotta give most of that to Sayo. The Chain Lightning by itself picking up 2 people. He stuns out this jungler as he tries to get away. Over and over and over, Sayo just walked back in, walked away, walked back in, over and over, and they just let Zeus do it. They weren't afraid. They thought he was too low to fight, but he proved them wrong, picking his team up 3 kills, rapid fire. But then Lobster, you can see, there was no way he could make a play there. There was no possible way. He was guaranteed to die, but he recognized which way SunTouch was running. He knew which wall he would have to jump over, and he knew where he needed to stand to avoid the belly flop. And that's what he did. He doubled back, then blinked past him, spun himself around, and smacked Squall to finish him up. And then right there, you saw Smack's like, I'm not having any part of that. Backs off himself. And now Cloud9 still has 1,000 gold back in their favor. Experience difference, 2,300 as well. This game has been back and forth, and at 16-16 at 27 minutes, I don't know. I don't have an inkling of who's going to win this match.
You know, the only person still having the Fire Giant buff is going to be that Aqua on the left side, jumping on top underneath. The Cats are out. Do they have enough damage coming through? Desert Freeze is not going to have the distance. Cubo Fred going deep, gets rooted under a tower. He can jump back, though. CC immunity will allow him to do that, and that is going to be a wash on the left side. 16-16. This match is all tied up in the gold's going down to center as well. 700 gold in the lead for TSM. C9 still trying to pull it back here. The Gold Fury is available. The Fire Giant buff is going to fall off of Ao Kwang in 30 seconds, and then a minute later it will be respawning. But honestly, it was more of a steal. I don't think they're really in a comfortable position to start taking Fire Giants until these team fights start becoming more well-developed. We're in a great spot for this match to continue on, all tied up in kills, and I think this is a match that everyone deserves to see.
Sio in the mid lane right now, farming up creeps. You see all of TSM grouping up, looking for a chance to get that gank. They're looking for something here. Gold Fury is available. A Fire Giant's up in 1 minute, which means Lobster's going to lose that Fire Giant buff very soon.
Yep, coming off here. Looks like they're going to go down in 6 seconds. We're looking at Ao Kwang, and he's going to drop off here any second now. And the Fire Giant will be responding in a minute. They're setting their sights right now on the Gold Fury, so making sure that they're just getting the extra gold, stacking it up. Belch the God's coming out here on the Guan, who's going to get away from this one. Not really in too much trouble. There goes a Spirit Arrow, a little bit of damage. He's forced to use his ultimate. That's a bit of a win for C9. That's a big initiating tool for TSM, especially on a Gold Fury from this far away. So a really, really big win. And now they're going after the Gold Fury. Can they get it in time? Will they get there? The Cubo Fred's on his way. Trickstank, Lobster, they're coming through again. Apologies about the stasis mode. This will get underway quite shortly. Basic attacks. Fred's coming out. Thor goes up into the air. The Cats are out. There's the Zeus ultimate. Dunks down, hitting Lobster in the back, waiting the Dragon out, forcing him towards the backside. Trickstank goes out. Alcohol's going to erase Thor from the game. But in the meantime, Trickstank goes down. Searing Pain not going to land. Chain Lightning after the blink. The blink from Lobster will actually cancel out the Chain Lightning. Beautiful play there. It's going to be a 1-for-1. The Gold Fury did go in favor of C9, though.
But look at the difference right now. Gold 500, experience 14. And Fire Giant buff is off. I mean, they're pushing right now for the mid tower. Looks like they're going to get it. That's going to give Cloud9 a pretty big boost there, 2,100 gold. Ultimately, though, 2,000 gold at 30 minutes, split between 5 people. That's not even an item apiece. That is an irrelevant jump, which means for all intents and purposes, this game is dead even.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, the Fire Giant is back up. That buff has been, picked up and, rather underutilized with the plays that C9 are coming out with. And this is why, these teams deserve respect. TSM, they won a fight. They got the Fire Giant. They went in the mid lane. They dashed down, got some huge plays, and all of a sudden, Sio just, you're diving me? Let me just go ahead and jump in on this, get a double, pick that all out. We're going to go ahead and pause here, make sure the stasis mode goes away. So I'm going to go ahead and get this game all paused up and get this all synced up for you, ladies and gentlemen, that are watching today. Apologies about that. We're making continue on here. 30-16 is where we're at right now. We're making sure that, again, to reiterate what we talked about earlier, sometimes the feed slows down from spectator to the actual game. So we're going to pause, give it some headroom, and make sure that we have enough distance between us and the feed so that there's no syncing problems come on. I know you've experienced this on YouTube where your video is buffering. You really want to watch what happens next. We're going to go ahead and make sure that the buffering gets completed here and you're able to see the end of this match. We're tied up 17-17, DM.
I don't even understand how that's feasible. These two teams have come so far in the past year and have landed 2 of the biggest sponsorships in the world for esports, and now we're working towards that 100K invitational. And at this point, I'd be pretty hard pressed to pick 2 teams that would have higher rankings overall than Cloud9, HyperX, and TSM at the end of these 8 weeks. And then we go into grand finals right now, week 2. We're sitting 17-17. There's a 2,000 gold difference, a 300 experience difference, 30 minutes into the game. That is, like I said before, nigh on irrelevance. Sio and Zalia both. Look at those builds. Do you see this build? Do you see this?
Yes, it's adorable.
It's
they broke
absolutely
the code
precious.
boots, though.
They did.
It's
But
unfortunate.
Azalea needs the cooldown. Zeus prefers the penetration.
Yeah, sometimes a little bit of flavor added in there, some spices on the top.
Honestly, I would have liked an Aura Void here. Even from Zalia, I know he's already lacking pen, but giving Sio that extra boost could be helpful.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, a lot of people don't give consideration. We're going to see the same situation across the way on TSM. 2 focused Void Blades being picked up by Cubo, Fred, and Game Hunter. Honestly, I would like to see Game Hunter pick up the standard Void Blade over the Bastet, just stick in there longer Bastet more as hit and run style, where Game Hunter's going to get in there, apply that Aura. And the thing that they're not keeping in mind here is the fact that if Game Hunter is gluing to someone with his durability, On Her is going to benefit from that aura,
Right.
being able to do more damage all throughout the fight. So again, on the same coin that you were talking about with the Void Stones, I'd like to see our standard Void Blade there on TSM, just to get that aura, built up and utilized to its full effectiveness here. Deathbringer has been completed for SMEC. That damage output has been utilized now, as well as the penetration from the Executioner. Since the fall of Chin Sai's losing that lifesteal, making it no longer the end-all be-all item that it was previously, we're going to see items like Devourer's Gloves and Executioner make their way back into the scene. SMEC seems to prefer this one. Deathbringer done on Youngbei as well, pick up the Chin Sais and going right into Titan's Bane. The penetration benefits On Her more because he has Desert Fury, of course, and his Impale that would love to have more penetration to do more damage in a team fight, and also gives the fact that if you have more penetration, you can take down towers and objectives faster.
So just for those of you who might be joining us again, this is week 2 on the path to 100K. Over 8 weeks, we're seeing teams compete for seeding points, which will earn them invitations to Atlanta, Georgia to compete for $100,000. Currently, we are in grand finals, yes, game 1. We're paused right now just to let the server catch up to the replay to ensure that you guys can get the best action possible. We don't want to miss anything for you. As we start to load more and we get close to our goal, we'll be getting back into the game. It should only be about another minute or so.
Yeah, we're going to give it a bunch of headroom here, make sure we try to avoid as much of the stasis mode as possible. Something about the feed seemed to slow down just a bit, so to make sure that the stream is at its highest level of fidelity, so you guys can have a good uninterrupted watch here for C9 versus TSM. Now, look at the brackets I just posted up in chat. You can see that, honestly, these 2 weeks have been nearly identical. Cloud9 going up against Torch, previously the Fanboys in the semifinal round. Cloud9 moves forward to the finals. Solo Mid, TSM are going to go up against Team Q in the semifinal round. They did that last week, and of course CSM prevailed over Team Q, moved on to the semifinal or into the grand finals as well. And now we have this best of 3, and it seems like it's shaping up to be the same match that it was last week as well. C9 versus TSM, very evenly matched. C9 has the the people that can make the plays, and TSM runs the aggression. I think every single week we're going to see a little bit of why these teams are different and what makes them special in their individual play styles, their decision-making, their itemization. And I think, the aggression that TSM is putting forward is perfect, but they may need to start pulling out slightly sooner, because if they're giving enough room for players like Zalia and Sio to make the plays, then they're giving up too much.
All right, so we should at this point be good enough to get back into the game. Hopefully, we'll avoid any trouble for the future. But let's try to get this going here. We're going to unpause, which I'm excited about, and check it out. Already, we see grouping up coming out from C9. The Tornado, they're not going to apply. They're just trying to put some pressure on, but the teams are definitely grouping up near the Fire Giant. Left side, we see Youngbei going towards the red buff, getting ready to rotate over. Bottom side, we're seeing Neath get ready to rotate as well. Mid-camps have spawned on the left, which we see getting picked up. Right now, I think both teams are just trying to play safe. No one wants to give away a pick or give away a kill when the Fire Giant is just so close.
Oh yeah, it's huge, and that's what's so important, is you have to look forward into the future. You have to project outward. It's not about the kill, the team fight. I mean, you have the pick goes into a team fight victory, goes into objective, you get the Fire Giant, then you get a tower. I mean, things can get out of control very quickly if you're not paying attention. You have to be very careful to plan each step of the mid and late game carefully, especially against, the level of play we have here. I mean, these are easily some of the best, if not the best, 10 players in all of Europe and possibly the world, and they have a lot of talent going in. If you're going to give them any opportunities, they're going to take it. And both these teams have to tread lightly with how they handle these things. And the second someone gets out of place, they're going to be reacting very, very quickly. Suntouch leading the charge here, belching all over Guan Yu. That's incredibly rude, and Guan Yu's going to get out of dodge as quickly as he can there, making sure that little tickle doesn't happen here. The rods are completed. The penetration is available. Lobster does have that Obsidian Shard now, so that that Spirit's Temp is going to be doing more lower than it ever was before. We have a lot of damage coming out. Game Hunter's going to go for Chin size as well. Damage output in droves available for Game Hunter now. And, it just comes down to whether or not either of these teams can get a solid pick.
Neither team willing to take the steps necessary to get it, though. No one really wants to be aggressive. For the first point of aggression we've seen in a while, Suntouch has rotated into the enemy jungle, is forced to belly flop out after taking a few shots. Sayo activating Aegis Shield for movement speed to try to get maybe a Chain Lightning off or something. Suntouch rotating directly inside the Fire Giant. I don't know if they're going to opt to start it. I think they're looking to bait here. What they don't notice is that both Lobster and Youngbei are actually in mid lane. They are not ready for a Fire Giant fight. Over in the right lane, Smek has rotated over as well. You can see pings coming out on the map. They're looking for an initiation. I just don't know if they're willing to commit to it.
If they had the vision that we had, they certainly would. Bacchus went back home and has to walk all the way back to the Fire Giant. Do they know about it? They don't have the vision there, so it's not going to be something that they're capable of making the decision on. They're grouping up hard. Both, all 5 members from each team are grouping around this Fire Giant. They know this could be huge, and, the team that starts it is liable for a counter initiation, and, both teams are looking to capitalize on that if it does start up. Now, we have tower situation dead even. Actually, I'm sorry, the tower situation is not even close to even. We have tier 2 tower there in the mid lane and tier 1 tower down. So it is going to be a 2-tower advantage for C9, one of them being at tier 2. The Portraits are covering that one up. The initiation comes out Suntouch, taking a lot of damage here. Alcohol's coming through. It's not going to hit anyone. Sayo sidesteps that one casually. Trickstake coming in here. Here's the cavalry charge. Going to get a good stun there on the back end, taking lots of damage. Desert Fury, Bacchus already down. The cats are out. Thor on the backside, looking for Youngbei. Going to find a Purification Bead activation. And now Zeus goes down. TSM getting some plays. Frostiak by himself gets impaled to the wall. Each activation, but it's not going to save him, or will it? Teleport, overhand smash available. The Jingle Bang has been dropped. Lobster flanking in, gets the Squall. Spirit Arrow, some basic attacks. Searing Pain's going to hit Trickshake, but not going to be able to finish him off there. Zalia, they're too far forward. Impale comes out. Another kill for TSM. Give it up in chat. The crits, they're huge. Smek goes down in 2 shots from Youngbei. He is hitting so hard.
That Spirit Tempest just barely tagged Zalia on his escape, and that gave them just enough presence. And then, of course, we see Cubo Fred, who did fall in that fight, get an insane pickup on Sayo, which really turned the fight in their favor. And for the second time this game, Team Solo Mid has earned themselves the biggest buff in the game. Of course, that is the Fire Giant. Now 22-18, they have taken the lead back. Only 700 gold. Again, this is completely negligible. 5,500 experience with 4 level 20s. It really doesn't put them ahead by that much, but the Fire Giant buff, that is a very big deal. This is a damage buff. This is regeneration. This is bonus damage to towers and other structures. This is a very good pickup, and with 4 people alive to utilize it, you got to know that Cloud9 is going to be on the defensive.
That's the biggest thing, is you're looking at these plays and thinking, okay, the gold difference is not really all that consequential, but at the same time, you're seeing the Fire Giant buff, which amounts for a lot of damage, both magical and physical, depending on who you are, and gives you a bunch of regeneration, allows you to fight for longer and do better when you do it. The gold Fury now started up here for TSM. C9 is in the area, but certainly not in a position to counteract. Cubo Fred just sitting in front, forcing them completely away. This is going to be a free gold Fury for TSM. That's going to put him far over the line now. It's going to get 3,400 gold and 7,600 experience in the lead. The left side tower is now under pressure. They're going to start adding more and more to their overall pile of gold as they take these towers down. The blue buff stolen away. Neat's going to be found here by the Bastet. Does she go for it? There's the pounce. The sprint activation going to prevent the follow-up. But look, and they're clustering in between their towers. What can they really do? Hammer comes out, going to hit the Bastet on the front end, but not the back end. The tier 1 tower will go down another 1,000 gold for TSM. 4,600 gold in the lead, and now C9 is backed into a corner.
Look at Cubo Fred. He's like, I'm just gonna go get the speed buff. I'll be right back. And now he's creeping. What's he going for? Does he have the cats available to him? Will he look for a tower dive here? He sends out the Ninetales to start clearing this wave, actually only hitting 1 creep there. I'm sure he's not too thrilled with that, but still, they have the push potential. Suntouch has already rotated in, sitting at the front line. Trick Tank right into the front. No fear whatsoever as they focus down the tower, and the tower goes down indeed. Suntouch putting the drunk on the Lobster here, dunking down as well. Frostiak has the damage, but will take that. Oh my god, the Spirit Tempest does so much damage. Youngbei able to finish it up in the front line. We have more pressure. Suntouch able to be healed up by that Solar Blessing, just barely. Still a 1-for-1 so far. I don't know how they were able to get out of that one. Only Frostiak going down as Zalia continues his pressure forward. This Fire Giant buff has really not given the team fight potential that we had expected.
Zalia is shooting a shot at the moon there, not able to get anything in the back end. And like you said, that Fire Giant buff is not only paying off as much, and again, I'm bringing back to my original point, the fact that TSM starts to get, ahead, they start to get excited, they start to go forward, and sometimes they just commit a little too hard and they forget who they're facing right now. Cloud9 is not a team to be taken lightly, and they're just not giving them enough credit, and they go too deep and get, lose too many kills, or you're just not, holding on to their advantage. They need to be a little bit more conservative, take their lead, and just start piling onto it. They are still holding on to a 5,700 gold lead, 8,600 experience, something that they're still happy about, no less. The left side, we see Bacchus and Neath going home here, checking in on the itemization. We're going to see a lot of items being picked up here. Chin size now complete for Smek on Neath. That's going to increase his damage potential by a lot here, although she is lacking a lot of lifesteal here. In fact, no lifesteal from items. Does have the Unravel, though, which would allow her to heal herself up a slight little bit. Frostiak now picking up the penetration from Titan's Bane, along with penetration from his boots, Focus Void Blade, as well as the Jotun's Wrath. He'll have a lot of penetration, allowing him to do nearly true damage to most of the targets he's going to try and focus on. Sun Touch going for literally the most amount of physical protection I've ever seen ever, with only Lobster doing magical damage across the way. That's, definitely has merit to it, but have to be careful because Lobster is the magic damage dealer you're facing. He's still going to be able to shred as a team fight might get started here.
So Trix Tank's going to take the stun. Everyone getting ready to pressure, jumping over the wall. Anvil of Dawn will be forced out, as he would have been picked off had he not that extra CC immunity. He will jump back. So far, Cloud9 has been incredibly potent at holding off even a Fire Giant riddled team solo mid. They've ensured that they have defended the Phoenix now 2 times against the Fire Giant buff, but still TSM is not giving it up. Only 30 seconds remain until they have a chance to get it for the 3rd time. The Cloud9 full, ready to go. The levels are almost tied. The gold is pretty close. 6K ahead, of course, is going to give them a small lead on TSM, but this late in the game, they're going to need more than that.
God, they don't have the vision, and they're just sitting. I mean, I love the patience exuded here by C9. They were baiting it out on TSM, and they're not going to find it. There's the cudgel. The Jingle Bang's going to go out and trying to hit the block as they're doing a little bit of damage, but really not much at this point. Sayo's going to round off his build with the Hide of the Nemea Lion. That 4-man physical lineup is something they are terrified of. We're actually going to see a Wall of Absolution item we rarely see in competitive play. He's going to pick that up to prevent the physical damage put out on the enemy team. And I don't really see a whole lot of magic protection coming out from C9. And if Lobster starts taking off, they're going to have to be careful with those big teamfight ultimates he's able to dish out. Fire Giant is available. They're circling around it like vultures right now on TSM. A good split. They have good vision across the way. And, it's just, this is the big hurry up and wait. Both teams are looking for the perfect opportunity, but neither of them want to give up any possibility of losing this team fight.
Right now, the ball is in TSM's court. They can bait out the Fire Giant. I don't know that they know that there's a ward directly in front of Youngbei. It's sitting there. No one has a ward to counter. You can see Smek is actually Youngbei has one. Put it down. What is he doing?
He's holding on to it.
That's what it's.
He likes it.
This is why you have them. Uh-oh, Cloud9 here. Double knock-up into Intoxicate. Going to be pressuring them back. Suntouch doing a great job there. Searing Pain's going to miss. And we see the storming, raging heavens will not apply to anyone. Frostiak in a ton of trouble. He's going to go down, but ultimately an amazing belly flop coming out. Spirit Tempest hit nobody, and 2 members of TSM go down. Only for Frostiak, but Sayo gets chased out, forced into the combat blink, gets a stun onto Trix Tank, and now they're turning their focus onto Suntouch. Look at Zalia putting Lobster down to 1 hit. He's trying to get out, body blocking. You see as much as possible coming out here from Trix. He turns back into the tornado to stop it.
Oh my god!
My god.
No way!
It must be the shoes. It couldn't be anything else.
A blind shot through the wall cooks the noodle on the other side. Lobster thought he was free and clear, but Zalia had different plans. That would have been a rather even team fight if Lobster had lived, but Zalia's not okay with that one, and he's going to get the snipe on the end. We saw Bastet, unfortunately enough, the cat call came out. One of the cats got stuck in the wall. The other one wandered off, and so one single cat was leading the charge. They didn't do a whole lot on the back end, and Cubo Fred took too much damage, got picked off there, and now it's going to be a huge huge balance here. A little bit of drop in the gold for TSM, a little bit of drop in the experience for TSM. C9 making their way back into this. The Fire Giant's still available. The Gold Fury is still available. Zeus making his way into the mid lane to try and pick up those mid camps. The buffs are starting to be picked off. You see lots of potions being purchased here as builds are being completed. Sayo, Zalia, Smek all completed with their builds. Same thing goes for Lobster. Young Bay has completed his build, rounding it off with a Blood Forge for some lifesteal, so we can trade blows and kind of box back and forth. But my God, man, if you get a pentakill on Vamana and then you get all these snipes on Ra, who can come and contest you?
You know, there was never a point in time where Drybear, myself, or more than likely anyone at home has ever considered Zalia to not be a top-tier player. But it's becoming more and more favorable to think that Zalia is more than top-tier, that he might be top 5 or top 3 in the entire world because he continuously makes these plays. You always see him sitting with scores like 8, 3, and 7 with Ra going up against Sun Wukong. I mean, pentakills with Vamana. Those things don't happen with normal players, and he is clearly not a normal player.
You know, I think the first time that he picked Bakasura, everyone's like, oh, Zalia's going into the jungle. That's weird. He goes in the solo lane and destroys. The next week he does it again and destroys. And all of a sudden, people are saying, oh yeah, Bakasura's a solo, don't worry about it. And that's what Zalia does. He's just so good at this game, he convinces people that things work. When you try it yourself, you're like, Bakasura's not, like, how does doesn't work for me?
This is not going well.
Tornado on the ground here, wards being picked up. Fire Giant might be started up soon here, DM.
We haven't seen Fire Giant taken in a very long time. It's been over almost 10 minutes now since we saw the last push that TSM made. 43 minutes on the clock here. Cloud9 is desperately attempting to keep them off. You can look at the charts here. TSM still has about a 5,000 gold lead, of 9,000 experience as well, which of course is shrunk down given the fact that the only level difference at this point is Suntouch sitting at level 17 compared to Trixtank sitting at 18.
You know, it's tough. It's really tough to be in this situation. This is a lot of pausing between these two teams. 22-25 is where we're sitting at right now. The gold is still in favor of TSM. The experience is still in favor of TSM. The experience at this point is just moot. There's no real reason to even look at that anymore. The gold is slightly in favor, but given the fact that most people are finishing their builds, the gold is also relevant. Here comes the initiation from the Guan Yu, looking for the niche. He backflips away, is it a double stun? Goes for the knee, the purification beats, Wilson Spring gets activated there. He's okay for the time being. There goes Zeus looking for Lobster. Lobster might have an activation of his ultimate. They need that magic damage because C9 is very physical heavy. If Lobster goes down early, it's a big team fight victory for them. Lobster forced to blink away. Some will call ultimates down. We have 3 ultimates on either team still available. Young Bay getting low. 1,000 damage coming out from Zalia with the snipe on her, and he gets deleted from this game, taken out. Now going after Smack on the backside. The first image comes out. Thor wants Cubo. Fred, can he get it? Fist of the Gods coming out. Tornado on the ground. It's going to be a 1-for-1. The Hunters are gone. Things have leveled out now. Game Hunter picks up the Bird of Nope, and Nope's his way out of that fight. Zalia may not be done, though, looking for another shot. Does he find it? The Fire Giant's available. They're pushing up, looking for something. Not going to get it. Looks like he's going to go for another shot. Doesn't have the distance.
This is why we see Ra building CDR. 40% cooldown reduction on an already notoriously low cooldown for a move that does such ridiculous damage. Zalia now up to 9, 3, and 7, finding some pretty ridiculous snipes throughout this entire match. I mean, it's not just been 1 or 2. I mean, every single time he throws that move out, you clutch the desk. You're like, I can't believe he's going to do this. Is he going to hit it? And you see him do the damage that he does, even with a build, you know, containing maybe not a lot of damage. Shoes of Focus instead of course, Shoes of the Magi. We see a Breastplate coming out pretty early, but now that Obsidian Shard's done and Rod of Tahuti's done, it's dangerous. But check this out. TSM here has rotated into the Fire Giant. Cloud9 just not reacting to this fast enough. Raining down. Thor does get a triple stun, and the damage is good. But look at this. He doesn't get a kill. Fire Giant goes to TSM. No kill there on the Spirit's Tempest, but somehow they escape that, and they kill Frostiak? How do they do these things?
I don't know. Cat slowing Ra, gonna buy time for the horse to come by. Ra does not have any friends in the animal kingdom now as they're pushing him out here. Guan Yu gonna back off. The detonate comes out from Zeus across the way, but they're gonna get out of dodge. They don't want to deal with this. Honor making his way home. Can Zeus get there in time? They don't have the distance. The basic attack almost grabbed that up. Thor went in there, and that was actually a wonderful initiation.
It really
There was one component that they didn't land properly that would have made that very different. Zalia didn't have the distance. He had a Searing Pain that lined up a double kill in front of the Fire Giant, and unfortunately enough, he primed it too early, wanted to make sure it was proper instead of getting close enough to make sure it landed the distance, and it didn't go far enough, and that was a lost opportunity for C9. TSM did end up picking up the Fire Giant buff. Most of them still have it. In fact, it looks like actually all of them still have it at this point. Yes, indeed, all 5 of them have it. Initiation come out in the jungle, and this is their time to shine. They're going to push forward, and this gotta be a good feeling for TSM. They have the Fire Giant buff. They have the lead in the gold. They're pushing forward in the mid camps, Phoenix, I should say. Right side tower, left side tower still available. It's under 1,500 gold to add to their stem, but with the builds completed, the gold is not really what they're looking for. They're looking for these towers to go down to remove the bubble that C9 is safe in. With all the outer towers gone, they're free to roam anywhere they want on the map, contest objectives, and if they ever get a Phoenix, it's going to be very difficult for C9 to hold on to this, and this has to be a huge morale boost for TSM, considering the fact that they were losing in the early stage of this game, and they had lost 2-0 last week. They want to win game 1 to put themselves up in a good spot.
So now TSM stripping away the remaining bits of the jungle. You see speed buff actually picked up to Game Hunter as well on some Wukong, and now they're able to push into this final tier 2. Of course, all 3 Phoenixes remain, but Team Solo mid is huge right now. Fire Giant buff, 9,300 gold in the lead. Granted, 3,000 gold of that probably still roughly, and actually way more than that. Look at the in-hand gold coming out from TSM right now. Their entire lead is actually in their hands.
2,500 on Asayo as well as 2,400 on Zalia, so they're also holding on to their gold right now. It's being a competition on how much gold you can hold. Tectonic Rift comes out there, Hammer coming through as well. Jingle Bang, Warhorse comes out, Cavalry Charge going straight for Smack. Good play there. Thor going up there looking for the dunk. This could change everything. TSM still in charge right now, looking for an opportunity to start this team fight off right. Thor goes in the back, gets a stun on nobody. Tectonic Rift falls up. The Searing Pain comes through, does a lot, but not enough just yet. Sayo blinks away, gets out, almost, it looked like he went down there with how quickly he reacted to that one. Tell Assault, there goes the backflip. Lobster picks up the Bacchus play. There's this Celestial Beam on the ground. They're going for the mid phase. It goes down. They're going for the right phase. This one's going to fall quite shortly as well. Without Bacchus initiation, they may be eliminated. There's the Tornadoes on the ground. 2 Phoenixes out. TSM, they're looking like they want to take this game. A 3rd Phoenix may be falling as all outer towers are done, and they're sitting at a 5 versus 4 advantage. That Conviction is healing them up, and Conviction's a perfect word for that ability because that's what they have.
You know, and this is the final point of pressure. Zalia gets stunned. Young Bay answering back instantaneously to that last bit of pressure. Jumping in to disperse is good, and he's looking for a final kill here, but they're going to turn their sights to the Valkyrie. The Titan of Order is getting pressured below half. TSM's trying to get in there. They're getting pressured back as Cloud9 answers. Will they be able to hold it off? Tricksting on his final legs here is getting pushed back. Frostiak going up into the air. He's going to look for the kill over on the left. Does he manage to get it? Super tanky. Conviction is insane. And he's able to actually scoop back around and go for the stun. Speaking of which, double stun coming out. Talon Assault going to be good inside of the Aegis here as they strip away all of the defense. There's a 2-minute, however, comes back off a cooldown, and TSM will attempt to regain their pressure.
Lobster looking like he wanted to pop the Spirit's Tempest there. He was thinking about it, decided against it that time around. That was a possible GG. I see a lot of people giving it up in chat for TSM, giving props for their team. That was a possible game, but C9 pulls it out. And how do they do it? Zeus. Zeus came out there, got a double kill on her, went down, Bastet went down, and all of a sudden without that physical damage, single target damage for the Titan of Order, they couldn't close out the deal. So now we're sitting in a situation where the Fire Giant buff has fallen off. Fire Giant's respawning in 13 seconds, and we're 51 minutes into this game, C9 versus TSM, but look at this. 3 lanes, DM, are full of Fire Mains. The Fire Nation has declared war against C9. If they're gonna contest the Fire Giant, they're most assuredly gonna take Titan damage because of it.
I love the 3-lane push here that they have. Forcing Cloud9 to sit in their base, pop quarters, playing Space Invaders, trying to keep these Fire Minions from invading and just burning down the Minotaur themselves, quite literally. Fire Giant at this point is uncontested. I just don't see how Cloud9 can take this back.
You know, they're going to get it for free here. They can't leave the base. They're locked into position. You see them kind of just giving up. The minions are pushing forward, and what they need to do is get these Phoenixes back up and nurture them back to health. They respawn in a weakened state as that rebirth comes through, and they need to make sure that they don't fall down again. But at this point, TSM is barreling down their front door. They have Fire Giant buff freshly applied. In fact, they're going to have 3 minutes and 40 seconds to utilize this buff. That's plenty of time for them to do their work, and C9 has to get a wipe here. Sun Touch in the front, slowing him down. Belly Flop getting the hit there. They're looking for an opportunity. Sun Touch is just taking it all on his shoulders. The weight is too much to bear there as he throws his life away. No follow-up. The only chance they had here was to fight under the Titan, and they didn't do it. Frostiak forced to jump away. Look for the initiation. Zeus ultimate coming out here. They're going for the Titan. Up in the air is Game Hunter. There goes the decoy, but it's not going to be enough. Give it up in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Team Solo Mid takes game 1 after losing 0 for 2. In the last week, they've shown they earned it.
TSM is going to take game 1 here. Of course, this is a best 2 out of 3 set, so Cloud9 still has a chance to answer back and ensure first place for this week. But we have seen them defeated last week. Cloud9 took a 2-0 victory over TSM, but it shows maybe not a fluke, but it's definitely not the standard. TSM unbelievable throughout the mid-game, and again, we see Aokwang winding up majorly on top today. 14-4-15 with 55k damage, telling the world that Zeus maybe not that big of a deal.
42,000 damage dealt by the Zeus here, 55 by Aokwang. Now, I do want to add some context to that, DM, before people start jumping on it. C9 built all physical protection. It's a 4 physical team on TSM. Lobster was free and clear. They didn't build a whole lot of magic because what they were thinking is, okay, we got 4 physical damage dealers. We're going to buy a bunch of physical protection and try to zone out Lobster. And I think the flaw in their plan was the last part of that sentence where they say, we're going to zone out Lobster. I think when you say those words, you have to realize what you're saying to yourself because it's Lobster. I mean, we've seen him time and time again make the plays. I mean, he was rooted by Neath and blinked like 3 feet to the left to avoid the belly flop and then got a kill. That's Lobster right there. And you give him the opportunity to do that magic damage, and I think maybe that's what TSM was leveraging here. With a 4 physical lineup, C9's thinking, these guys, they didn't read the SMITE book. We're just going to buy physical protection. We're fine. And TSM's thinking, hey, we got Lobster on our team. Like, let's just throw him up on magic. Like, we're good to go.
All right, so guys, that was game 1 of a best-of-3 set. TSM needs 1 more game to take home this week's championship. Of course, Cloud9 will in turn need 2 games straight to be able to win this one out. Going into this tournament, Cloud9 HyperX came in as first seed after their win last week. If TSM is able to win, they will tie themselves for first seed on the path to 100K, which of course will net invitations to the top 4 teams to Atlanta, Georgia, for a prize pool of $100,000 at the launch LAN event. We're going to check in with the admins, get everything set up for the next game, and then we'll have a chance to bring you game 2 of Grand Finals.
That's exactly right, guys. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Game 2 of the Grand Finals. We're watching Cloud9 HyperX against Team Solo Mid. Last week, Cloud9 took TSM 2-0 in the Grand Finals and shut them out hard, and TSM is not okay with that. They're going to come in Game 1 and shut them down. A 1-0 start for TSM going into Game 2. They're looking sharp.
Well, so we're going to see a sub here. Now, we're in the picks and bans. We're going to drag you guys in with us. We do have a substitution here.
Yes.
It seems Frostiak was having internet connectivity issues, and he will be replaced with Vastrical.
Yeah, so Vastrikal is going to come out here and sub in for Frostiak. He was having connectivity issues, unable to really continue forward. So we'll see how this affects their overall gameplay, how this changes things for the better or for the worse. They're going to go ahead and ban out the Zeus, and Vamana still banned out. Even with Zalia getting massive snipes last game, they're still going to keep Vamana getting into the game. I don't understand it.
Well, I don't think we're going to see a raw ban here. Still not much vision here from Mercury. We're not seeing him a lot. Thor still available, of course, on the table. Sobek there, a constant ban as well. Athena. There's a lot of choices left.
There certainly are. So Sobek's going to be banned out here across the way. C9 has one more selection to make. Will they go down the road of a jungler, mid, solo? It's going to be Freya this time around. Strangely enough, I guess they don't want to deal with that early game potential with the ganks on the banish in the mid lane and then going into late game, strong amounts of kills. And maybe they have something in mind. TSM has first pick of the game. What will they go with? Athena would be a strong pick here, given the fact that Sobek is gone. You also go for Guan Yu, Sun Wukong. These are also great picks. Guan Yu is going to be selected there. And this is what we've talked about, every other game, it feels like. But picking these early characters that can do so many things and also bring a big effectiveness to the team fights is always a great way to start your picking phase.
And Guan Yu is a beautiful example of that. He can solo, he can jungle, he can support. There's a lot of different places to put him, which leaves the rest of your team open to counterpick. Zalia and Suntouch both have an opportunity to pick up some pretty strong early gods. I'm sorry?
Zalia and Suntouch have ability to pick up
okay.
here, so C9 going to come through
Thought
here.
we were
So
getting a message
two more
from the
picks to be able
admins.
to pick up there. It looks like they're going to go through. Guan Yu is the first pick for TSM. Bacchus and Thor selected here. Suntouch just doesn't want to stop playing Bacchus. I don't understand it. He just loves that character so much. Back over to TSM, Hugo, Fred, and Lobster have the opportunity to pick two gods for their team. 35 seconds on the clock to do it. They have Guan Yu, which means absolutely nothing. Like you said, DM, he can go into the jungle, he can go into the soul lane, he can go to the support lane. This doesn't really mean a whole lot for their overall build. Honestly, I'd like to see more of the solo Apollo that Game Hunter's known for, because he hasn't really lost a game, as well as the fact that, Isis wasn't banned or picked.
On her, a big pickup here. Agni, a big pickup. Zhang Kui still on the table. And, of course, we have seen Game Hunter play Kronos, but Sun Wukong gets auto-picked, and there is Agni on Lobster.
Whew. Honestly,
Love it.
Sayo might pick up Isis here, considering the situation that he's in. I think he defaulted to the Zeus because it was available, made it through the picking stage. Mercury has not really been focused on at all today, no matter whether you're looking at the bans or the picks. And I think that 0.5-second prime change threw people off so much they're just not comfortable playing with him until they readjust to the new playstyle, the new usage of his ultimate. It's not really guaranteed as much anymore. Neef hovered on. Sayo has one more selection to make. What will it be? Will it be a solo laner? Will it be, at this point, it's either solo laner or mid. Vulcan hovered on here. This could be a pickup for C9. They're going to lock it in. I love this pick. Vulcan, now let's talk about him for a second. He has a lot of damage output, tons of damage output, and can be very hit or miss, but in the hands of Sayo, it's a very different story.
I think I'm the only Vulcan player who misses the Thumper.
You live in the past, man.
It wasn't a very good move, but I loved it. It's like my little babies. Honestly, I shouldn't have been so invested. It was just something I whipped up.
Once or twice.
So Trixtank and Young Bay, there's the Apollo. Will we see an on her as well? But then again, Young Bay is picking it, so I doubt that we're going to be seeing this switched over. Trixtank more than likely going to be picking the Guan Yu here. Let me fix my face. Guan Yu possibly going into the jungle as Kronos will be swapped here. We see Kronos again today.
So Game Hunter going to take Kronos into the solo lane. Cubo Fred most likely they grab up that Guan Yu. Sun Wukong going to support on Trix Tank. So it's going to be the Apollo Sun Wukong lane across the way. Could it be Bakasura going over to Azalea? We talked about it in the last match, DM. He made it a possibility, and beyond that, he made it a wrecking force, taking down characters like Zhang Kui regularly. As a Bakasura, that is a feat that deserves no put downs. At the same time, we have Sayo playing Vulcan. C9's down one game. They're going into this down one game, and they're picking Vulcan and Bakasura. That's the kind of play we love to see here from C9. Now, Vulcan's a character that got changed a lot. When his ultimate was adjusted, his abilities were adjusted, he wasn't really all that viable, but since they've changed his pre- and post-it animations to be so much faster, he can get that damage combo out really quickly, Polynomicon to follow up. Not only that, but when he Polynomicons, his new passive allows him to apply a slow, I believe it's 20% slow on top of the Polynomicon hit, on top of the knock-up stun, on top of the hit, on top of the ultimate, and we've seen instantaneous quadra and pentakills with the biggest hitting ultimate in the entire game at max range, and if you're going to give it to somebody, Sayo is certainly a great candidate.
I definitely agree. That Earthshaker is devastating. 880 damage base at max range with 130% of your magical power. Not to mention, the AoE is massive. If you can catch a good jump in, especially from a character like Bacchus, get that belly flop right as the Earthshaker's coming down, you're not going to survive.
Spear arrow into a broken weave would root them all in place, and they all have to look up as the sky blots out, and these rocket salvo just comes down and bursts everything through. That's the opportunity they have before them on C9. Now, don't count TSM out yet. We watched them last game, and they absolutely took that game over. C9 had a lead in the beginning. It seems like C9's overall early game is better than TSM's, but TSM pulls it together in the mid and late, especially with the objective contestation that they have under their belt. We have Kronos, played by Game Hunter, Guan Yu, played by Cubo Fred, Agni, played by Lobster, Sun Wukong, played by Trixton, and of course Apollo, played by Youngbei there on TSM. Across the way, Zayla is going to be playing Bakasura, Sun Touch on Bacchus, Sayo on Vulcan, Thor, played by Vasterkal, of course subbed in for Frostiak. We watched him last match, and it's going to be the same exact jungle this time around, and Smek playing Neath. We're going to cut to a brief break, guys, getting underway with Game 2 of the Grand Final. It's going to be Team Solo Mid up against Cloud9 HyperX. We got a Volt King in the game. Kronos, the god of time, is here. He can't predict the future, even though he knows so much about this. They're going to see what they can do with this matchup. And as you heard before, if TSM wins this, they tie up the seeding points and make it a little more comfortable for themselves. But if C9 wins it, they skyrocket forward up to 200 points. This early on in this series, that's going to make them feel very, very comfortable. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Down on me and I can barely breathe. Oh, can you feel it? And I'm surrounded everywhere. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's creeping up on me, but what I just can't see. Or say you feel it. I'm falling into this unknown. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? There's nothing I can do but to give in to the plan. And the bass kicks in, and the bass kicks in, and the bass kicks in. I can
max.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting underway with Game 2 of the Grand Finals. Team Solo Mid taking on Cloud9 HyperX, about to start up. As we mentioned, the picking stage, Frostiak was subbed out for Vastrikal on Team C9. Unfortunately enough, Vastrikal is also having connectivity issues getting to the game right now, so we're waiting for him to be able to sort that out. He's restarting his router. He'll be back very, very shortly. And once he's back in the game and all 10 players are good to go, the match will be underway.
Awesome. Awesome to the max. Awesome.
Hey, everyone, and welcome to Game 2 of the Grand Finals. Team Solo Mid taking on Cloud9 HyperX in this wonderful series. TSM took down C9 finally for the first time in the last 2 weeks. Going into Game 2, they're up Game 1 and looking to close this out early. C9, they're not going to go down without a fight. They're looking to take this themselves. Let's go over who's playing what and where they're going for what team. The bottom side map, the blue team will defeat TSM, Youngbei on Apollo on the left side of the map, Trix Tank playing Sun Wukong, Cubo Fred on Guan Yu, Lobster playing Agni, Game Hunter playing Kronos. Across the way, the top side now, C9 is red, Dahlia on Bakasura, Spec playing Neath, Suntouch playing Bacchus, Sayo playing Vulcan, and finally, Vastricol on Thor. Looks like we do have another disconnect here.
Yeah, Vastricol having a few issues here. From what we understand, the pause will result in just a few minutes. We're going to attempt to speed right through this. Just bear with us, people at home, as we continue. Of course, Frostyak had connectivity issues. Cloud9 rolling a hard 4 there as they picked up Vastricol, who is having the same issues, it seems, but they're trying to get this done as quickly as possible. Once we're through this, Game 2 of Grand Finals featuring Team Solo Mid and Cloud9 HyperX will begin.
It certainly will, and something that we're excited to see. I mean, this is it. This is what could turn the whole series around. And C9, they need to get players in here. They need to get everything good to go, because if TSM takes this, it's going to tie it up. And, you know, if you're Cloud9 HyperX at this point, you're looking to solidify that lead in the path to the 100K. I mean, that's what this is all about. They're 100 points to the 60 points for TSM. If they get another 100, it puts them at 200, and then TSM would be at 120. So even if they get second place next week, TSM would have to get first to be able to get close to them, and C9 is starting to pull ahead. They want to solidify that this early on in the path to 100K. That would be perfect for them. They're going to be able to come back in here. Hopefully, Vastricol can get back into the game. They subbed out Frostyak because of his connectivity issues. Same thing goes for Vastryak, so that's a little bit tough for them to deal with. As DM mentioned, a hard 4 did come out here, unfortunately enough, and that's the situation we're in right now, and we all hope that C9 can get that player back in, because it would be a shame for it to end here. And TSM, you know, they're planning their strategies here and getting ready to go.
So in the meantime, Dry Bear,
Me.
I'm just not feeling it.
Oh.
I'm just not feeling it. Let's just talk about builds. So we see not too much craziness coming out. Pretty much everything that we saw in the previous game, except now that Xaylia, instead of going for either a starter item or a defensive item, has opted on Bakasura for Death's Toll. Now this is going to give him 15 physical power, 90 health, a small amount of attack speed, and allow him to regen both his health and his mana through basic attacks.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important for that to be a part of the kit, because people have been wondering why kits are developed the way they are, why characters get changed and reworked and utilized, and that, you know, with our trip to Atlanta, we were able to visit the studio and talk with a little bit of the developers and see, you know, how they go about making a god, how they go about changing. And it was interesting to hear some of the stories that they had. You know, you look at Apollo, the first week he came out and was saying, he's not going to work, his kit doesn't really work, you know, his serenade requires him to be close by, you don't want to be up close when you're a hunter, his ultimate may not be a team fight effectiveness, and all of a sudden, one day someone comes out and says, I can fly, so I'm going to kill all your towers, and there's nothing you can do about it. And it was like, this guy is really good, and all of a sudden, things are working out. Now, of course, he did have a couple buffs. Serenade got increased, the moves and got increased, all that kind of stuff. But, I mean, I think there's a lot of potential in this game that people have yet to unlock. Q to DM here, one of the secrets that he likes to hold on to is that Kali. So,
it's not a secret.
I mean, there's a lot deep into this game that people are yet to unlock.
She's so overpowered.
Does it feel like deep down inside?
I just
does it burn that people don't pick her?
She's so OP. I can't. She's so good. She has a giant AoE stun, a huge damage buff that lasts for 8 seconds, immunity to soft CCs, invincibility, a jump that heals her, a giant ranged physical attack that applies a bleed, which in turn heals her based on auto attacks, and the fastest attack chain in the game. If I could have made a character, it would have been that.
It wouldn't be Mercury? Like, you didn't want to make people look?
No, I love making people look. That's my favorite thing to do in the whole world. But then that's not even counting the passive. Now, a lot of people don't really understand Marked for Death, because not only does it give you 80% of your health back if you're able to kill that person, but it gives you 10 penetration plus 1 for each level. And that doesn't apply to the penetration cap. Why?
It's insane.
She's perfect. Play her. Please.
The face was perfect. I love it. The excitement coming out here. Kali not going to make it into the tournament today at all, actually. We did actually see a ban of Kali yesterday in the Code Green tournament, or I'm sorry, the Code Black tournament, but, you know, not today. No real preference there. Now, one character we do get to see today is going to be that Vulcan played by Sio. Now, Vulcan has had, my God, he is just so many changes. Now, when he first came out, his passive converted part of his HP and his actual protections to his turrets. He had 2 turrets. He had the Thumper, and of course he had the Inferno. And these 2 abilities were able to put turrets down that did a lot of damage. And now he's being changed to the point where he got added with the Meatball. The Thumper was taken away. The Meatball, of course, is going to be that little jump he throws, lobs the grenade, it knocks him up. Now, not only does it knock him up, but it stuns him. You're thinking, okay, you're knocked up anyway. Why is this CC important? If you look at characters that have knock-up immunity, Guan Yu's Tallow Assault, Ares Searing Flesh, Anubis with the Plague of Locust, these abilities can still be interrupted by Vulcan because of that stun component. So that small stun is incredibly important for his overall effectiveness. The backfire, as fast as it is now, is insanely powerful. He's able to reposition himself, avoid it. We saw Game Hunter to actually, for the year-end tournament, play a beautiful Vulcan. That was before he's just as strong as he is now. And not only that, he's able to do constant damage, and if you get a good team fight ultimate, and the feeling is so wonderful. You see it about to land, and then running back into it, and you're like, oh, this is it. This is my moment. It's going to hit, and then boom, you get a huge amount of damage. We're going to see what Sio can do with him today.
So Sio in the mid lane will be going up against Lobster on Agni. One of the notable, I think, mentions that we have, not only in the mid lane, but just probably in the entire world, of course, talking God the player. Nice meatball toss there. Lobster's going to hold a little bit of that spaghetti sauce as he rotates back towards his tower. Smart play coming out from everyone so far. It looks pretty much dead even as people continue to pressure. You can see on the bottom side, we're still getting a few creeps cleaned up to even out the experience. Mid lane, Lobster dashing through. No fear, has communication with his team. It is now throwing tax directly into Sio. Gets the backfire. Where's the meatball toss? He's looking to try to clear this wave. Again hits Lobster. That was deja vu for me.
Magma Bomb coming out there and doing a little bit of damage there. And, you know, Lobster, so experienced. He knows that Vulcan's weakest point is going to be the early stages of the laning phase where he just doesn't have enough oomph to be able to push the wave back. Now, generally what you want to do is max out that backfire for the low CD, 5 seconds at max rank, a huge distance there. And then he needs the Magma Bomb Inferno, or I'm sorry, Magma Bomb plus the backfire combination to clear the whole wave. He's able to do it now, but those first few levels, kind of like Ao Kwang before he gets Tornado, like Tornado 1 is like the worst thing ever known to man, but Tornado 2 is like the greatest thing ever known to the early stages of the laning phase. So Ao Kwang, Vulcan, they both have that awkward stage where the early levels don't push too much, but now Vulcan's kind of out of that stage. And you saw Lobster just fearlessly dash and clear that out. We're going to see a full rotation from TSM to the mid camps. Both Trickstang and Young Bear are here to clean this up, and the right camp's being taken as well. They're going to get both of them.
That was impressive. Now check this out. Lobster getting a lot of damage. Stun coming out from Trickstang. First blood could be here. Dingle Bang gonna take that kill down, but they do trade 1 for 1. Vashkal super deep. Look at Cubo Fred diving towers. 2 for 1. TSM takes the lead.
Wow, what a wonderful play. Vulcan getting jumped on there. Agni getting a little bit too close to the fire, and it got stoked as Thor jumped in as well, but Thor was taken out on the back end, and that really gives credit to Cubo. I mean, you saw him confidently dive the tower, get the damage out. He knows that he wouldn't have enough damage normally, but because he got the full channel of Tallow Assault, the protections were low enough for him to get the basic attack plus the dash from Warrior's Will to clean that one up there. So, at this point, we're sitting 2 for 1. TSM got both mid camps and a double kill. 1,100 gold in the lead, 1,400 experience. TSM is in charge right now, and this may not be so great for C9. We've seen time and time again, C9 has a better early game than TSM as far as their play styles, their mechanics, and how they handle the game state. And because TSM's ahead now, that may not be a good sign for C9.
So right now, TSM, as the chat explodes, raising them up on the pedestal, are going to be relying on Zalia. Over in the right lane, of course, has hit level 5, but Bakasura notably doesn't have a super strong matchup against a character like Kronos. Kronos is able to rewind out of the damage, able to stun and ensure that the the ultimate is just completely stopped. The cripple can be effective, but of course, Kronos able to get out of it in multiple ways. We see him jumping in there just to get some damage on the creeps. Mid camps are spawning now. Left side, Suntouch is getting in there. They're going to throw that hand down, make sure they get it. Right side, mid camp's more than likely just going to go for free here to Cubo Fred. Mid lane's already pushed. Zalia's rotating over, but too little, too late. We'll find nothing here. Might go for a kill, taking a lot of damage, looking for the jump. What is Lobster going to do? He gets the stun. He gets the dash. Here comes the cripple.
Oh my
Zalia is able
God!
to turn it around with the help of Vastrical, but Zalia goes down a 1-for-1 so far. But again, the double stun coming out in favor of TSM. 2-for-1. They maintain their lead.
Now, that was just a beautiful rotation, and I think this comes down to experience, and you can definitely tell that both Lobster and especially Zalia are experienced players. If you're caught out like that as a Bakasura, I guarantee you 9.9 out of 10 people run away. Bakasura says, I'm Bakasura, Arnie's dash is down, he has no bombs, the Flame Wave's on cooldown, why don't I just eat him? And he eats him right through, gets that kill, rotation comes out, Thor pops the ultimate late and gets picked off. So TSM, I mean, the rotations were there, but C9 pulls it back a little bit here. 1,400 gold still in the lead for TSM. It's still going to be in their favor for the time being. Now, let's look at this more, I guess, objectively. Vulcan is a character that a lot of people are excited about nowadays. The fact that he can deal lots of damage, that Earthshaker thrown out, the Magma Bomb, the Meatball coming through. He has a lot of skills, and I'm sure everyone has felt the late game presence of a Vulcan with a Polynomicon and lots of penetration and damage. When he pops that ultimate, it hurts. But right here, we're seeing one of the biggest weak points for Vulcan. His early game is rather weak, and his involvement in his fights has been next to nothing. He throws out the bomb, he throws out the backfire, but they just ignore him. They can't do anything. Initiation
right
comes
here.
out, Sio gets burned down, and that's gonna be it right there.
There was nothing coming out right there. And again, the stun coming out. No problem whatsoever. Tricks take 4-for-4.
Oh
going right
God.
in there with those stuns. 3 picked up. Cloud9 reduced to Cloud 6 as TSM starts to pressure. Are they rotating over for a 6-minute Gold Fury?
They absolutely are. Tricks Tank just tanking this one up. Towel Assault lowering the protection. There's the path. You see the numbers ticking. This is going to be a huge pickup for TSM. Give it up in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Team Solo Mid is now in the lead. 4,000 gold at 6 minutes with 4,400 experience, 7-2. And now we're really seeing why Vulcan doesn't get played a whole lot. He just can't seem to get the effectiveness. Late game, he's going to come out strong, and that damage is going to be raw. But at this point, his influence is very limited, and the rotations from TSM, you got to give credit to it. They recognize it and say, you know what, Vulcan's going to hit his prime about mid and late game. Let's shut him down now, and there's not a whole lot Vulcan can do about it.
Still, we haven't really seen much come out from the solo lane. Game Hunter has been completely inclined just to sit underneath this tower and do what he does best, and that's, of course, is farm. Make sure he doesn't miss experience. Sitting level 9 right now, still bottom gold in the game. And then that's not to take away from what he's doing, but to bring up the rest of the team. 5,100 gold on Jungle Guan Yu. He is insane right now. And now Game Hunter over in the right lane. Look at the damage. Look at the pressure put onto Zalia. Super low health right now. He's waiting on stop time. He might even die for this one. I don't know, but look at the speed on Bakasura. Vitalis getting him super far away. Game Hunter will retreat back to the base to finish up those boots. We're going to see more pressure as 3 people rotate into the mid lane. As the mid camps actually start to spawn, they're going to make sure to take away every point of contention that they possibly can and keep this lead as high as possible.
That's exactly their goal right now. 7 minutes and 37 seconds into the match. 7-2 TSM. They don't want to give anything away. The boots are completed. The penetration is done. We see actually Kronos going directly for that demonic grip. More of a greedy build usually is a little more expensive. Cubo Fred in the jungle getting forced back here. The ultimate comes out. Pops ultimate at the last second for the CC man. Turns around, finds Sile level 9 right here. Does he have the Magma Bomb? Thor go up in there, look for the dunk. Lobsters here. Does he have the dash? Waits for the activation. The sound is going to be the key. Does Thor go for it? He doesn't really have a whole lot of options here. Mid lane box can be forced back by Tricks Tank. I mean, this right here is why you pick up Guan Yu first. I mean, we've seen Cubo Fred in the jungle, kill everyone with Guan Yu. Here comes ultimate coming out from the Vulcan, not going to land there. We've seen Jeff Hinla as support Guan Yu, just own everything and steal every objective. We've seen Anatoly on solo Guan Yu, kill everything and slaughter all the matches. I mean, Guan Yu's such a powerful character. If you pick him first, you don't know what he's going to do. And here, goes in the jungle and still finds success.
Oh, Game Hunter actually goes down there from a fantastic dive coming out from Xaylia, but that just makes Cubo Fred angry. Blink coming through. Dash, he does not have the opportunity to follow up. Cavalry Charge, of course, is on cooldown. Lobster's damage is unreal. Doesn't get the stun, though. Had he gotten that stun, Sun Touch would have been so dead. Only one shot missing there, and look at this. Vastrical's not letting this go. Lobster 2 hits away. Oh, with the beads preemptive to ensure he does not get deterred. Great pressure, great control. Mjolnir's attunements coming out. There's the World Weaver on Wukong as well. Cubo Fred getting a little frisky here, but Cloud9 answers with 2 kills, but still 4,100 gold in the lead. We see TSM.
And this guy dunking down in the mid lane. And I'm going to go ahead and sum up the situation we're in right now in this match, DM. Youngbei goes home, buys a Deathbringer. Just buys it. Just buys the whole thing. Just puts it in his inventory and walks out of the base. That's the situation we're in this match right now. You're looking at the graph, 4,000 gold in the lead, 4,700 experience. Youngbei just outright buys one of the most expensive items in the game. And now going forward, every single item he purchases is going to be exponentially increased. And not only that, if he ever gets to the point where his passive Audacity activates and he doubles his attack speed, that Deathbringer is going to start shredding anyone who's in front of him. You see 271 critting on this blue buff right now. Generally do have a decent amount of physical protection as well. Right side, Xaylia trying to push back Kronos. Not going to be able to get him all the way towards the tower, but they're going to find him in the jungle. Does he go for the True Strike? Comes out here. There goes a time step combo. A few basic attacks. Xaylia is going to get out of dodge. Might have a rotation in the mid lane yet again. Sayo not able to get off the ground. There's a Magma Bomb to throw Agni into the wall, but Lobster really doesn't care a whole lot at this point. 10 minutes, 35 seconds into this match. It's looking good for TSM, and they're already up game 1.
Oh, right lane, Xaylia diving underneath has forced out the rewinds, but he has used a lot of what makes him good to get away. Game Hunter realizes, though, he will not be able to find a way to get over there. Thor, I think, getting ready for the defensive Anvil of Dawn. I don't think he has it in him, and he does not. He goes back, making sure that his teammate would be safe. Honestly, though, I don't think I'd be too afraid. World Weaver coming out into the mid lane to deter the push onto Sayo. I think Sayo actually might have used his beats there.
Looks like he did actually activate those, make sure it was it. I mean, it's tier 3, so 90-second cooldown is what he's going to be suffering here. Not really all that bad. It also removes some of his cooldowns. Those you don't know, tier 3 purification speeds gives you a 5-second reduction to all of your cooldowns. Some Wukong coming to the mid lane, looking for an opportunity to steal away these mid Harpies. Not going to find it. Stuns on Sun Touch. There is the protection reduction. Agni's here. Lobster misses a bomb and a flame wave, but Cubo's going to get it. Apollo dunking in. Vastra call taking huge damage here from the So Beautiful and the Jingle Bang coming through. Guan Yu gets the Fist of the Gods on Xaylia. Xaylia going to be jumping through the jungle here. Kronos on his way over as well. Protection's being loaded. He's going to go up instead of right. Oh no, he's going to go right directly into Kronos here. Rotation. There goes the Cavalry Charge. Is it going to be enough? Vulcan by himself gets hit. Partial. It's a short ultimate, not going to do a whole lot of damage. And Vulcan goes down. Rudin Tower is going to be Cubo Fred. Sun Wukong up in the air. Smack by himself under pressure. Youngbei going to push his tower down himself, and that is going to be the story of mid lane. TSM adding more damage to it. Rewind in the right lane is going to keep Xaylia from getting a kill, and now misses the time stop. Time Rift might be enough. It's not going to hit either, and Xaylia dodges to his safety. Lobster looking for it. Decides to turn around there, strangely enough.
Both right laners right there. Both Game Hunter and Xaylia, amazing players, juking each other left and right, baiting each other into using ultimates. It really seems like this is getting very close to a 5-5 matchup. Neither player giving each other an inch. And anytime that they manage to put themselves in a bad spot, they're able to turn it around instantaneously. And like we saw, just turn it into a reset. Nothing happens there after what was an incredible initiation. But still, we see Team Solo Mid up 5,000 gold, 7,100 experience as well. But right now, I'm just looking at Youngbei's build, and I just fear so badly for Smek because I just don't know how you deal with that.
when that rage is completed here, gonna get some attack speed as well as his passive. If he activates Audacity, Vulcan ultimate coming out here for the mid camps, not gonna get it. Didn't have the distance there, so Vulcan just holding on to his lucky stars here. Warlock Sash started up for him, gonna start building himself up and try to survive, make him a little bit more tanky so he doesn't really have to deal with the pressure coming out here. Now, C9 is a team that is very well known, very experienced, and certainly capable of a lot of things here. In game one of last week, we saw C9 go down about 3,000 gold to TSM the whole match, and then end up pulling it out in the end. So it's not out of possibilities, but TSM is not giving them any room to breathe here. Young Bay pushing down the left side, and like you said, Smek is under fire here. I mean, he picked up the Heartseeker, he has the penetration, but Young Bay doesn't care a whole lot. Heartseeker is available. Right side looks like Nitho's going to come through, going to hit the Lobster on Audi here. Boxer going to back off and Thor back into the jungle. Vulcan is around, but again, not a whole lot of effectiveness here. There goes one Magma Bomb doing a small amount of damage to Lobster. Flamewave going to secure those mid camps and rotate over. Apollo in the jungle getting quite low. Vulcan's on his way over. Does he have an ultimate available? He does not, although it will be coming up soon. Looking for opportunity to finish someone off, but he just is not finding a ground to stand on.
Now TSM looking for maybe another opportunity. Suntouch not in a great spot here. Does find his safety in Vashikal. Double stun coming out. Actually, Tricks Tank getting CC chained to death. Great turnaround, great bait. Where's the Anvil of Dawn? It misses. Cubo Fred's going to earn a 1-for-1 there. And look at the damage coming out from Warrior as well. Apollo going to miss the ultimate there. Or doesn't get the across the sky damage he needed. And there is Sayo's ultimate. Finally catching their Earthshaker, and I'm pretty sure the ground underneath Young Bay was most certainly shaken, but still, Sayo gets found, Sayo gets made, and Sayo goes down.
Taken out by the world's sharpest broom. Guanfu coming through and picking that one up there. Vulcan goes down, and again, he got some leverage there by getting the kill with the Earthshaker, but went too far forward. Lobster and Cubo Fred hitting so hard right now. I mean, Cubo has finished Focus Void Blade, and this is by no means a cheap item. He has that available to him now, and you can see the damage he's able to do. He took him on 3 versus 1, got the burst damage out, and that is going to be a big, big pickup for TSM. Not only that, it turns into a gold fairy. Bacchus on his way. Will he be on time? There's the Hand of the Gods right on schedule. Trick's Tank cleans that one out. Bacchus gets the counter ward out, but how much does it really matter with a gold fury down for 5 minutes now? Right side, Kronos going up against Zayli here on Bacchus. Sura able to get some damage out. There goes the Time Rip to clear that one through. Thor back into the jungle, but, you know, I don't know what to do here for C9. You have defensive items coming out here with the Warlock Sash, the Void Blade on Thor, Height of the Urchin there on the Bacchus. They don't even have the Aura from Sovereignty, and with the damage scaling coming out from TSM, Lobster's going directly into Rod. The Rage is done, the Deathbringer is done, the Jotun's Wrath has started up. If he finishes that, Guan Yu's going to be unstoppable. It's so difficult to be C9 right now.
You know, being already down 1 game and going into this and having such a weak early game, you know, they were down 4-2, and then suddenly they were down 7-2, and they brought it back a little bit, and now Sayo again forced into his beads. Jingle Bong's not going to hit there, strangely enough. We don't see that move missed too often. Actually might have been sent out. We saw him use that right afterwards. Sayo already super low, trying to get something done. You see the Inferno Cannon coming out just to try to keep him safe, but he will be forced out. Right lane, Zaylia getting pushed underneath the tower again as Game Hunter continues his pressure, and look at this Cubo Fred waiting in the wings. What is he going to do here? Zaylia actually baiting the back. I don't know what Cubo Fred is trying to do. If he needs to make a play, it's got to happen soon, because Zaylia is not really looking to hang around.
Yeah, he's very smart hanging on the tower. There goes the activation. He's going to try and jump through this one. Going to avoid the sun. Over the wall. Time Rift misses. There's the monkey. And jump on top of the Agni. I mean, he juked 2 players, but 4 maybe a little bit too much to dodge there by yourself. The tower goes down as well. There goes mid lane. Suntouch force back here. Hammer's going to come out, hitting Tricks Tank, but he does not mind at all. Currently sitting at 8,000 gold up. Another stun now on Suntouch. There's the Flame Wave. He's taking damage after damage after damage. There goes the Cubo Fred ultimate coming through on top of that. Sayo pops the Earthbreaker or the Earthshaker, but it's not going to be enough. It was point blank range. Those of you who don't know, Vulcan's ultimate does more damage the further it travels, and if it's right at your feet, it's not going to be enough, especially considering the fact that they're currently sitting 8,400 gold behind.
You know, those are Gold Furies. That's tower pressure. And the fact that they're up 8 kills. TSM fearless in the jungle right now. Check it out. Suntouch trying to take... He actually intoxicates to take away the smallest point of contention. I don't even think Cubo Fred really even wanted that. He has a red buff. He was just trying to take away some experience. Wow, and now, I mean, what is he going to do? He doesn't have Intoxicate anymore. Check it out. Brilliant stun coming out from Lobster. Suntouch trying to hold this down. Another boxing match going on. And if you can beat Bakasura in a boxing match, you know that your team's in a good spot right now. And that's what Cubo Fred is showing. No fear, pushing Zalia right out as the rest of C9 jumps in and literally jumps in. Oh my god, over in the left, you do see Youngbei go down. There's a rotation coming over as well. They're trying to grab Smek, but it looks like Game Hunter just doesn't have it for right now. Mid lane, there is a 4v3 advantage. Suntouch already super low. Almost getting the Tectonic Rift the first time. They're able to get out. Look at Lobster trying to escape from this. There's the ult coming out from Zalia. There's nowhere for Lobster to go. Dives it for free in the back end. We're seeing Suntouch continue the pressure. Beats coming out, just barely saving the life, and the Earthshaker, oh my god, just manages to get it away. Luckily for TSM, we see Game Hunter's rotation. Ultimately, though, that was a big win there for Cloud9.
Zalia getting greedy. The stun comes out, the double stun, and Zalia missteps. Needed to get out once he realized the person he was after ended up getting home there. We're to see Zalia go down after the Bacchus. I mean, C9 got a lead and threw it away. Here comes Game Hunter. There goes one shot, and Smek shreds on Game Hunter right now. 19 minutes and 40 seconds in. They're going to pressure this mid tower, and this is a much-needed boost of gold. The graph's going to go down to 7,000, getting a little bit better, and they're going to start making play after play. And if they want to win this match, they have to take it slow because they cannot just go pound for pound with TSM. Given the situation they're in right now, the Rod is about to be done for Agni, played by Lobster no less. And if the team fights get out of hand, they're going to need a little bit more than just grouping. Now look at the right side, C9. We have some damage numbers spiking up here. Keep in mind that Vulcan's going to keep getting stronger and stronger. That Ultimate is always going to be a threat, but it's not a threat right now given the fact that he started with CDR boots into a defensive, or I guess more of the middle of the road item with that Warlock Sash. So once Vulcan starts getting some damage and some penetration, his Earthshakers and his damage upwards going to be huge. He just delayed that a lot to stay alive. Smek now starting that Deathbringer. They're going to need as much as they can get to hold this back.
Youngbei on the left side again going toe-to-toe with Smek, who is actually doing a great job of holding his own, but backflip is down. Trix Tank underneath. Not sure what they're going to be going for here. They don't really have enough pressure to continue that. Mid lane, we see a rotation over. Check it out. Suntouch already going down. Zalia looking for something. He's chasing too hard. He'll find nothing for it. Cavalry Charge stun's not going to hit. Anvil of Dawn's going to miss entirely. And finally, we see Trix Tank. Bang! Nowhere to go, and now they're chasing him down. Lobster just trying to get out of dodge. One more hit's going to be Lobster with the beats. No stopping TSM. Team Solo Mid able to control everything they need. And again, they find 3 kills and a free trip to the Gold Fury.
I feel like I'm in like a Scooby-Doo episode here. It's just follow Lobster around and hopefully chase him down. But every time you try to get him, he comes out of a different door. The burst damage comes out. Sayo by himself pops the Earthshaker yet again, point blank. There goes the damage output. Sayo's going to go down here, or will he? Rotating around, not going to get it. A double root from the knee. Smek might get some damage out here. There goes the time stop to slow him out here, but holy God, Lobster might. I mean, they rotated over. Zalia overextended. Thor missed his ultimate on top, trying to chase him down. Thor goes after, gets interrupted again, pops the beats, gets slowed, and then the flame wave. I mean, he has like 100 HP and turns and throws a wall of flame into Thor's face and gets the kill and walks home. They put so much effort in killing Lobster and they couldn't even get him.
I mean, and now we're 20-9. TSM's doubling the kills. They're 10K up in 22 minutes, 17,000 experience, a far cry from the previous game, but they have a chance to shrink this. World Weaver plus Smek right there, gonna be perfect. Zalia now in some trouble. I don't think there's him getting out of there. Stun into stun into stun. Goodbye, but look at Basherkle putting himself in a great spot, misses the Tectonic Rift on the target that he wanted, and up into the air he goes, looking for the Anvil of Dawn. He misses completely, and now the baits begin. Youngbei trying to get something done. You hate to see those kinds of things happen. It was a perfect play coming out from Young Bay right there. He looked for the Mez to stop the Berserker Barrage, but he was too far out. Earthshaker's going to miss. Sun Touch is going to go down. Sayo's just trying to control space here, but he doesn't have the room for it. Masterful gets turned on in a heartbeat. He thought he was coming in to save Sayo. The baits were real, but now Sayo has a chance at Trick Tank, but again, the turn is level 20. Cubo Fred is just shutting him down.
You know, I'm actually going to be a little bit critical here of this Warlock Sash pickup from Sayo on Vulcan. You can see that he has plenty of opportunities to do damage here, and regardless of how much HP he has from that Warlock Sash, if they focus him, he goes down irregardless. So, you know, I think at this point he should have just gone full mage build with a pen, and that ultimate could change a team fight or two for his team, but he's so far behind the curve right now because of that Warlock Sash. He's very tanky, yes, but TSM's so far ahead that if they want to kill Vulcan, they're going to kill Vulcan regardless. So he needs to be able to have enough damage to put his team up on the map. Now, granted, he does have Thor, Bakasura, and Neith on his team for that damage output, and maybe the extra tankiness will assist him, but, you know, Vulcan's full mage now. He needs that extra bit. Look at Lobster!
Oh.
Dashing into the damage buff, doesn't get it. Sayo by himself.
Oh,
there's the time rift. He dashes into the jungle with that ward placed down previously, and then gets a kill. Like, how do you stop this guy?
This is a joke. I don't understand. Like, how did he do that? Like, how does Lobster make these decisions and think to himself, I'm just going to throw 3 random bombs over this red buff, and I think I'll steal it, and then maybe go for a kill. We'll find out. I'm just going to do it. And then he does it, and then it works. And it drives me crazy, because it shouldn't. These are not the decisions players should be making in ranked or at mid-level. There's not even high-level decisions. This is beyond top level. This is the best of the best decision-making possible, because any other mid player could have done that, and I almost guarantee it wouldn't have worked.
Picking off Sayo there, and I think it's a product of the fact they're so far behind as well. 13,000 gold in the lead. Lobster is free to do whatever it is that he wants, and he's proven that. I mean, we saw him last game. He just went out clawing and was saying, you know, just ignore him, just build physical protection, and Lobster goes 14-1, or it was like 14-4 and 15. Initiation come out in the mid lane here. There goes the belly flop from the Bacchus. There goes the Guan Yu ultimate, zoning him out perfectly. All of C9 is tied up in the back end, and Suntouch by himself. Apollo's up in the air, looking for the Chariot's gonna come down soon. There goes the initiation. Spec throwing back towards the tower. Thor Dunk gonna miss yet again as the third one in a row. Young Bay backpedaling with that sprint activation. Zalia so very low. Jingle Bang not gonna lit there as Trickstag chases it down. Does he get it in time? The blink comes out. The time stops to come from Horns as well. Surprisingly enough, only Bacchus went down there, but that's for gods. We're not including objectives because that tier 2 tower, 1,500 gold, still goes in favor of TSM. They're 14.7k in the lead, and C9 is scrambling.
Right now, we're seeing so much pressure come out from TSM, but still no Fire Giant. And this time, last game, we had 2 Fire Giants at this point picked up, and this time, it looks like TSM is taking their lead in stride. They don't need to make risky plays. You know, when you're up 14,000 gold, when you're up 22,000 experience, you don't need to reach for those very risky attempts. They can just make sure that they take each point of contention slowly and accurately. And check out the pressure. I mean, Trix Tank standing in front of the Fire Giant just to say, like, we could be doing this. You don't know because you don't have wards. And by just standing there, it's making them group up into positions, even whether it's mid lane or in the jungle, but that is splitting experience. It's splitting gold. You can see in the left lane there's creeps to be farmed, no one's there. Mid lane creeps to be farmed, no one's there. And now TSM is going to use that knowledge to their advantage and push towards the Fire Giant. This could be their opportunity to take it.
That's exactly right, and they're looking for it right now. I mean, if C9 lets it happen, it would be too much for him. Trix Tank just taking on the whole team by himself. Does he have the ultimate in time? He's going to try and go up to it. No, it's not going to happen. Trix Tank over there for no reason, but the fallout from Cuba Fred's going to be a lot. Going to get the stun. Sayo going low here. Pops there. Shaker yet again. Not going to do a whole lot of damage. 300 was the total. Absolutely nothing. Damage on top of Sun Touch forcing away. There's the War Waver. Burst damage. Lobster hit a 600 damage meteor, finishing off Zalia. My God, that was 1. He has 3.
And he still has 2 more. There goes another one! Oh, the damage that Lobster is able to... Dry Bear, how many times have we told people not to let this man play that god?
1,000 million?
At least 1,000 times. Don't fix your monitors, guys. He does not have Fire Giant. That is just what Lobster does. He gets fed his Octi, and then he just starts killing things. Now, we might lose Cubo Fred here. I don't know if TSM really cares too much, considering they just got the Phoenix plus a kill onto Suntouch. Now they're going to have a chance to back off here. Now, of course, it should be noted that they did lose one of their higher damaging characters, but at the same time, they still maintain their tank. Trix Tank with level 3 Hand of the Gods still has the ability to help them secure the Fire Giant, and you can see they're grouping up on the right side of the map.
28:32 on the clock. We're moving forward with this game. It looks like the Fire Giant's going to be started up here by Trix Tank. The rotation's coming out. Tier 3 Hand of the Gods on both sides. The ultimates are actually in favor of TSM right now. One left on Youngbay across the way. Looks like C9 is going to have the Earthshaker come through. Not going to do a whole lot. Thor's up in the air, though. Kronos by himself. Need the ultimate. They're going to get the Kronos in the meantime. Do they have the Fire Giant? They're going to get it. So they traded Kronos for Fire Giant at this point. Gonyu's going to be respawning in 10 seconds. So not only does that give them a buff going forward, and they lost the Kronos. Yes, it's regrettable. But at the same time, C9 needs Fire Giant to come back into this. Even if they only got it on one person, they still removed the opportunity from C9 to get it, and now they're struggling for another opportunity to get back into this game.
And honestly, if it's going to be on one person here, actually, it looks like it's on two. Lobster and Youngbay are probably the ones that you want it to be on. Then we have Trix Tank as well. I mean, that's just extra regeneration for an extremely, extremely tanky Sun Wukong. And check out the builds here. How do the Urchins already stacked up? Magi's Blessings being worked on. He has the Sovereignty. Then extra damage from Jotun's Wrath. And of course, look at this Witchstone to ensure that Zalia gets shut down, that SMITE gets shut down, and that Bashful gets shut down. They're not worried about the magic damage anymore, and they have no need to be. Now we have an initiation here. This could be dangerous. Zalia taking 75% of his health ASAP. Oh, Bashful has jumped down into the air. We find Youngbay looking for the kill. Where's the So Beautiful? Great tectonic rip coming out from Bashful. Hail Mary coming out there, and Suntouch is going to be able to clean it up as well. But ultimately, TSM is going to have the pressure here. They're running, they're just diving down the mid lane. TSM, 5 people pushing for this Phoenix. Look at the damage coming through. They're trying to not let Bashful out. He's one hit. He does take the damage thanks to it looked like combustion. And now they're getting the middle. Just too much damage coming out. Actually, Lobster has put out 22,000. We're not giving praise to Cubo Fred, sitting at 21.
22 on Game Hunter as well, pushing the left side. Phoenix is going to be the third Phoenix to fall. This could be the end of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Basher calls down for 30 seconds. Suntouch about to respawn. Ultimates are not available. Zalia has his available, but that's going to be about it. The Titan of Chaos is available here. Youngbay puts some shots out. There's the Magma Ball, going to force him away from this one. Will TSM push him for the victory or take a slow burn here? I mean, honestly, they don't have to. This is the feeling they're having right now. We are game 1. We're going to clutch game 2 if things continue on the way they are, and C9 has to make an incredible play in combination with TSM making an incredible throw for this to change. They're going to get the gold theory, a little bit more gold, probably just go back to the base, heal up, buy some items, finish off their builds, get some potions, and then put in for the last hit, sell off all those starting items that they still have on their character for whatever reason. Now we have the players back in their base, 32-15. 20,000 gold in the lead. TSM is coming out and proving to all their fans why they are fans in the first place, as they're coming in and possibly going to clinch a 2-0 victory here. And C9, they got to do something quick.
So I'm looking at the experience per minute here. And the lowest on TSM right now is 414 on Trix Tank. The only person that's even close... actually, we have 2 people above 400. We have 2 people below 400, and then we have 1 person that's kind of keeping up here. You see SMEC getting close to the 600 mark, and he's the only level 20 on the team. But TSM is grouping up. Right side Phoenix has respawned. Will they pressure it? Will they just push it? It looks like the Magma Bomb is down. We already see the Tectonic Rift is on cooldown as well. The fire minions are rotating in. Cubo Fred has rotated over. He does get hit by the Spirit Wave, but already the damage is too much to begin. Youngbay burns that down with the Apollo Audacity passive, and into the mid they go. Earthshaker's gonna hit Game Hunter for a huge amount, and he goes down. Anvil of Dawn's gonna stop Cubo Fred. Lobster disappears as well. Cloud9 not giving up here as they chase the remaining members of TSM, but look at the Magma Bomb again, forcing out the cavalry. Bird manages to get out. Zalia gets burned down. Cubo Fred goes down. Cloud9 able to hold their base off. But look at the base itself. The fire minions are storming inside. They're trying to hold them off. They should be able to block this. What is Youngbei looking to do? I'm actually surprised he didn't go for it right there.
He was looking for the opportunity. They had a decent amount of protection there. One CC would put him down. And honestly, I think the breaking point for Youngbei in that situation was the fact that as he was channeling, Smek had the foresight to hit him as many times as he could before he goes up into the air. So as soon as he's up onto his chariot, all of a sudden Youngbei goes from 80% to 20%. He's thinking, maybe I don't have enough HP to do this now. Thanks to Smek avoiding that situation there. And look at this. I mean, this is SMITE right now. This is the level of competition we have reached, and I am so excited to be here. You look at this situation, 20,000 gold behind, Fire Giant's gone, Gold Barrier's gone, all your Phoenixes are out. It was looking like TSM was going to clench it, and then C9 says, oh, you're out of here. Shutting them down, pushing them back, but they're not out of it yet. They have a Minotaur that's at half HP. 3 waves pushing down towards their Minotaur in the area. Youngbei is taking on the Fire Giant solo here, taking a little bit of fire damage on the back end. They don't really have any opportunity to come out of their base to do anything at this point. C9 is still in a terrible situation, but they have shown signs of life.
Fire Giant on the right side will and has been destroyed by TSM, and again, they're going to push up here. They don't have a lot of vision. Vashral's going to see this one. Cubo Fred going through the jungle as well. This is a great opportunity for them to just end it. No team fights, no nonsense, but it looks like C9 has held off long enough to get this Phoenix up, but it's already gone down. Earthshaker not going to do the damage we saw last time. In the front, Sun Touch super low. Time Stop coming out. Zalia is down. Sun Touch is down. They do manage to pick up Cubo Fred, but it's not going to be enough. Vashkal did not find the teleport, and he's down. And now look at this inside Sayo. One hit, Smek, one hit. TSM forces the deicide. TSM on the Minotaur. This tournament is done. GG.
Team Solo Mid takes the victory 2-0. We have a flip-flop from the previous week. Last week we saw C9 take TSM 2-0. Now TSM is going to take C9 2-0, and it goes to show how much competition we have in the European Series here, going on the path to the 100K. Things are in the way here and getting going, and TSM finally finds a place to stand on and proving to their fans why they're here and watching the tournament in the first place. That was a dominant performance. 2-0 crush on C9, and I think it came down to a couple situations. Number one, C9 may have not set themselves up properly when they picked up that Vulcan. Now, Vulcan was a surprising pick, and everyone was excited to see it, but it just did not bring the weight that they thought. That Earthshaker was very hit or miss. There was a big luck component involved with it because of the travel time, because of the area effect, and because of the announcement that happens, the sound effect plus the area on the ground. It's very easy to be able to predict it and avoid it. You saw a lot of players getting out of the way, and honestly, it seemed like it was more just random with the way he was hitting it time and time again. But if it connects, Game Hunter goes from 100 to about 18% HP from that one ability. It's very effective, but the early game was too slow for Vulcan. It was hard for C9 to get off the ground. Let's look at the stats here. 27,000 damage dealt by Game Hunter, playing Kronos, of course. 23.5 on Guan Yu, played by Cubo Fred. 26k on Lobster. Across the way, we got 35k on Vulcan and 33k on the Smack, but, you know, Thor couldn't get the connections that he needed, and Zalia was killed first in almost every engagement. They're thinking, you know, how are they going to come back into this? If Vulcan misses his ult, Smek gets zoned out, and we kill Zalia, we're good.
So this was week 2 on the path to 100K. This week, Team Solo Mid manages a comeback as they defeat Cloud9 2-0. The complete opposite of what we saw last week, where Cloud9 had the 2-0 victory of TSM. This will ensure that both teams going into week 3 will have 160 seed points, tying them for top seed.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, 100 last week for C9, 60 for TSM, and flip-flopping that puts it right back in line. And honestly, that means that people are still available to start pulling ahead in this series. No one's too far up. And generally with these kind of seeding things, you'll see one team win a lot to the point where they're so far ahead that they don't really have anything to worry about. But that's not going to be the case with week 2. TSM is able to take this in a 2-0 series. And, you know, with how close these games are, it's so strange to see the difference between game 1 and game 2. I think there's a big influence of morale and emotions coming out here, and honestly, I'm surprised to see the risk taking from both teams in the series overall, not only in game 1 but also in game 2. And I think that TSM has come out to show that C9 is not going to dominate this. This is not going to be a one-sided thing. We saw last week C9 takes 2-0, and I'm thinking, oh my God, what happened to Team Solo Mid? What is going on? And TSM says, all right, let's hit the books. They go through the week, they watch the VODs. I guarantee you they were working all week long. They come out today, and everything about their play was beautiful. Everyone was on point. People were just playing exactly as they're supposed to play. And we saw picks coming out from TSM that we didn't see last week. We didn't see a Chrono Solo. We didn't see the kind of jungles. Guan Yu wasn't a jungle they were playing last week. And all of a sudden they're swapping it up, and C9 thinking, okay, we're going to coast into this. We have this on lock, and they certainly do not. So it goes to show how much competition we actually have on this European tournament series.
Well, these two teams have proven dominant. Of course, shout-outs to our third-place match. Do we know who actually won that matchup? Was it Torch?
Looking at the tournament stats here, it looks
No,
like Team
Torch
Q.
fell to 4th. Team Q, the
Q.
non-sponsored team, actually takes the 3rd-place seat this week and ensures they get an extra boost in seed points as well, which I'm sure are desperately needed as the path to 100K continues. We still have 6 weeks remaining, of which each of these teams, of course, is dying for that coveted invitation to Atlanta, Georgia, where the top 4 teams will compete from this region in America for $100,000. Of course, this goes along with the North American circuit, as well as the top 4 teams from that circuit will also be invited for an 8-team invitational LAN event to celebrate the launch of SMITE.
Yeah, so at the end of March, we're going to have that release, and to follow it up, that $100,000 tournament, plus, of course, we're going to have the skin sales and everything go into that as well, and this is going to be the biggest event to date. Like you mentioned, I think people are really starting to realize the gravity of what this is. I mean, they're thinking, oh, okay, the tournament announced at the end of the March, whatever, not a big deal, and all of a sudden, we see these teams coming out, the big sponsors. We got Team Solo Mid, we have Cloud9, we have Dignitas. Things are getting bigger and bigger for us, and things are kind of starting to culminate here, and you can see the level of play that we have in both scenes. I mean, we see Jeff Hinla steals. We saw Barracuda. I don't know, like, what does he have an aimbot? I don't get it. I don't understand what's going on here. I mean, TSM coming out to see Lobster untouchable. Sai also playing wonderfully. We saw Smek just uncontrollable, and Zalia with the snipes. I mean, every single day I'm more and more impressed with the level of skill that we have in this tournament series, and it's getting more and more. I think the fact that we have announced this 100K, this path to 100K, it's really giving that big push to the players to reach new heights. And you can definitely tell the practice is there, the fundamentals are there. People are just, it's like they never miss. It's like they're never in the wrong spot, and things are working out so wonderfully. And I think it really goes to show how much you should be paying attention to SMITE. If you're not, if you're missing any of these tournaments, even a second, you're missing far too much. These tournaments go on every single weekend. Next Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern will be the NA tournament, continuing on with the path to 100K. Don't miss that one. Again, we will be back on next Sunday at 9 a.m. Eastern at the same exact time, and you're going to continue on with these points. You will be seeing an update on the SMITE Reddit, reddit.com/r/SMITE for updates on how the points are going. Hi-Res APC, our esports coordinator, going in on that and making sure that he is able to keep you guys updated on where the teams are at right now as we make our way towards the end of March.
It should, as a final note, it should be noted that going into the 100K, both regions will maintain their seed points and will be seeded accordingly. With that said, it should be noted that current first seed goes to Cognitive NA. As they have won 2 tournaments in a row, that puts them at 200 seeding points. Second place right now looks like it's going to be tied between Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid.
That's exactly right. The disparity there is going to make a big difference here as COG has won 2 weeks in a row. And it's going to be amazing to see how these teams come together at the 100K. I mean, we talk about how much competition there is here now in the weekend tournaments, but at the 100K, when these teams really haven't had a decent chance to go head-to-head and really learn each other. I'm sure given the fact that sometimes you'll find each other on the ladders or things may work out, or you may do scrims here and there, but really because of the separation of the regions, it's very rare for these teams to be able to have a good match back and forth, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they play against each other at the end of March in the 100K tournament, the international tournament across the world. All the best players are coming together to compete. But as far as that goes today, we are concluded, guys. Team Solo Mid has taken the victory 2-0 over Cloud9 HyperX. Previously, I mean, it was the exact same tournament, just flipped on the grand finals. Same semifinals as last week, same semifinals this week, but the games were flipped over. TSM pulled ahead in the last game, pulled it out. Second game, they came out strong, and C9 didn't even have a chance there. And hopefully today you learned a little bit about, you know, not only the game, but also competition. This channel is actually a 24-hour channel. There's a little bit of downtime between events, but if you are having questions about Smite, let's say you're a new player looking to play, SmiteGame.com is where you want to go. Sign up for free and play for free. I guarantee you're not going to regret it. Not only that, but given that this is a 24-hour channel and players like myself, as well as my co-caster today, D and Brandon, stream on this channel 6 days a week, you'll find us. You can come talk to us, ask questions about the game, and learn. This is a great resource, and I recommend that you stick around.
Guys, that's going to do it for us today. Thank you for joining us for week 2. We'll see you soon. Have a good night.